So Shane, just let me know when to start, or is it, can I start?
1 second.
This is good. Hello, can everyone hear me? Yes, good. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to Our Land, Our Nature, a conference on decolonizing conservation. So big greetings to everyone here in person and all the people who are watching online, or this is recorded later. Thanks for joining us after the event as well. I'm Daniel Lavelle. I'm the U.S. Director of Survival International, the global movement for Indigenous and tribal peoples, where we've worked for over 50 years in partnership with Indigenous peoples all around the world to defend their lands and their lives and their rights to determine their own futures. And as part of this work, we've done many years of working on drawing attention to and fighting against forced evictions, violence, and other human rights abuses perpetrated against Indigenous peoples and conservation projects. And so we're really happy to be a co-sponsor of this important conference. So I'd like to start out with a whole bunch of thank yous. A lot of people made all this possible. We have many co-sponsors and collaborators who put their energy, their expertise, and goodwill into making this event possible. This includes the Natural History Museum, which I should clarify is not the Natural History Museum here in New York City, which is the physical building, but this is kind of much cooler thing than that. It's, quote, described as a traveling museum for the movement, and they develop environmental justice exhibitions, advocacy campaigns, alliance building events, and public scholarship to shift narratives and inspire action. So earlier this week, as part of our series of events on decolonizing conservation, they held a 2-day virtual symposium, so that was just yesterday and the day before, called Unfence the Future. So there's a lot of panel discussions, poetry, films, and a call to action as well around decolonizing conservation, especially issues in the United States. So if you missed these, you can please go check them out on their website, which is thenaturalhistorymuseum.org, as well as their Facebook page. And so they'll be up there soon, I have to understand. I'd also like to thank all the wonderful people here at CUNY, the Center for the Humanities, especially Samson Starkweather, Kendra Sullivan, and Jin Wang. So they've done a lot to help organize, make this conference happen successfully and smoothly. So a lot of thanks to them, and a big shout out to Kellen Moody, who's running the live stream for us, and who got up extremely early. He's on the West Coast, so he got up before 4 probably to make this happen. So he's behind the scenes, so everybody who's not able to be here in body can be here watching and participating virtually. Special thanks as well to the Indigenous Environmental Network and minority rights groups who've co-sponsored this conference as well. They do great work to defend Indigenous rights and advance environmental justice around the world, and have helped to bring in some of the great speakers today. And finally, I'd like to thank Common Oceans Press and Malif Kanuga. So they're the publisher of the brand new book, Decolonize Conservation, Global Voices for Indigenous Self-Determination, Land, and a World in Common. This book is launching this week, and there are copies here today out front that you can purchase with a 20% discount. And I think online also as well, he's nodding in the back, yes. If you put Our Land, Our Nature into the discount code box, wherever that will pop up if you want to buy it. I think through the weekend, there's a 20% discount. So please check it out. The book grew out of the first Our Land, Our Nature conference that took place in 2021 in Marseille, France. And the book's editors, Fiore, Longo, and Ashley Dawson are here today, and they'll be speaking. And to say a little more about the book, it's a powerful and diverse collection of voices from around the globe. It's a deep anti-colonial and anti-racist critique of what conservation is right now, but it also presents an alternative vision of the most effective and just way to fight against biodiversity loss and climate change. So it has Indigenous people's voices and rights at its center, which I think is very important. And the book exposes the brutal realities of colonial conservation for people around the world, and the problems of current policy approaches that do nothing to tackle the real causes of environmental destruction. And right after this conference at 5, also there's sort of an official book launch and reception just upstairs a few floors at the Center for the Humanities here in this building. So please, if you're here, it'd be great to stay around. There'll be food and drink, so there's lots of reasons to come up. And I'd also like to invite everyone to a demonstration tomorrow, Saturday at noon, outside the Bronx Zoo. As many as you may know, the Bronx Zoo is run by the Wildlife Conservation Society. This is one of the world's oldest conservation organizations, and it has a long history of complicity in human rights abuses in the Global South and conservation projects that they fund and that they support. And we have a talk later today about a specific case. So a lot of us will be there, along with the always powerful Reverend Billy and his Stop Shopping Choir, who many of you may know as well. So we're going to be there to bring voices of people, Indigenous people that's been ignored by the Wildlife Conservation Society, out to their, right to their doorstep. And we have a flyer outside at the front desk with more details, and it's also on the event website. And again, so that's noon tomorrow. And now, briefly, I'd like to ask Dina Gilio-Whitaker to come up and say a few words. Thanks.
Okay, how's the sound? Good? All right. Why peace Naxil? Isquis Dina Gilio-Whitaker, and I just greeted you in my indigenous language, which is Insukchin. I'm a descendant of the Colville Confederated Tribes, the Okanagan Band, which is situated in today what we call Washington State. And I've been asked to give a land acknowledgement. And before I do, I want to say that land acknowledgements are something that we do today as a modern practice to acknowledge the indigenous people of a given place. But there's a much longer history that's an indigenous practice. And these indigenous practices are pretty common, not just on Turtle Island here, but all over the world where indigenous peoples are, and where there was a deep respect for what we would call the bounded space or territories of indigenous communities. And so it was really common for, and still is, for when a visiting group of people would come into somebody else's territory, for there to be protocol and ritual and ceremony and formal shows of respect for that space of another community. But because of colonialism, those practices, and those practices have been disrupted because of the imposition of other, more violent, more, the impositions of other societies. And here in New York, of course, that's a perfect example. New York being one of the oldest colonized spaces on Turtle Island. And so while we acknowledge the long history of New York City, we also decenter the colonial space that New York is, and remember that this is the original territory of the Lenape people. And we like to remind people that the Lenape people are still around. Is there anybody in the room today of Lenape descent? Okay, well, we know that there are Lenape people, and the ancestors of this land are always here in our indigenous belief systems. We always acknowledge the ancestors of the land, and because if we think about the long history, this place was, while New York has been here for 400 years, indigenous histories are far, far, far older than that, and those don't just disappear and go away. So we acknowledge that, we honor the ancestors of this land, and I ask that for the rest of the day you think about those ancestors and allow them to speak to you in whatever way that might happen for you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dina. Well, I wanted to start talking a little bit about why we're here today. And we're here today because decades of research and firsthand experience have shown that the mainstream approach to biodiversity conservation, what many call fortress conservation, has had and continues to have a devastating impact on Indigenous and other local peoples' lands and their livelihoods and their rights. Forest conservation is based fundamentally in some flawed thinking that sees human presence on the landscape as a threat to nature and to quote unquote wild spaces. So this flawed premise that sees Indigenous peoples as unable to manage their lands and as threats to nature has led to a model of conservation that is often an increasingly violent, colonialist, and racist. So the truth is that the imposition of protected areas imposed in the name of protecting nature and halting biodiversity loss and addressing the climate crisis, all these big issues and serious crises that we're dealing with today often go hand in hand with human rights abuses. And these human rights abuses target those who've contributed the least to these problems and those that have stewarded and managed forests and savannas and other areas for generations. So when forest conservation projects come in, Indigenous and local communities have faced and continue to face the seizure and militarization of their lands, their ways of feeding their families, of gathering medicine. They're criminalized. Their rights to give and withhold consent to projects on their lands are violated. So they often pay for our protected areas, and I say ours because it's us in the global north, our institutions, it's our money that support and maintain these projects, but also because in the States, as many of you know, we invented the model of the national park and have exported it and continue to export it. They pay for our parks, right? Our protected areas with their lands and their lives. So up to 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity is on Indigenous land, which should tell us something, I think. It should tell us that overall, Indigenous peoples have done a pretty good job at living in and stewarding their environments. And what we've seen, what the research has shown and experience has shown, is that when Indigenous peoples have secure rights to their land, they achieve at least equal, if not better, conservation results, and at the fraction of the cost of conventional conservation programs and projects. But however, what we've seen being promoted by many governments, by corporations, by big conservation NGOs, is exactly the opposite. They're false solutions like carbon credits, like so-called nature-based solutions, and other projects and programs that don't address the root causes of ecological crisis. So policymakers are increasingly good about giving wonderful lip service to the importance of Indigenous peoples, environmental protection, but they really, when you look at it, continue to push projects and ideologies that are actively harming those very communities and peoples. So in big conservation projects, Indigenous voices go all too often unheard or ignored. And so this conference, is part of changing that, of changing the reality of conservation policy, of trying to shift people's thinking in general around what conservation is, what it can be, what it should be, and for advocating for that alternative approach to nature and biodiversity protection, and one that's based on Indigenous land rights. So with that brief introduction, I'd like to invite our first panelists up, Fiore Longo and Yannick Ndoinyo, up to the stage, please, who will discuss the general problem with international conservation. Fiore Longo is a research and advocacy officer at Survival International, the global movement for Indigenous and tribal peoples. She's also the director of Survival International France and Spain. She coordinates Survival's conservation campaign and has visited numerous communities across Africa and Asia that face human rights abuses in the name of conservation. She has also worked with Indigenous communities in Colombia and worked on Survival's Uncontacted Tribes campaign. It does seem that she never gets tired. Yannick Ndoinyo is a conservationist and community development specialist with over 20 years of experience working in Tanzania. He is the founder and executive director of Traditional Ecosystem Survival Tanzania, an organization that focuses on promoting the rights and livelihoods of Indigenous peoples in Tanzania. Yannick has published several works, including a chapter on human rights violations in the name of conservation in the book Environmental Defenders, and an assessment of human-elephant conflict in the Western Serengeti. He's an honorary member of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, and serves as the Deputy Chair for the Human Wellbeing and Sustainable Livelihoods theme of the IUCN Commission on Economic, Environmental, and Social Policy. Many words in that acronym. Thank you so much for being here, both of you. Indeed. Fiore, I'll yield the microphone to you and hope I can make this work. And
so when there are a couple of videos, I turn off the microphone, or what would you just put the microphone? Okay, so people can get.
Okay.
But they have subtitles.
Oh, they have subtitles. Okay, yeah. So I think we're good, and then you can just control with the arrow keys there.
Okay. Well, hello to everyone. I will keep my phone here because I'm half Italian. I can talk for hours, so just to check that everything is okay. And not running out of time. So yeah, I work for Survival International, and I am not here to thank people. Dan did a good job, but I'm thanking anyway my colleagues that are working very hard in several cities in the world defending Indigenous rights, and they're right now helping us here with a lot of things. So thank you very much to my colleagues of Survival. Dan did already the presentation of Survival International. So how can I pass this? Just, sorry, I have a technical.
No, okay.
Just like this?
To change the slides?
Yeah.
Yeah, just with the arrows.
Okay.
It's probably the easiest, but 1 second. I think I have to share the screen.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, there's so many desktops here. It would be
Well, whatever is the PowerPoint
this one here. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. And then this one. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I love technology.
Yeah, me too.
Today I want to talk to you about not the Second World War, I promise, but I want to talk to you about images, because we are going to have this conference about decolonizing conservation, and I think that the first thing we should decolonize is our imaginary.
Sorry, Theo.
Yeah.
We have to attack thing still to.
To what?
We have to figure out
Sorry.
We have to change something on the computer.
Okay, it's fine. I like to interrupt it.
Yeah. Okay, so
end the share.
Okay. Well, this one then? Must be.
It should be. Try that one. And let me just double check here. Yeah, that looks right.
That's good?
We don't
Okay.
want anyone...
I can't promise not to interrupt you again, but I hope that's the last time.
Okay. Well, yes, we were at the Second World War. So this is an image that have shaped the imaginary of, I would say, millions of people in France. For the ones of you who have attended a good school, you probably know what it is. This is a very important moment in the history of the liberation of Paris. So for a lot of people around the world, this image represents what happened in the Second World War. It's a real image in a certain way, because it's real that day in the summer of 1944, the Sherman tanks and other kind of war cars enter into Paris. These are the Champs-Élysées, and to celebrate that France was not anymore under the Nazi invasion. Nevertheless, this image is production. So it's real, it really happened, but it's a production. Because history tells us, the archives tell us, that when the French commanders were negotiating with the Americans and the British about which role would have France in liberating its own country, they agreed, the Americans and the British agreed to get a French unit to enter the first in Paris, but at one condition: 100% of the troops must be white. So Charles de Gaulle, which for the French people not here, was the general of France at that time, he said he had a great problem, because at least 60% of the troops were black or non-white. It's a big 60%. So the story goes that Charles de Gaulle decided to enter into Paris the only unit that could turn into white, so leaving 25% of the troops in Morocco. And this troop, this unit, it's called la 2e Division Blindée. It's a historical moment because it's this unit with the General Leclerc who get into Paris without the 25% of the non-white troops. And to be able to complete the unit that was deprivated of the 25%, Spanish and Portuguese people were called into the army. Why I'm telling you this story, not because I'm obsessed with the Second World War, but because this image has shaped the imaginary of thousands or millions of people, this idea of the white liberation of Paris, which is actually fake. These have, of course, consequences in the reproduction of colonialism, but also it was wanted and asked by the US because they wanted to keep going on with the segregation in the United States. And I'm going to talk to you about another image, but I can't get it, voila. Which is very similar to the one I have shown you, in the sense that this image is real. This is really a real image. There are zebras and gnus and has been taken by a photographer, but this image is also the result of a production. Here also, the non-white people have been whipped out from the image. Those people were the Maasai, who had been living in these areas in immemorial times. Yannick will tell us more. And this is the Serengeti National Park. This image, as the other, has shaped our imaginary of what nature is. This is another image that some of you must know. It's the Lion King. The place where this took place is called the Hell's Gate National Park. I mean, the inspiration for the movie. This is a real place, it exists. Here also, you can only see animals. For the ones of you who have watched the movie, there are only animals in the movie. But here too, the non-white people have been whipped out from the image. This is the house of the Maasai who have been evicted in 1980s. The real image, when you go around in Kenya and Tanzania, Hell Gates is in Kenya, Serengeti is in Tanzania. The real image you will see, if there was no evictions, would be this one. You can see the zebras, you can see the cows, you can see the Maasai house. Maasais are pastoralist societies. But this is not the image that you see, not everywhere at least. I am talking to you about images, not because these images are so you might think, well, they're it's just imaginary. But I want to explain you what can happen when we try to put in place these images that we have of wild nature. I will try to put play like this. So what is making noise? I think I can do it. Okay, yeah, I will actually take this as is here. So what you have seen is actually, I don't know if you could hear a lot, but there was a shooting taking place, and that shooting took place in June 2022, so last summer, where the Maasai were actually shot to create a trophy hunting area and a conservation area in Loliondo, Tanzania. And Yannick will probably tell you more about this. But when happened that this image of nature were created and why? And I think this is the question we will try to reply today about why this image of wild nature caused so much harm, and when they come from. They actually come from the United States. So wild nature is an idea born in the USA, like Bruce Springsteen. And the idea of wilderness actually is the first myth, is the most powerful of this myth, and is causing so much harm around the world. Why is a myth? because there is nothing like such a thing like wild nature. The most biodiverse places in the world, like Yosemite, Yellowstone, Amazon, the Amazon rainforest, the Congolese rainforest, Serengeti. They're all the house of millions of indigenous peoples who have shaped this environment for generations. But for the people that create these national parks in the first place, including Yellowstone and Yosemite, those spaces were empty. They were, of course, empty so they could be taken and stolen from the indigenous inhabitants. This model of conservation that is based on the idea that we can set aside some kind of land only for wildlife and then keep the people out was an American idea. The people that actually are behind the creation of the first national parks and all the other national parks, including Theodore Roosevelt, we will talk about it probably later, were fundamentally racist. And this is the idea, the entire idea behind this model of conservation is about racism. When the model of protected areas as these national parks where only wildlife can live was then taken from the US and imported in Africa and Asia during decolonization. So if we think about when this happened, we are at the end of the 19th century. So in Europe, there was the Industrial Revolution, the Second Industrial Revolution, and the theories of Darwin, the social theorism that came from Darwinism, that most were based on the idea that the European civilization, as it was called, is the highest point of civilization, and the rest of the world is backward and primitive. The idea is also that the industrialization is a good thing because it shows how civilized Europeans are. But at the same time, a lot of people start fearing the disappearance of nature because, of course, the expansion of the Second Industrial Revolution needs resources. Those resources are found mostly in the colonies. And while the colonizers were taking away all the resources, at the same time, they are scared of losing nature, of losing this wildlife and this wilderness that they thought was theirs. And then they start creating protected areas all across Africa, in this case, based on the idea that the nature was disappearing, and the responsible of this was not the industrialization or the slavery, all the other things they were doing, but was the indigenous peoples and the local communities that were living there. So they were blamed for the environmental destruction, and the protected areas were created as white spaces where indigenous peoples couldn't access to their ancestral land, while at the same time Europeans could keep hunting and exploiting resources without putting that into question. Entire systems that were based on ancestral and very important knowledge on animals were just treated as superstition. An entire way of life, sustainable way of life, were treated as crimes, so criminalized. This is not just a history, it doesn't come only, it's not only about the past, because these kind of ideas are still very deep and rooted in conservation. Even today, we have this kind of a language that portrays indigenous peoples who hunt to feed their families as poachers, while white people who go to hunt for sport and pleasure are called hunters. And I really like this, this image, because it showed the madness of conservation. So this woman won a prize of the CNN hero, whatever that means, for transforming lion killers into lion guardians. Those lion killers are the Maasai, who have been living with the lions for generations. For whoever has been in that area, in Tanzania and in Kenya, there are so many lions, and there are also a lot of Maasai. They have been there for a long time, and there is a reason why there are so many lions, and there are Maasai. That never occurred to the CNN hero who thought she's going to go from the United States to teach this guy how to protect the lion. It seems mad, but the entire conservation model is based on these crazy ideas. So when I went to see the Maasai, they told me this that I always also point out: your money is poison to us. When it's a long time I have been trying to understand how much we can actually do something from here to decolonize conservation. And I got the reply from a Maasai man in Ngorongoro area, because the money that perpetuate these abuses, even today, as I said, these protected areas are not just something in the past, they're happening today. These ideas and the money come from us. And I'm going to show you very specifically, what happened and where the money goes. So this is a graphic showing how much money and who actually is giving this money in the last, so this is 2010, 2016, to fight what is called illegal wildlife trade. So just to explain you how much of our conservation is based on completely random ideas that comes from colonial time, and they don't have anything to do with reality, is that this money, and you see the US gives a lot of money, most of the money to combat illegal wildlife trade go to create more protected areas and to law enforcement. So we are talking about consumption of items that are illegal, for example, ivory. So the idea would be, in a normal, if we were talking about something else, it would be just combat consumer attitudes and try to change the beginning of the chain, the people that want this ivory. But instead, the money goes to criminalize the way of life of indigenous peoples and create more protected areas on the land of indigenous peoples. It can seem very abstract, but this is what it means on the ground for the people. So we give money, taxpayers' money, to save nature, and then it goes on to pay the salaries of these guys who are being told, and it's not actually their fault, it's just they're being told that they have to arrest anyone who tried to go inside these protected areas, national parks, and they are giving usually a bonus every time that they arrest someone. It ended up very, very bad, with a high rate of rapes, torture, illegal arrest, extrajudicial killings against the local population whose only fault is to try to feed their families. A Batwa woman in the rainforest of Congo, when I asked them what was conservation for them, she told me, we are being killed for the sake of protecting animals. Which it can seem crazy, but this is actually what is going on. From the rainforest, I am a field researcher, I have been in all these places, and you don't really need a PhD in Harvard to get a very understanding of the situation. It's enough to go there, to talk to the people, they will tell you what is actually going on. But all these abuses, are they actually useful to save nature? Because that's what big conservation organizations like WCS or WWF are claiming. Is it good? So it's good protecting, setting aside these areas of nature protection so wildlife can survive and live and thrive. Well, what we see actually is that it's not. So these are pictures from tiger reserves. Tiger reserves are protected areas to save tigers. Indigenous peoples in India are being evicted to create, and not only in India, also in Nepal, to create tiger reserves. What we see is that once the people are out, millions of tourists, or yeah, I would say in some places, millions of tourists arrive every year to take pictures of animals, and it happened the same in Ngorongoro. Probably Yannick will also talk about it. Maasai being evicted to get tourists in. The tourists, they need to eat and sleep, and they're not going to do it in the forest, just that for sure. So hotels are being built inside these areas, creating pollution of the rivers, and a lot of also other impacts. We also see that extractive industries are welcome, one that the local inhabitants are not there. The government can do whatever with these areas. So a study of 2019 that was conducted in more of 12,000 protected areas, shown that they don't do absolutely anything to protect wildlife. And actually, we know for sure that today in indigenous territories, where their rights are recognized, there is less deforestation and much more biodiversity, even including comparing to protected areas. So why we keep pushing this model if it doesn't work? Well, as usual, it's about money. The entire model of conservation, as I explained before, was born during colonial times. The idea was to keep going on with the European extraction of resource while pretending they were protecting something, which I didn't tell you this, but the first national parks and the first protected areas were game reserves. So the idea was that they can hunt inside those places. Europeans could hunt. Even today, we see that the big conservation organizations are more a PR company or a PR, company for big corporations Today, president of WWF is the ex-CEO of Coca-Cola Company. It was once the Shell CEO, so we are improving, I guess. So the entire role of these organizations is to protect capitalism, is to make sure there is no real change in our way of living, while making people feel that we are doing something to save the elephants by creating some protected areas on the land stolen from indigenous peoples. If you see the ties, these are directors or trustees. We have done this by ourselves, so you can find this information in the internet. Most of the people that run WWF or run the trustees, also WCS, comes from the private sector and have ties with the most polluting companies in the world. I won't talk about this today because I'm running out of time, but Simon Council, who is here, probably will. There is a new, so just to explain you how the entire conservation movement is co-opted by the corporations, now there is a new push against, for stealing indigenous land in the name of carbon mitigation, but Simon will talk about it later. It's just to tell you that we launched a campaign to blood carbon, but I can't get it, that explain this, so if you want to search in internet, but mostly now protected areas, these kind of terrible protected areas are trying to fund themselves by selling carbon credits to very polluting corporations, so they can claim they're being carbon neutral. In the same time, indigenous peoples are losing access to their land. And just to finish, so now that I say all the horrible things, what to do about it? I know that usually people wait for this. So I'm not here to give you a recipe to save the world but I just want to say that there are small things that we can do. So as I said, this money, the money that perpetuates this model comes from us, comes from here, US, Europe. So there is something we can do about it, because they are claiming they are giving this money to save biodiversity. And in reality, the entire model doesn't work and is actually causing human rights violations. So there is a bill in the US Congress that is a bipartisan law to prohibit USA Fish and Wildlife Service to fund with public money projects that were conservation projects that then turn up to be violating human rights. It's a small step because there is also other funding coming from other sources, but it's a big step in a certain way because it shows for the first time in history that conservation is not just a dream, this dream great thing done by good boys that want to save elephants. It's actually a business. It's actually committing human rights violation. So it went to the Senate, but it was not discussed. So now it's, for another weird American way of working things, now it's back to the Congress, to the House, and it's still there. And we hope a lot that this actually bill can pass. And there are a lot of things like this that Survival is doing, just trying to control what's happening with the money, to not get public funding, at least the public funding, to these conservation organizations. It's a small thing because then Bezos arrive and give 100 million to WWF to save the Congo forest, but it's something at least we can make sure our money or taxpayer money is not going to the wrong thing. And I will finish with, so to make this bill possible, there was a hearing in the House, Natural Resource Committee, in the House of the USA Congress, and I think that the hearing was quite powerful, so I will just share with you a small extract of that. It's the first time that WWF was actually take accountable for the human rights violations they keep funding in the parks that they directly manage, because it's not that the protected areas are managed by African countries, they're managed by Western organizations. And WWF director didn't actually go. So Zuckerberg has to go to the House of Representatives when he is in a hearing, but WWF doesn't. So he sent some other person. But I thought it was quite powerful because it shows very, very well the attitude that conservationists, dominant conservationists, so the mainstream conservationists, have on human rights abuses. Okay. No, but it's fine.
In 2019, BuzzFeed News published a series of investigative reports focused on the mistreatment of indigenous and local people around parks managed or co-managed by the World Wildlife Fund. Murder, gruesome torture, dozens
That's it. Sorry, it is just technical. Hearing my voice like that, just fine. Anyway, that's it. I just invite you to visit also our website. We have been collecting testimonies about this kind of human rights abuses for years, and to make sure that you are also joining the movement to decolonize conservation. Thank you very much.
Yannick, please come and I will try again to. Jane, can you help with this, please? Why is this not?
1 second. Sorry. It's not open.
Oh, there it is.
It's here, right?
Why can't I see it?
It's the view here. Let's see if I can access it. I don't see the mouse even. Yeah, I need to put it in. Okay. I have no idea what's going on with this.
Can you ask Kel?
Yeah.
Let me hand that to you just for now. We'll try to figure this out.
Okay.
Maybe from the wall. That'll share it, but it won't. Probably won't be able to go to full screen.
Maybe we have to go to full screen first, maybe. You don't need to share yet. Maybe we need to go to full screen
I know,
first.
but we can't access that.
Can you minimize?
No, it's gone.
It's not sharing.
What are you trying to do? Why you don't copy and paste the entire presentation here in December? Yeah. So it's you? That's what I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now when you go here.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, but now he needs to be.
Yeah, okay. You can see here.
So then you can show with the arrows. Yes. Okay.
Well, thank you everyone for being here, Fiore and Daniel and the rest. It's actually a privilege to be here, to be able to speak and share with you our experiences in conservation, practical issues that we face. And so again, it's a privilege. And because I don't have a lot of time, I'll just go straight to it. Few explain most of the things that are happening on the ground. And if you remember the video she shared, that's actually my village. That's where I'm coming from. And I will be dwelling very much on the Maasai conservation experiences, but also be able to touch the rest. And as you know, what you hear in the north is conservation. This is what you hear. But what is actually happening on the ground where we live and stay is protection. And because conservation is a natural phenomenon. It happens whether we do or we don't do anything. But protection is what is happening. This is where all the money goes. This is where all the politics and the power go. And because it is so protection, it doesn't come from within where we are. It is from outside. It comes from, it's external, it's imposed. And usually it comes after a certain convention internationally is passed. So people come and sit in New York or in Brussels or in London, and then they pass the convention, and then they come and say, now we protect the world, or we do this and that. And this is why, for example, the campaigns like 30 by 30 came about. And things like Ramsar, World Heritage Sites, CBD, we don't hear anything conservation and protection until conventions and agreements like those have been passed. But also sometimes, or often, when investors have an interest to land, have an interest for either tourism, hunting, or investment of any kind, then land grabbing is the following. Land grabbing comes after that, when investors have interest in the land. But also research, which we don't see the results, or we never got reports of research that are being done either by academics or by non-profit organizations, and they say this land is suitable for conservation or protection, and they just say because of based on certain research, this land has to be protected. So those are the three aspects that force land grabbing from indigenous peoples. And I will speak about the convention quite soon. So the convention, like 30 by 30, for example, and Fiore said about nature-based solutions. Right now, 30 by 30 is already happening. The people whose land is being taken do not know what the hell is 30 by 30. But the government, because of the pressure from conservation organizations, from governments in the West and the North, must do that because they risk either losing aid or losing businesses or losing interest if they don't comply to conventions like 30 by 30. But it is true, there's no land to take more to implement that convention, there's no. As well as the nature-based solutions. And it's important to know who really forces these ideas and these ideals on peoples. These are the organizations globally that think they do conservation, but they don't, and they still inflict harm, brutality, cruelty on indigenous peoples. IUCN is one of those. It's a congregation of governments, and they have, for example, one idea they have, IUCN has, is that category of conservation areas, and they say category 1 to category 6, and they say category 1 is the best land to protect. And so they categorize the world in those areas. What it means is category 1 conserved areas or protected areas receive the best support. They receive more money, they receive more recognition, they receive more tourism or businesses. And the government, the moment you lower the status that is not satisfactory to IUCN, it means you are going to lose everything that you would get. So governments in the South have tended to grab more land so that they reach that status, they get more money, they get more tourism, they get more, but it is all grabbing and it's all cruel. WCS, few has mentioned about that. Frankfurt Zoological Society, that's the most problematic in Serengeti. African Wildlife Foundation, the Nature Conservancy, and United Nations, UNESCO. UNESCO is supposed to be protecting the cultures, the indigenous peoples, but it doesn't do that. It listens to these organizations, to governments, what they say. It's not really doing what they're supposed to do. And WWF, yeah, we have seen the video. They're being grilled by the Congress or the US government. All these organizations are huge problem. And if they are listening, what you are advising or you're implementing is harmful to the people, it causes land grabbing, and it cannot continue. So to give a Maasai example, actually this is what happened in the morning before the shooting. This is what happened. The police went to the village and announced, and they just told the people, we are here to implement a decision by the government, and we are going to demarcate the land. But that is just one time. In 2009, they just did another operation to remove the people out, and that was 2022, 2009, and then 2017, the picture on the far left. But how did all this begin? In 2018, a group of activists and academicians met in Oxford and with the Maasai groups, and they were asked, how did your problem actually begin? And so, if you can see it clearly, the cross, which signifies the missionaries who came to Africa first to pave way for colonialism. And then there's 1894, when the scramble for Africa began, and then colonialism came. And in 1959, there was no Frankfurt Zoological Society by then, but Yannick, whom I will speak about soon, facilitated the creation of Serengeti National Park. That became a problem all the way until now. Movement of people, eviction, and violations began. And then in 1992, the hunting company from the UAE came to our land, and it was imposed, and they stayed forever until when finally the government last year created the land for them. So this is the history of conflict, the history of our occupation, and the history of imposition and violation. The Serengeti Agreement is what we speak about it often, because in 1959, Bernard Jimmek, who is a German ecologist, did a research and then convinced the British colonial government in Tanzania then, and lobbied the Maasai to sign that agreement, which is so bogus. And the Maasai had to leave Serengeti. It was 1959. The Maasai did not even understand Swahili. The Germans cannot understand Maasai, and the British cannot. So there was no really communication in crafting that or in entering into that agreement. But still, he says, we denounce our land forever, we will never come back. But the Maasai, even to this day, still regret leaving Serengeti. So this agreement was completely not true. And so this is Bernard Jimmek, who, after he lobbied the creation and establishment of Serengeti, he made a film, Serengeti Shall Not Die. And it was so famous, that he won an Oscar. Like the lady, the CNN heroes, she also won the award. What this says, this is really misplacing gratitude. Thank you. Where do you send your thanks? If you really you are happy that Serengeti is created as a national park, do you give to Jimmek or you give to the Maasai who left their land? Do you give to that lady or to the Maasai? Well, if it is true, the Maasai no longer want to hunt lions, instead of giving the Maasai for making that very big decision, you give to the CN, to the lady. Where do you send your gratitudes? And this is also true of the research we do today. Jimmek did his research, Organizations like Tanzania Wildlife Research Institute do their research, and academics do their research, but they never really send or communicate to the people they do that research in the first place. They do their research, go to universities and present, get their degrees, and that is it. Or even sometimes the findings of those researchers go back and being used against the indigenous peoples. So it's important as we decolonize conservation also to decolonize knowledge and information. And since 1959 to this day, conservation has been, and protected areas, for example, in Tanzania, are always violent. They deprive people of land and displace. It's extremely unjust. Since 1959. And as you should know, the boundaries of national park or protected areas are permanent war zones. There is no peace. And this is why we have to question the work of those organizations if they really want to do conservation or what they really want to do. Because what is happening on the boundaries is this. This is what is happening on the borders of those national parks. Fire, shooting like bullets, seizing and auctioning livestock, and displacing people with no reason. Because, for example, that family there, their houses were burnt, like this one, in the morning, and now they find themselves nowhere to go. And this work is being facilitated by conservation organizations. So colonialism was clear because it was governments went and colonized, took resources, and we knew they were taking resources to develop their own countries. But conservation to do the same thing with colonialism right now is a big question. How do you benefit? If you are doing the same thing as colonialism in the 1890s, and you are doing it the same way now, we have to ask, what is your benefit? Because we knew colonialism was benefiting other countries that were colonizing others. And yeah, this is just what is happening in conservation. You took Serengeti from the Maasai, and this is, I think, the model from either the north or whatever. You took the Serengeti from the Maasai, and in managing Serengeti, there's no, all the indigenous people that were moved from Serengeti are not in the management, are not in the decision making. Instead, the minister brings 12 people from Dar es Salaam and the other big cities in the parliament and place them in the charge of all national parks. They don't know what they are doing. They have no history, they have no attachment to the land. Instead, they go and make very, very difficult, very impossible decisions, and they force the parks to become brutal. It's just killing fields. And it should, if really it is conservation, and those people have immense knowledge, and the attachment, which is historical and cultural, they should be part of the management of national parks all over. This is the people who know the land. And because of that misplacement of conservation, this is what's happening every day. If you see in the picture, on the second picture, I was in the head. I mean, we were walking 8 kilometers bare feet because we were arrested for refusing to give away the land. I was in that group, and it was really inhuman for us. We got where we were going to the police station, very, very sore feet, intimidated, and you see, because not just on the road, but the police took us all the way to the town, showing the people that these are the criminals we have arrested. was really very bad. And the Hadza in Tanzania are hunters. They hunt wild meat for food. But that guy was hunting also, but he is a favorite of the government. He gets all the preferential treatments, he gets all the license, and is hunting for luxury, doesn't eat, doesn't stay there. And so these two differences come from where or how the world is categorized in conservation, and then you start stereotyping against one group in favor of the other. And conservation and tourism are all capitalists, you see? Because if you go to national parks in Africa, there are only tourists and wild animals. So it is still the same thing, like what Fiore was saying, this is all money, this is all capitalism. It is not really for conservation, because after Serengeti, if you come to our land, it's the same as, there's no difference in terms of biodiversity, in terms of wildlife, in terms of beauty, it's still the same. But you cannot go into Serengeti, and if you go, you find tourists and only wildlife. In Ngorongoro, because that was really Loliondo, in Ngorongoro, the government decided through the advice from UNESCO to evict the Maasai, but they are using a different approach than Loliondo. Loliondo was extremely forceful, military. In Ngorongoro, they decided that it is time to relocate the Maasai from Ngorongoro, 120,000 people. And it was reported all over. If you see this map, on the south is Ngorongoro Conservation Area. On the left, the green part is Loliondo, and this is where a game hunting area has been created. And for a long time, UNESCO has been complaining, IUCN, that Ngorongoro is declining as a World Heritage Site because there are more Maasai than they should be. And now they don't say directly you have to remove the Maasai. They say we are going to delist Ngorongoro from being a World Heritage Site. And I said, what it means is they no longer get tourism, they no longer get business, they no longer get investment. So the government has no option but to remove the Maasai. So if you go and say UNESCO, you are behind, they say, no, we have never asked the government to do this. But in reality, UNESCO, IUCN are pushing the government to evict the Maasai. But because they fear bad publicity, they say relocate voluntarily. So I will tell you how can you relocate voluntarily. First of all, they deny them services. You cannot cultivate food, you cannot get health services, education services. You denied, and now you have to decide for yourself. The more you stay there, the more poor you become, the more hardships you face in Ngorongoro. So, and the government is saying, anybody who is willing to relocate voluntarily, we are going to support them, build them houses, transport them to that location. And so that is not really volunteering. That is, and that's, UNESCO is behind that. And so you have to question what kind of transactions are happening between UNESCO, the government, and the other conservation organization, to the extent that they see Maasais who have no problem with conservation, have no problem with wildlife, become a threat to wildlife. And luckily, the Auditor General in Tanzania was auditing the finance of the government. And they found that in Ngorongoro, the relocation, voluntary relocation, was supposed to relocate 20,000 households. But they managed to relocate only 550. And by relocating, that is how much it cost Tanzania, 24.6 billion Tanzanian shillings. So they still want to relocate the 22,000 families, households, and they need this amount of money. I can guarantee you, those organizations I listed up there will probably rush and give this. And where will they get money? From you people, from the taxpayers here in Europe. This is how they will get the money. And because for sure they have to relocate the people if they get the money, and these guys are willing to do anything to see the Maasai out. This was the year we will never forget. We will never forget this year. For no reason, the police come into our village. They don't tell us in advance, this land is now a game control area. This is the law. The law says the president will declare a land to be a conservation area, and then will give us good notice. They will they have to compensate the people adequately, and then later they will have to move. But this is different, the other way around. So they come one morning and they assault people, anybody, shoot, like that guy there. Then now people have no place to stay. Look, a child caring for a sister, a mother everybody was scattered because the shooting began. And now it was tear gas, which turned into live bullets. And this is just a few of the photos we could share. There's so many others, even terrible. And this is conservation. You have to ask yourselves, what is there so much that you do this to people to create a conservation area? So because it is business of protection, this is what is happening. And my recommendations, really, one, we would like to see the UN become the really big UN and protect the peoples, the minorities, the indigenous peoples. Sometimes we feel it is a big organization to protect, but we don't see that strength. Rather, we see the lenience. It's so lenient when it comes to protecting the minority groups, and it should. And if we speak to you, hoping that you are from here, it's time that we really refuse to support organizations and conservation initiatives that grab land or violate rights of people. I think this is, if they start losing money, I think they get the pain. So I think it is time we stop that. But lastly, the citizens of the world, including now, and this is a very big thank you for Survival International, we should start talking about decolonization of conservation. And decolonization means simply taking land back to the people, recognize really conservation, people with practices, cultures that do conservation should be allowed to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yannick. Thank you both. We'd like to open the floor to questions. I'm sure there are many questions. Just a public service announcement, if you could keep, we don't have a lot of time, so if you could keep your questions concise and to the point, it would make this all go more smoothly and we can have more information. Does anyone, so I have this mic that I can pass around. If there's any questions from the floor, I'd be happy to take them. Okay, it's the back. First you and then you.
Thank you. I know this is maybe a big question, but I'm Christine Dawson. I'm from New Mexico, Institute of American Indian Arts alumni. Is there a way that we can appeal ourselves to the United Nations as individuals? And with that question, because I was looking into the World Economic Forum's meeting there in, was it February? And it sounds like the UN is just going with the World Economic Forum when it comes to the Sustainable Goal, Developmental Goals 2030. So I'm not being very direct about it, but I'm thinking like, okay, is there any hope that the UN is actually going to listen to Indigenous people and what we're talking about here today? Like, and what, how could we help that along? Like, how could we support the getting that the UN to think a little bit differently about it, if it's even possible at this point? Thank you.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we have, the UN is not just not taking, I mean, the UN is a big institution, so there are different parts, like the UN environmental program and the UNDP have been pushing, so it's the United Nations Development Program, have been pushing for protected areas. This idea of the 30% was actually, so doubling the surface under protected areas, that today is 17, or between 16, 17% to 30% comes also from the UN and other similar institutions. So there's no hope on that, I would say, but there is a lot of that the special rapporteurs are doing. So one of the people you saw in the hearing was the ex-special rapporteur on human rights and the environment, John Knox, who is actually talking today. And there is other special, Vicky Tauli-Corpus at that time, UN special rapporteur on indigenous peoples, have been among the first to alert about this problem. So I think there is an internal, but the special rapporteurs are independent. So it's not like the UN that is created by the states. So there has been a lot of going on that front. It's not completely a lost battle, because even today the actual special rapporteur like David Boyd have been alerting about this issue. But for me, the UN is actually reflecting a position that comes from the states that fund it. So I think that the real challenge is to get the European Commission the European Commission and the states inside the EU, for example, Germany and France, the UK, that now it's outside the European Union, and the United States, to actually take a step on this, because the UN wouldn't do anything. They are diplomats. They won't do anything that is actually against what the states want them to do. So this is one of the things I think is more as a national level that we should be pushing. The other thing is that, for example, the UNDP have been funding these projects, terrible projects, sometimes completely scams, and that have horrible impact on human rights. And this money doesn't have any accountability because it's there in the UN somewhere. So it's not like US money. And I think that pushing for some level of accountability, not only of the money, also of the actors. There have been a lot of cases of also mistreatment of funds from the UN employees. I think that would be important. I wouldn't, but as I said, I think that the change, it's not going to come from the UN. Is never no change ever in the history came from the UN. The change has to come from us, and there is a chance to get or presidents or prime minister to actually take action on this, because for us it is now, it just sounds so nice that we are there giving money to protect the 30% of the world. Just vote me. So I think that is the real challenge. And now even more with the climate mitigation, everything in the name of climate. I don't know, here is a little bit different, but in Europe, it's like we can do whatever for climate mitigation. And I think that is where climate movements and young people and environmental people that want to save the environment should say, we are not going to do this at the cost of human rights. I think that's where the change actually will come. I don't know if you want to say something.
Yeah, exactly. What Fiore is saying is, unfortunately, the UN is also very bureaucratic and listens to the governments more than it does to, other groups. So although there is a UN permanent forum for indigenous issues, but it's not that they can do anything we wish them to do. For example, they could not get into Tanzania last time. They wanted to come to investigate these issues. And the government wanted to manipulate that process. And so they couldn't come because the government was not very cooperative. We want them to come even if the government is not cooperative, but they can't. So I think we should continue as independent groups to fight for a less bureaucratic UN and also push for a stronger, not just democratic, but also very strong. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Judy with Kalahari People's Fund. Mr. Adiono just mentioned government, but you didn't mention much about the governments of the individual countries. And the fact that the indigenous peoples are generally a minority group within a country, and there's a majority group that wants to profit by capitalism. But how does that fit in to the whole picture?
Yeah, well, I think that it's, as I said, so in general, yes, they will say, well, there is a small minority of indigenous peoples, and then you have these big corporations coming and doing whatever they want with elite. But in the case of conservation, we are talking about people that are actually pro-indigenous rights. So the people giving money to WWF or are voting for a green agenda of, I don't know, Biden administration are not people against indigenous peoples, are usually people that think they're doing good. So that's what I think this case is particular. I do think that there is a big scope for change, because even if indigenous peoples are a minority, the people that are supporting this environment, at least in Europe, the Greens are winning in every election or Greens agendas are winning in every election. So there is a scope for a change, because this is people that actually think they are environmental friendly, they're pro-indigenous rights. It's the progressive side. Today, the militarization of conservation happened because Kerry, which at that time was foreign minister, secretary of the Obama administration, wanted to fight against rhino poaching. So it comes from people that have good intentions, not WWF, which of course we know it's about money, but the people that are funding this are people with good intentions. It's not the elites who want to, it's happening in the name of good intentions. So I think that's where there is a scope for a change, because people like probably a lot of you will be giving money to WWF before, or will be supporting bills in the House that are good for the environment. So that's why I think that there is a lot we can do. So it's not about the fact that the indigenous people are a minority inside those countries. I don't know if I understood your question.
I'm talking about politics within the countries like Tanzania, like Botswana, South Africa. There's often a minority of the majority who is working in favor of indigenous people's rights, but well, that's all.
Yeah, I got the point, but in this case, as I was saying, or you were saying, it's not that the Tanzanian government woke up they do it a lot of time, but in this case, they are not, we are going to get rid of the Maasai because they are a minority. It's just actually pushed by Western money. So, it's just a different, I don't know if you want to reply.
Just to add to that, what is happening is indigenous peoples occupy most of the prime lands full of wildlife, full of our beautiful sceneries. And push comes because investors, they call themselves investors, want to come and hunt, want to come and build lodges for tourism. And to them, the indigenous peoples or the Maasai are an obstacle. So to make sure that happens, they have to be removed. And in Tanzania, for example, they don't recognize anybody to being indigenous in Tanzania. That is because it makes them easy to take resources away from them. The United Nations recognizes the term indigenous, and Tanzania is a member of the UN, and the UN should force Tanzania to recognize that. But they don't, because the UN, and I want to connect here with the World Bank, IMF, are all connected in one way or the other. I mean, the World Bank facilitates investment, the money transfer and the money transactions, and the UN gets support from all governments. And so they just say, look at Tanzania and say, do what you want. Recognize them when you want, and deny them when you don't. So the specifics of in Tanzania are just like that. They don't want to recognize, and unfortunately, the indigenous people in Tanzania, all of them put together, are very, very big minority. There is a very, very small group. They have no representation. I mean, the Maasai, for example, in a parliament of 350 people, they're just 5 people. And when they were about to invade and take the land in 2022, there were just 2 of them speaking. One of them was already co-opted in the government, and they just remained 2 MPs speaking for us. And so it's a very, very big minority. And when we speak to the UN takes ages to respond, which is not fair.
Well, we're out time, actually. So I'm sorry, I know there's more questions here. There are questions online too from the chat. I think we'll have more time for some of the other panels due to our technical difficulties for this one, hopefully moving forward. But please stick around. A lot of the participants will be here all day and at the reception as well, so there'll be more chances for interaction. And people online, yes, please keep sending in questions, and I swear we'll get to some of them when we have an opportunity. But I would just like to thank the panelists for their words and insights. And we will be taking, well, we're starting back at 10:45, so we're a few minutes over, so about, I think that's 10 to 12 minute break. And we'll start with the next panel. So thank you very much. Thank you, panelists, and we'll see you soon. corporations, conservation organizations, and the foreign aid sector, as well as themes as neocolonialism. We have another participant from the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, but there were some issues. Her name is Shari Molimo, and she's from a Batwa indigenous community in South Kivu in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We tried to get her a visa to enter the country, to attend in person and share her words and message in person with all of you. And the US government was not obliging. So I think we should all recognize how difficult it is that people, the most marginalized people, are even able to come and have their voices heard here. So she was going to Zoom in virtually, but unfortunately she's also now very ill. And so we're sending her our well wishes for a speedy recovery, but she won't be able to speak today. There is a person, Jean-Marie Bantu, who is in the DRC, who works closely with the Batwa communities in that area, and he'll be speaking for her, answering questions about, their daily lives, what life is like in the situation that Robert will speak about. And so that will how we're going to have to do it given the visa and the illness. So yeah, Robert, I'd like to invite you up to come speak, and I will do my best to get this working technologically wise. Okay, now I gotta go to Zoom. Which is it? Here, okay. I think you're good.
We're good to go?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, everybody. I see a couple familiar faces in the audience, friends, colleagues, comrades, which of course means our enemies can wipe us out with a single drone strike. So I'll try to move briskly so we can disperse back into the mountains here. I appreciate everyone coming out. As Daniel discussed, unfortunately, there have been number of difficulties, some of which are political and others are logistical associated with this. But the main thrust of this talk, and we'll get into it in a moment, relates to a park that I know very well in eastern DRC, Kahuzi-Biega National Park, which myself and my team investigated for about 2 years. We worked investigating large-scale abuses against an indigenous community called the Batwa. So without further ado, let's get into it. I'm a bit of a Luddite. There we go. Okay. So first and foremost, reference was made to Shauri, who is supposed to be here today. But prior to planning for Shauri to come, there was another member of the community who we had hoped could come, called Maasai, who was unable to come because of the sorts of intimidation, surveillance, and repression that I'll be describing here in a moment. But before I can describe why he wasn't able to come, I need to unfortunately get a bit into why I am here. So as was mentioned, I'm Robert Flummerfelt. I'm an investigative journalist, and last year, April of 2022, myself and my team published an investigation with Minority Rights Group documenting organized abuses targeting a Batwa community inside a national park in DRC. In this report, we documented basically a systematic campaign within which Batwa villages were targeted and literally wiped off the face of the earth. An array of heinous atrocities were carried out, including gang rape, instances of corpses being mutilated, instances of people being burnt alive, as well as the villages being shelled with heavy weapons, people killed execution style while family members are forced to watch. As I said, we worked on this investigation for about 2 years. Although we did indeed conduct interviews with hundreds of eyewitness sources, a lot of our evidence was direct physical evidence. So our team visited these villages days after they were destroyed. and photographed the destruction. So I'll run through just a couple of those photographs. Here's an example of some of the physical evidence, shell casings from the weapons used by attackers. These are shell casings from rounds used in AK-47 automatic rifles and PKM belt-fed machine guns used by park guards in attacking these villages. This is an aerial photograph of one of the villages that was destroyed. These are basically hundreds of meters of burn scars. This is all area, these are all areas where community members used to live. This is a still from a video that was taken by a member of the community on a smartphone that we provided so that these attacks could be documented in real time. Oftentimes when we would arrive in these villages, literally they're still smoldering. You literally still have blood drying on the leaves. And in a number of cases, the communities are still burying their dead. So here we have two graves from one such attack. In this particular instance, community members adorned the grave with shell casings that were left behind by the attackers. And you additionally have that white cylinder there. That is a container from GP7 propelling charges used in rocket-propelled grenades, consistent with accounts that these villages were shelled when they were attacked. And we additionally recovered, there's not a photo here, but we additionally recovered containers for 60 millimeter mortar bombs, which were used in the shelling. In the time period during which this occurred, so this campaign occurred between 2019 and 2021, and it was designed to expel the Batwa from villages which are set up on their ancestral homeland, which are inside this park. The park received the majority of its support from the German government. The ministry in the German government is called BMZ, with some implementation from GIZ, as well as funding from USAID. This took a lot of different shapes. The different sort of USAID funded programs included working through our friends at the Bronx Zoo, the Wildlife Conservation Society, to provide material support and combat style training to the park guards who were at that point engaged in this campaign. You additionally have support from KfW, which is a German state development bank, about them much more very soon. Several of these programs also went through the US Department of the Interior's Fish and Wildlife Services, and then the institution in the Congolese government that ran this park at the time, manages all the other parks, and partners with these international organizations is the ICCN, that's the Congolese Institute for Nature Conservation. So we published this report in April of 2022, and I'll have to apologize to the more puritanical members of the audience for my language, but when we did so, the German government sort of shit their pants. So here's a statement from the Germans. It's in German, so it's really scary. So this is from April of 2022, and the statement basically, because at the time, the German government was the primary funder, something like 90% plus funding for this park came from the German government. The Germans promised to fund and create a independent commission investigation of our investigation, and based off of the findings of that investigation, they'd make a determination about whether or not they would fund it. Well, they set up this commission, and they chose institutions that would sort of organize the commission, and those institutions were these guys. Well, shit, where have I seen them before? Oh yeah, they're many of the actors that were responsible for a lot of the violence that we documented. Although on this slide, there is one participant in this commission that was excluded. Little old me, there I am, curly haired, vacant, look in my eye, look at that moron. Anyway, I was asked to participate in this commission, presumably to lend some measure of legitimacy, because all the other participants literally worked for or were hired by institutions in some way or another culpable in what we documented. A key individual in this commission was the ICCN's Director of Human Rights, and this is a really important character. He's called George Muzibaziba. He's sitting in the back there. This picture is many of the people who were involved with this commission. So you got WCS people, you got people hired by the Germans, and you got people working for the ICCN. Muzibaziba is really interesting. He's interesting for a couple of reasons. The primary reason he's interesting is because his position exists as a condition of the EU, after many people will be familiar with the BuzzFeed scandal in 2019, which centered in part around violence in another park in Congo, Salonga, The EU and the German government got on board with this, said, if we're going to continue supporting conservation in Congo, we don't like that human rights violation business. That's not us, we're the EU. What we're going to do is create a position called the Director of Human Rights, and then there will never again be any human rights abuses. And that's the end of the presentation. There were never again any human rights abuses. That's the end of it. No, actually, it was a shit show. This commission investigation resulted in a myriad of sort of remarkable phenomena that occurred. I'm sort of stammering here because much of this we know because some participant in the commission, I don't know who could have done something like this, had the gall to secretly record what the other members of the commission were doing, and then leaked it all to Al Jazeera. Like I said, I don't know who had the gall to do something like this, but nevertheless, let's take a look at some of what Al Jazeera had to say about this commission. So they talk about the fact that indeed the commission found there were no widespread atrocities, never mind all that physical evidence that we talked about. But remarkably, that guy I mentioned, the Director of Human Rights, the EU and the Germans, you know, he's their boy, he's the dove. He was caught on tape directly intimidating witnesses. Additionally, you had ICCN lawyers laughing at the mention of gang rape and the death of a Mutwa woman. After that, this is where shit gets really crazy. I'll just read directly from the article. Directly in connection with the work of this commission, quote, according to two independent sources with direct knowledge of the matter, secret meetings were then held between ICCN officials, guards, and sympathetic local indigenous people in which a plot was hatched to kill the Congolese researcher, that's my colleague, and Flummerfelt, little old me, curly hair, vacant look and eye. The researcher said that park guards later went to his home on what he believed was a mission to murder him. Chiefs Mbua and Majafa, two leaders of the community who were interviewed by the commission, also went into hiding, believing that their appearances before this commission placed their lives in danger. Indeed, it did. So, as a product of this German government-funded investigation into German government-backed atrocities, you had an international journalist, a human rights defender, and several leaders of the community literally driven into hiding, in addition to the fact that sources are directly intimidated and people on this commission are laughing about gang rape. Talk about a shit show. Okay. Then we arrive at, so that was April of last year. I was forced to flee, my colleague was forced to flee, leaders of the community went into hiding. There's another leader of the community, the guy whose photo was up on the first slide, who seemed to make it out sort of unscathed. When Survival was planning this conference, he began the process of trying to get a passport so he could come. This was September of 2022. When he started that process, he was detained by the Congolese intelligence agency. He was held for a day. They said to him that he would need to give them information about my whereabouts if he wanted to be released. And they told him that, you know, all the chaos, all the mayhem, all of the funding that was lost because of the investigation that we published was his doing, his documenting and sharing accounts of abuses experienced by his people. And if he went to an international conference, then it would only be worse. So they systematically blocked him from being able to attend, although he wanted to. Beyond that, it doesn't stop there. Remember our friend George Muzibaziba. This is where it gets sort of even more shocking and interesting. Muzibaziba, so myself and my colleague, as well as leaders of the community, continued to receive numerous tips about the fact that people are looking for us, people are still interested in killing us, even accounts that there was money on offer that could lead to people finding us or money on offer to kill us. And one of these tips was to the effect of a lot of this coming directly from the ICCN's Director of Human Rights. But I'm an investigative journalist, so I don't want to just take a tip and act on that. We wanted to get some more direct information. So myself and my colleague created a pseudonym WhatsApp, and we wrote to the guy directly. And as the story went, we said, hey, we have this information about, the journalist that you're looking for. He's going to be here and there. We understand that there's money on offer for you to track the guy down. Now, I don't know many of the people in this audience. I don't know how many of you have coordinated murder plots before, but I would think anyone with a functioning brain gets a message like that, even if you are coordinating a murder plot. Maybe, be a little cautious. That's all I'm recommending. Okay, anyway, we sent the message to the guy. His initial reaction is, okay. He then says, thank you for your attitude. That's an interesting response. Then he sends 3 messages that he immediately deletes. I was in the kitchen making eggs or something. I was kicking myself for that. Then the conversation started to get a little mundane. You know, we just started talking around. And so my colleague and I said, like, we need to be direct again, make it clear. We said, look, we're writing to you because we understood that you were interested in information that might help you get this journalist, and that we might be able to profit from helping you get that information. He responds by saying, I'm going to the office. I need to talk to the DG first. The DG, bear in mind, we're talking about the Director General of the ICCN, of this institution in the Congolese government, which is the partner for all the international conservation organizations that work in all the different parks. Okay. The conversations continue. He says, Fiore would do better at this than me. My useless French, I translated it ahead of time and then I'm like remembering it. He says, but I agree that it's really important, we need to know what this guy is doing in the country because he published such awful propaganda against the ICCN without tangible evidence. Again, never mind all the physical evidence, whatever. Okay, so then he deleted that. He realized it's a little too enthusiastic. I don't know, I gotta be careful. We don't know who these people are. And he says, do you work for the ICCN? We say no, but we figure let's get a little theatrical with this. We respond, but we are truly ready to help you get this enemy of the country. And he responds by saying, I'm reporting all this to the DG, and thank you enormously, because this resembles infiltration. Here again, good people, for the love of God, do not plan murder plots with strangers who write to you on WhatsApp. This is like murder plot 101, for the love of God. Anyway, why am I telling you this? I think it's a sort of funny story in like a macabre and awful way, but the interesting thing, there's the DG of the ICCN. The exact day that this guy promises, I'm gonna go and tell the DG all this shit, the DG actually had another meeting that morning. So with this dude, who's this dude? He looks sort of weird. He's the head of USAID. So I like to say to people, I like to imagine the DG's agenda for that morning: 9 a.m., meet American diplomat; 11 a.m., briefing on potential assassination of American journalist. Anyway, what's the head of USAID doing here? Well, he was talking about bringing something like $15 million of US government funding online for this park specifically. And keep in mind, this is like 8 months after enormous scandal associated with organized abuses in this park, in partnership with our friends, the Bezos Earth Fund. Isn't that great? Jeff Bezos is involved as well. Isn't that remarkable? Beyond that, around that time, I think within 2 or 3 weeks, the German government also hopped on the bandwagon. They had frozen their funding because of like multiple repeated humiliating scandals associated with this. But mass killings, attempts to kill journalists, 8 months is good enough a period to wait. They announced they're bringing 55 million euros of funding online for the ICCN, like within this same week. This was in January of this year. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip of water and then I got some more shit to say. Hold on. So I mentioned earlier KfW. That is the German state development bank that provided a lot of the funding to the park. Pretty much was the primary financial instrument that was supporting this park. In September of last year, which is when Maasai was detained, there was an interesting thing that happened, we can say that, where there was an article that came out in this German paper, Frankfurter, I can't say the second word, but nevertheless, widely read German paper about this conservation award that this bank, which is the bank that provided the 55 million euros to this park, a conservation award that they were handing out. Now, Yannick spoke a bit about the experience of the Maasai in Serengeti. This guy who created Serengeti National Park, he's sort of a lion figure in conservation in Germany. There's a little problem with him. He was literally a Nazi. He was a stormtrooper. He's a member of the SA. He's a brown shirt, okay? And when the Germans lost, he took his Lebensraum doctrine in his backpack with him to the Serengeti and implemented it. And you see the charnel house that produces in Yannick's presentation. So the good people so anyway, that's the guy. KfW, the bank, in 2022 is still handing out an award called the Bernhard Jemek, so SA Stormtrooper Brownshirt Conservation Award. Isn't that funny? The good people at Survival International had some sense and said, you know, hey, maybe you should change it to like the Mahatma Gandhi Conservation Award. Don't you think that'd be smart? Anyway, Germans didn't like that. Interesting, this article, which I'll pull a selection in English in a moment, was published during Rosh Hashanah, and there was a big spread on like the third page of it, some organ in the German government saying Shana Tova to the Jewish people, this and that. Okay, you flip over a couple pages and you get here. Officials in the German government saying, yeah, okay, he was a Nazi. No one's denying he's not a Nazi, saying, but he's got a connection to Frankfurt, you know, we like Frankfurt. And so we want to stick to calling the prize awarded by the KfW Foundation the KfW Bernhard Jemek Prize. It gets more ridiculous. Someone else associated with this award says, you know, what we learned from this is that people are not perfect and also have a downside. People are guided by people. We need role models. Bernhard Jemek is a leading figure in nature conservation in Germany. Very early in the 1950s, he pointed out problems such as population growth and the consequences for nature. In 2022, you know, this wasn't secretly recorded. This guy sat for a damned interview and said this shit. My goodness. Okay. So, and it's interesting. I forgot to say something before saying this, and that was immediately after we were forced to flee. Okay, I got the 5-minute warning, so we're gonna barrel through this shit. After myself and my colleague were forced to flee in April, we went to Frankfurt and we met with these people, the people at the KfW Foundation. Had like a 3-hour meeting, this and that. We talked about the villages being burnt down, all the heinous abuses that I described. In like a 3-hour meeting, the only time that these people used the word tragic or heartbreaking was when they were talking about deforestation. That's interesting. What is this like? Is there suddenly like an eco-Stalinist strain in the German government? No, it's a different sort of extremism, this sort of extremism. Thing is, going back to our project, you know, whether it's the US government funding or it's the German government funding, there is no funding in and around Kahuzi-Biega National Park that doesn't touch Wildlife Conservation Society. The funny thing about Wildlife Conservation Society, and I think this is illustrative of the point of how widespread this sort of fascistic shit is in these circles. Funny thing about WCS is it's remarkably no less innocent of direct relationships to Hitlerism than their German counterparts. So as I'm sure many people here know, two of the founders of the Wildlife Conservation Society, this guy Madison Grant, this other guy Fairfield Osborne, open eugenicists, enthusiastic eugenicists. Madison Grant wrote a book, The Passing of the Great Race, talking about how the Nordic race is dying out, racial suicide, this and that Adolf Hitler referred to as his Bible. I tried to condense this because I figured a lot of other people would be talking about this at the conference, but you can look at US conservation more generally. These people around Muir, they're all eugenicists. They developed a lot of the ideas that the Nazis were looking at with the Nuremberg laws, things like this. But as I'm sure most people here know, one of the things that these two are most well known for is being involved in taking a member of a forest-dwelling community in Congo and displaying them in a cage in the monkey house at the Bronx Zoo. And Wildlife Conservation Society waited 112, 113 years to apologize for that. In 2020, they decided it was the right moment. And what I like to say is the interesting thing is, even while they're giving what was honestly a half-assed apology for putting a member of a forest-dwelling community in a cage in the monkey house, even while they're doing that in 2020, they are actively providing material support to park guards who are wiping villages inhabited by a forest-dwelling community off the face of the earth in eastern DRC. How little changes in more than 100 years, and how illustrative is that of the relationship between theory and practice when it comes to this disgusting shit. I realize I'm low on time, so I'm gonna really barrel through this last point. Here's the point I'd like to make. The final sort of US and German partnership that we can sort of look at in the present moment is an ecologically destructive one. Here's the interesting thing. You look at what's happening in Atlanta. You got militarized police being deployed to crack the heads of protesters who are trying to block the destruction of a forest. Many of these activists were inspired by struggle at Standing Rock or Wet'suwet'en territory, so forth. You look at the US government policy toward Africa from summer of 2022, they talk about how important conservation is because they're worried about the climate crisis, this and that. Meanwhile, the US Department of the Interior, this is from a couple weeks ago, puts an Italy-sized chunk of the Gulf of Mexico up for auction for oil drilling. That's the same Department of the Interior that is responsible for international conservation programs. I'm going to read quickly here just a sentence from the Red Deal. American Indian, hold on, my eyes are useless. Yeah, American Indians are also the only human beings who are under the boot of the Department of the Interior. The federal agency is in charge of managing wildlife parks and Indians. Well, we can actually add to that. Remarkably, indigenous people in places like Congo are also under the boot of that same Department of the Interior. And here's the primary point. If the US government, or the German government for that matter, you know, all of this shit with the coal plant, if they wanted to do something about the climate crisis, what they could do is stop contributing to the climate crisis. They could stop deploying the same sorts of militarized tactics they employ in Congo in places like this to enforce the destruction of ecology. That's what they could do. Last point, Fiore made it. You've got all these corporate supporters of WCS. You've got Mitsubishi, you've got Dow Chemical, you got these oil companies, this and that. Here's the point. The conservationists talk about themselves like they stand between us and the edge of ecological collapse. They're standing on the precipice. There's a funny way in which they're right. They are standing on the edge between us and ecological collapse. They're there to push us off, and we need to stop them. I got one thing that I need to plug really quick. Last thing, there are people of conscience every so often in conservation organizations who are troubled by the things that they see. These conservation organizations thrive on secrecy. So in the next month, myself and several other journalists are working on getting up the technological infrastructure based off of Secure Drop. The New York Times uses it, other papers use it, to receive totally anonymous drops of documents from whistleblowers inside these organizations. If you know anyone, please tell them to watch my Twitter over the next month. And if they're interested, they can totally anonymously drop documents. I won't even know who they are. Thank you guys so much. That's all I got to say. Okay.
Thank you, Robert. Yes. Okay. I have a note from the audience, just to piggyback on what Robert was saying, the detail, and you talk very fast, Robert, because you have a lot of great things to say. No comment, but just to mention, yeah, the name of the man that was put in the cage and displayed at the Bronx Zoo was Ota Benga, and sadly later he committed suicide. So I mean, these are a couple notes I think to keep in mind, especially thinking about tomorrow being at the Bronx Zoo. What's the issue here with the getting? I have no idea what this is.
You just need to go to the Zoom. Yeah, and close this. Drag it down here. Yep, should be good now.
Okay.
Should be able to talk. Is this mic on still? It's supposed to be on.
Okay. So Robert, if you could grab a microphone. You have to flip it on there. But then this is Jean-Marie. He's going to introduce himself and speak, and Robert is going to do the translation.
Well, Daniel, before we
Yes.
start, I think probably he should talk, and rather than me talking over him, he should talk, I take notes, and then I convey it, yeah?
Yes.
Because, I mean,
Yeah.
otherwise it's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, but yeah, talk, stop, translate. Okay.
I just need to full screen this.
Okay.
Oops.
And if I fuck up with my Swahili, Mordecai and Yannick can mercilessly mock me for it later.
Should be coming through your computer. Okay. Is it not?
Will he be able to hear me? No. Somebody's got to talk to him. Tell him the format.
Jay, who's telling him he can start speaking?
I'm not sure how to do that. Should we try to do it through the microphone? Can we hear that?
Can you hear the microphone?
I don't know. Can you speak and see if he can hear you?
Hey, Baba, sijui kama unaweza sikia? Hello? No. Ah? Okay, he hears me. Yeah, ndio Baba. Do you want me to tell him the story?
Yeah.
Okay, Baba unaweza anza ongea. Mimi niko hapa, ongee na mimi nitabambia unasema nini, okay?
Asante sana. Mimi ni Chamari Bantu, niko mwanamemba wa kikundi ya RND Institute. Na hapa nashika kauli kwa jina la mama Shauri mwenyewe alipaswa waongelesha ila amegonjwa. Na kwa leo nitapenda niwaelezee kuhusu maisha ya jamii ya Batwa ambao wamefukuzwa huko katika mbuga la wanyama ya Kahuzi-Biega.
Well, okay, ngoye kidogo Baba. So he said he thanked everyone. He's speaking in place of Shauri, and he's here to tell us about the life of Batwa next to Kahuzi-Biega National Park. Okay, Baba, unaweza endelea. Unaweza ongea hata kwa kama minute moja hivi, kisha utachunga kidogo na nitafanya traduction. Okay, Baba?
Asante. Hapa najulisha kundi lote ambalo wanapatikana mfano jinsi kama nasema kutokea hapo jimboni Kivu mu DRC, na napenda niwajulishe kuhusu namna gani jamii za Batwa wamejaribu kulinda mazingira, kisha kulinda mazingira wamefukuzwa mnyama bila masabishi yoyote, kisha kufukuzwa kinyama hawakupata kitu, ila walipita mbinu fulani kusudi wapate haki yao. Hapo utawapia kufikia pendekezo fulani fulani.
Yeah, but it's not particularly audible. I can like translate half of it, but it's not all that audible. Okay, ngoja kidogo Baba. He said he's given us an introduction of Yannick. How much of that could you hear? It's just the speaker's a bit shit, you know. Yeah, we got 3 Swahili speakers here. No one really caught it. Yeah. Where is the speaker?
It's coming through here, but it's not.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, I could turn it on here. You know, and if you do that.
Baba, ngoja kidogo, tuko na tatizo fulani na ordinateur, ngoja. Okay, samahani baba, sijui kama unaweza, ngoja kidogo. It's got to be turned up. Okay, samahani baba, sijui kama unaweza ongea tena juu tulikuwa na problem. So useme zile maneno mara nyingine ya pili.
Asante. Nilikuwa nasema kama mimi jina langu ni Bantu, mwanamemba wa kundi la R&D Institute ambalo linashughulikia jamii la Wambuti wa hiyo mboga ya kulinda nyama ya Kahuzi-Biega. Na ninasema kwa jina la mama Shauri Ndoinyo ambaye amegonjwa bila yeye ndio aliandaliwa kushika Kahuzi bila kupatana na kuona kama anagonjwa. Mimi nitaongea kuhusu maisha na hali ya jamii ya Batwa wa huko Kahuzi-Biega.
Asante baba. He just reiterated that the reason that Shauri isn't here is because she's sick, and for that reason, he's here to tell us about the life of Batwa of Kahuzi-Biega. Okay, baba, unaweza endelea sasa. Asante.
Hapa napenda kueleza ya kwamba wa jamii ya Wambuti ama Batwa jinsi wanaitwa hapa jimboni Kivu ya Kusini ni jamii ya watu wenye wanaishi porini. Waliishi huko tangu miaka na milele na mababu zao wote wameishi kule na wengi wamekufikia huko, ila wameacha watoto nao waliendelea kuishi kule. Wakati walikuwa wameishi huko porini, jamii la Wambuti wamekuwa wanaishi mzuri sana na wanyama wote waliopatikana huko, yaani ngila, tembo na zingine nyama zote zilikuwa humu. Wao wameishi wakijilinda kufuatana na mila zao na kilika yao. Pia wameishi huko wakiheshimu pori, kwani pori ndiyo chemchemu ya chakula yao na ndio nyumba zao. Wamefanya desturi zao zote bila kuharibu mazingira, kwa sababu wanakamata mazingira sawa vile ndio mahali yao ya kuishi, ndio mahali yao ya kutuma chakula, ndio mahali yao ya kupata dawa, ndio mahali yao ya kufanyia zile madesturi zao za kiasili. Ila wamefika mnamo mwaka wa 1917 walikuwa wakipatikana mnamo hiyo pori yao, wakashtuka wakafukuziwa na serikali ya hayati Marshal Mobutu, president wa zamani wa nchi ya Zaire ya hiyo wakati. Kisha kufukuziwa, hawakwenda kuwaarifu hata kidogo. Wao wameshtuka, wanaamka, wanaona masasi zinaanza lia, wanaona nyumba zao zinaanza kutomewa, wakakimbia. Sasa kila mtu akaenda mahali penye anapenda, na hapo jamii ya Wambuti ama ya Watwa wakajijenga, wakapoteana. Ndipo wamoja wamekimbilia katika teritwari ya Kabare, wengine wamekimbilia katika teritwari ya Kalehe, na wengine wamekimbilia hata katika ziwa la Iji kule Mkitanga. Huko kwenyewe wamekimbilia, wameshikwa na matatizo mingi sana, yaani serikali kuwafukuza, hakuwatayarishia wengine mahali pa kwenda kuishi. Wameanza ishi maisha ya machumbuko sana, yaani wanakosa udongo, wanakosa dawa, wanakosa chakula. Ile yote ikapeleka jamii ya Wambuti kupoteza hata madesturi zao ama mila, na kwa hiyo walikimbilia wakaanza tafuta mbinu zote ili wapate kurudishwa mahali yao, wapate udongo na wapate hata haki mali ya umma ambayo inapatikana mkoni yao yenye ilikuwa ilishageuka pale ama mboga ya wanyama ya Kahuzi-Biega. Wamekaa pamoja muda mrefu ila hawakupata suluhisho. Kuna mbinu mbili sasa zenye jamii ya Wambuti wanapitia hapo kwa kuomba serikali ya Kongo iwarudishe katika haki yao udongo na mali ya umma. Hapo
samahani baba, samahani, siwi kama unaweza ongea kama minute moja, nitabaambia ulisema nini, kisha utaendelea, okay?
Ndio.
Sawa, asante sana. Okay, so he said at the beginning, I wasn't writing it down, but I remember pretty well, and Mordecai can tell me if I forgot. He said, I'd like to tell you about the life of the Batwa. He was talking about how before they were expelled from their land, they lived in harmony with the animals that are now inside the park, or the animals were still there rather. You could see elephants, you could see all sorts of biodiversity, all that was still there. And then they were expelled, and then he said in 2017 was when they were returned, and they began to see that their homes were being burnt, they began to suffer so much, and they were forced again to be dispersed in different places. Some of them went to Kabare territory, to Kalehe territory, and I think he said Fizi as well. He said now they live with so many problems, they start to have a miserable life because they're left with no land, no medicine, and no food. Therefore, they must be granted that which is their right, and they must be returned to their land. And then I can't read my own handwriting for the last two sentences, but that pretty much encapsulates what he said up until now. Did I miss anything, Mordecai? Okay. Sawa baba, unaweza endelea.
Nilikuwa nimesema kwamba mahali walipokimbilia ni tarafani Kabare, Kalehe, na wengine wamevuka ziwa Kivu wakaenda kuzaliwa huku Kitanga ya Izi. Kule njo wanajamii wa Batwa Kahuzi-Biega wanapatikana kwa sasa. Ni masumbuko mingi sana kama vile Robert anamaliza kusema. Hapa sasa walipofika mwisho wa masumbuko, wameona eti ni lazima washurutishe serikali ya Kongo warudishe katika haki yao, na kwa hiyo wameshika njia mbili kwa kuomba serikali iwarudishe katika haki yao. Njia ya kwanza wameshika, wameenda sheria. Jamii la Wambuti wa Kahuzi-Biega wameenda mashtaka, wakaenda staki serikali ya Kongo mungazi zote za nchi Kongo, tokea tribunali ndogo ya hapa Bukavu hadi huko Cour de Cassation pale Kinshasa. Walipoona serikali haikujibu kwa mahitaji yao, jamii la Wambuti wameenda hapo kunako Commission Africaine, ndiyo ngazi ya pili mkisheria kwenye wameenda kunako Commission Africaine kufuatana na jinsi ngazi za kisheria za Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo hazikujibu malalamiko yao, na hiyo malalamiko wanashurutisha serikali ya Kongo vitu vifuatavyo. Ya kwanza, wanalomba serikali ya Kongo iwarudishe katika makao yao muile yenye ilikuwa Kahuzi-Biega ambayo leo ni mboga ya kulinda wanyama. Kesi ya pili wameomba serikali ya Kongo.
Baba,
Ikiwa serikali ya Kongo
samani unaweza ngoe kidogo, nitabaambia ulisema nini mbio sana. Okay? Ni sawa? Okay. If I were translating more properly, I would present more beautiful, sort of proper legal language. But he was talking about how they should be returned to their land, and to try to be returned to their land, they've gone to the government, they've tried to go via the route of the law. If I understood correctly, Mordecai was talking about how they were trying to go different routes in Bukavu and in Kinshasa. All of them failed, and for that reason, they were forced to try to bring their case before the African Commission outside the country. Going to the African Commission to try to petition that the African Commission ask the government of Congo to respect their rights. Okay. Babu, unaweza endelea.
hapo kunako Commission Africaine ndipo kwenye mashtaki inapatikana, na huko jinsi nimesema, jamii la Wambuti linasindikizwa huko na ARND Institute ambayo ni kundi letu sisi sawa vile watetezi wa haki za binadamu. Ndio kazi yetu ile. Wamekuja wakatupatia kesi yao, na sisi tunasindikizwa katika hiyo kesi kunako mashtaki na minority rights group pia na Law Enforcement Foundation Norway. Ndio wafadhili wenyewe wanasindikiza katika kazi tunayofanya kwa kusindikiza jamii la Wambuti malalamiko yao. Hiyo malalamiko iliingia kunako Commission Africaine tangu mwaka wa 2013, mwaka wa 2016 ndio wameleta kesi yao kunako Commission Africaine.
That one I lost a lot. How much did you get, Mordecai? I mean, he was talking about the organization. Oh, he's gone.
I think his connection is
He'll come back.
really, yeah.
Yeah, I was losing a lot that time, but he was talking about their organization, which is ERND, which is a legal organization. They're human rights human rights defenders, you could say, and they are working with the Batwa in this case. He was saying more specific stuff about how they're working with them, but I wasn't picking it up because of the connection. You get something, Mordecai, that I missed?
Yeah, I also said that they're talking and collecting information of the particular, detailed information of the wrongs and violations. Yeah, so they can present those.
ERND. Some French stuff that I couldn't say. Environment, something. Do you think he'll come back?
Maybe. So why don't we open it
We
up
could
for
do
questions?
Swahili karaoke as well. That might be.
After. But if people have questions, we can try to, maybe we'll get Jean-Marie back or not.
Yeah.
But while we're doing
And
that,
now we gotta agree to terms and conditions.
let me grab a mic.
Oh, I think the problem's us. Yeah, look. We didn't agree to the terms and conditions. Sorry, the institution's set up on stolen land. I'm not agreeing to terms and conditions.
Would anyone like to ask a question? Okay, thank you.
Robert, Peter, we know each other. A quick question for you. Just love to get a little background on how you did the reporting for this, how you found out about it, what was some of the interactions with the communities there, how receptive were they to your inquiries, that kind of.
I've worked on conservation-related issues in Congo for a while. I was particularly struck when I first moved to Congo. Sort of the spaces that I always think are most interesting for investigations are spaces where, you know, in the sort of white gilded ghettos where expats, you know, sort of live and play, you know, like UN people, expats, things, you know, people working for NGOs, whatever, they have one idea about things and then pretty damn well everyone else has a different set of ideas. And the first such disconnect that I observed was about Virunga National Park in Congo. You know, Virunga is a couple stops short of a religion in many of these circles, sort of expats, but among most Congolese people, it's just regarded as a project that's set up on stolen land, remarkably violent, you know, so forth. So that was when I was sort of initially clued in just to this interesting sort of dynamic of, you know, sort of abject neo-coloniality of parks. And then in connection with some of the work that I've been doing in connection with that, minority rights who are connected to this legal case that the guy was talking about with the African Commission contracted me to go in to start the sort of proper field work. You asked a lot of really good questions, but I worry that I'll start another spiel and go on for 20 minutes, but suffice it to say that myself and my team, although we had documented a lot of abuses in other parks, were truly shocked by the scale of what people were describing to us when we initially arrived. And if I'm fully honest, there was a sort of moment at which we were a little bit skeptical initially. I don't like to say it, but it was true. Of course, we sort of grew in our confidence as we spoke to more people, and then ultimately attacks happened while we were out there working. And then, you know, we started documenting the physical evidence, and that really sort of changed everything. Yeah.
Just to say, there's also a representative of Minority Rights Group, which is the NGO that actually have done the investigation, and she's there.
Hi. Yeah, hi. I'm Jennifer from Minority Rights Groups. Thanks very much. Just to add maybe to what Robert just said about the kind of the idea of having this report drafted. So we started working with Jean-Marie from ER&D in Bukavu. They actually contacted us because we've had some cases in Kenya also before the African Court on the very same type of situation, eviction of indigenous people because of conservation, sorry. So we started working with them, and the domestic case didn't go anywhere in Congo, so we've brought the case before the African Commission of Human and People's Rights. We should also get a good judgment anytime soon, but it's been there for 5 years, 6 years now, so it's quite a long process. And while working in the PNKB with the community, we've actually realized everything that was happening in the name of conservation, and we wanted to investigate and show the people that not only it was not working for the environment, but it was also in violation of human rights. But as Robert said, what we discovered was actually like bigger what we had even knew or expected to see. And we've actually had 2 reports following an investigation because it was too much to say in just one report. So Robert's report focused on the human rights violation happening at the very same time that he was there. And we have a second report drafted by a consultant, Colin Woma, who actually focused on international accountability. So it is more, he collected evidence of the implication of the worldwide WCS and also the German's government there. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your chat. I was wondering how you're seeing the Nazi eco-fascist thought being repackaged in modern day environmental messaging. I've been seeing a lot of long-termism and prioritizing future generations becoming such a huge part of what I'm taking in. So what should we be cautious of?
I think that's a really, really fascinating question. And I mean, I think that, this is something Fiore and I have talked about a lot. I think that there are disturbing ways in which, I mean, the most obvious is obviously sort of Malthusianism, and this sort of language of the Anthropocene, the sort of vulgar insinuation that the problem is humans as opposed to a particular, powerful cohort of humans. That's sort of mainstream. And that's sort of like, you know, I love the fact that people are in the streets in Europe, so forth, but in my judgment, you know, and I'm a hell of a guy to say this, but the movement's very white, you know, and it's very sort of, it's very Eurocentric in a lot of ways. And so I think it means well, but sort of leans into some of that. And then of course you have these powerful actors like these governments and like Jeff Bezos, who like, you know, sees a gold mine for sort of violent violent greenwashing rather. And that's, in my judgment at least, you know, in countries like Congo, which Congo is only one such example, you have this sort of phenomenon within which the sort of governments are increasingly perceiving like, wow, there's a bunch of really powerful actors desperate to reassert their sort of ecological, you know, legitimacy in a moment in which everything's going under, and they're sure as hell not going to shut down coal plants in Germany, but they're keen to throw tens of millions of dollars at any violent project that'll murder indigenous people in other part of the world, so they can, you know, put a panda logo on their shit. So I think it's a sort of interesting macabre waltz between well-meaning activists who sort of like toe the like more earth first line, and power brokers who see a real opportunity there. You know, we're not like really in the era of climate denialism anymore. Yeah, there's a couple fascistic lunatics, but for the most part, the powerful are like, it's green capital and green fascism versus those of us who, you know, want to see them all burn, you know. Yeah, that's what I think, my useless 2 cents on that.
Hi, Robert. My name is Jasmine Murphy. I work for the Wolf Conservation Center, and I'm a writer. First, I want to thank you for your work. I was first introduced to you through an interview you did on the Breakthrough News with Rania Khalek. It actually took me a minute to watch that because it was so painful to listen to. So forgive me, I'm going to kind of struggle to formulate this question, but I would like to know, kind of expanding on this last question and to some of your points just now, I'd like to know, like, what do you envision as practical methods for us to counter a lot of the things that we've been talking about today? Because from my perspective, as an African-American person and somebody who has had a lot of conversations with Indigenous people, even to your point, a lot of the white people who do, or European people who do recognize that there are constant infringements on Indigenous rights and persistent dedication to the continued colonization of people like African diasporic peoples, even when there is that recognition, there's still this strange impulse to control, resistance to that. I've talked to Indigenous people who have said that they work sometimes in organizations with these visibly white people who silence them and say, like, this is our narrative, you know, we're helping you. And I've engaged with people who, you know, if they disagree with certain life ways of certain Indigenous peoples, then they'll withhold their support. And you guys have been talking about how you try to go to different governmental organizations, they don't listen. And so from the perspective of a colonized person, collectively colonized people, even the people who say they're listening are still not listening to us. So how do you envision us moving forward in a practical way where non-European people are genuinely heard, and where our experiences are considered to realistically dismantle these systems?
I love that question. That's great. It reminds me of the sort of conversation around Malcolm X, where like all the white people wanted to be in Harlem as opposed to like working in their own communities, which I think is oftentimes, there's power there, and that's maybe the place where the white people belong, sort of dismantling their own shit as opposed to running around to be smiling with, to sort of be there, I think it's a a really difficult question, and also one that I'm probably not best fit to answer in a lot of different ways. Myself, I'm a big believer, I like the fact that the sort of US left has taken to defund as a sort of tactical approach to, as an example, policing, things like this. I think that there's a lot of power in the capacity to defund oppressive institutions. And like I said, I think that, at least on the side of white people, are engaged with this, which, by the way, I think that, I mean, there's like 6 of us, I mean, I don't think it's a particularly big group of people in the first instance who even care about this sort of stuff. But I think that the space, at least for them to start, is, working at dismantling the stuff that's like designed to benefit them. That's sort of my read. It's maybe not a great answer to your question. And thanks for the nice thing you had to say about the Rania Halleck interview. I imagine it was painful, partially because it's an interview with me and I'm drinking water and flipping my hair and rambling. So, but yeah, thank you for that. And sorry for the not so helpful answer there too.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. It's very rare that journalists are as steeped in the philosophy of what they're doing as you are. Language is a big problem. I've done some work, even training for journalists with minority rights group through the Uganda office. And it's a problem when you go like to Loliondo, where Yannick comes from, and Maasais are called minority, and that's Maasai land. So the concepts, the problems come from deep in the concept. So it can challenge even those who are in there to help. What do you think is the best way to fight or push back against this, especially in the journalism, the writing and everything?
Yeah, that's a big one. And I think that, Survival's done great stuff on sort of guides for journalists and things like this. In my judgment, at least, I've seen a lot of the journalists who are writing about this. A lot of times, white journalists, as a reflex, they go into these spaces and they are just absolutely in love with the sort of white conservationists. Sometimes literally they're in love with them. Sometimes figuratively, politically, they're in love with them. And they go in and they're given these dog and pony show tours where they're driven around. I can't tell if they genuinely don't believe that abuses happen or if they really don't care, but nevertheless, that sure as hell is not a way to engage with what's happening in and around these parks. So I think that that's like the first hurdle with, you probably know as well as anyone, sort of especially white journalists on the continent of Africa. Holy God, what a crew of people. Oh my goodness, these are some of the worst in terms of just abject coloniality. And some of like what I was talking about before with the sort of white gilded ghettos, things like this. The thing that troubled me most when I started to see those spaces where you got the people working for foreign corporations and foreign governments and the UN and whatever all hanging out is the journalists are right there having a good time. They take off their journalist hat and that's their neutral white space where they hang out and they're apolitical. And then they go out and they hunt for their story, by asking their fixer to find them 3 people who are going to tell them what they want to hear. So I think that those are like enormous structural hurdles for journalism before we can even get to decolonizing the sort of language and concepts around this. We got to get to like really dismantling the hell out of those structures to produce anything that remotely approximates reality, let alone justice out of a lot of people covering this sort of stuff. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Claudia Barragan. I'm from Bolivia. I'm an Aymara indigenous person. What I really appreciated about your presentation was the honesty. I think it's really important to point that out, right? To be able to speak with honest and truth to power. So much of that honesty, we laugh, right? Because it makes us like, wow, it's uncomfortable. So therefore, the first thing we do is laugh. But the foundation of all of this is death. Right? And that honesty actually is trying to really bring up that as well. My question goes into kind of like the first presentation, and I felt like I wanted to talk about it in the sense that, so in my country, in Bolivia, we actually kicked out USAID, Right now, if you look for jobs, you know, with WWF or any conservation agency from here, from the United States, there are none because they're not allowed in my country. My country, and this goes to your question, right? So what happens when a country, we had in 2012, we had a big census, and it was found that 75% of us identify as Indigenous. And that was one of the points that was made, right? Once that you're allowed to say that you are Indigenous, then things change. Our government is Indigenous, and it's been going through a whole process of decolonization, and it's a process. We're still in it. And we kicked out USAID. We don't accept those funds. And definitely changes have been seen in my country. We're a very small country. We're a socialist, democratic country. However, one of the things that we don't see that I wanted to ask was if the nations that are currently in Congo and your particular communities are looking at also developing nations like mine and seeing that even if survival is looking at what we're doing and how we've managed to really stomp what you're saying, you know, that process, right? Addressing this colonization. Because sometimes we focus so much on the US, and I think funding is really important. Stop the funding, and we try to, I do that here because I live here, right? But also really looking at other countries that are smaller that have gone through this. To the question that I was going to ask you is, what would happen? One of the things you said in the expat world in Africa right now, because what they did, what WWF and USA did, is since they're not allowed in Andean countries like mine, indigenous countries like mine, then they focus on Africa because red carpet for you all, right? And I have friends of mine that are dear friends that are doing that work, and I know what those I can imagine what those expat communities are. What would happen if they're kicked out, right? What would happen if like actually people started, and also our funding actually worked, right? Our defunding actually worked. What would happen? So that's what I would like to know. Thank you.
Good shit would happen. It's a I mean, the audience is kicking ass with these questions. This is great. I think it's actually a sort of helpful sort of answer to the prior question as well about sort of like white domination, even in the sort of good spaces. There's a concept by an academic who studied Trinidad, the infrastructures of liberation, where she's an abolitionist, and she looked at a lot of the ways in which people in Trinidad were reacting to the climate crisis. Sort of felt like, yeah, abolitionism, it's such this idea, it's, you know, like it sort of, you know, sits on shelves, people aren't really doing anything with it. And then she sort of looked at the way in which people are reacting to the situation, and they might not conceptualize themselves as abolitionists or call themselves abolitionists, but what they're doing is really laying the pipes and like the real work, organic resistance. And that's, for me, like, that's really sort of the hope. You know, you look at the sort of white climate movement, things like this. In my judgment, you know, the people that we're talking about here, the Batwa, they're standing up against the same forces, you know, the same Department of the Interior that was cracking heads at Doppel. You know, they're standing up against the same forces that are responsible for the climate crisis, and they have been paying the ultimate price for it. You know, the weight of some of the world's most powerful governments bearing down on their heads. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's resistance like that, that's just, you know, their assertion of their right to exist. That's what's gonna actually carry the day. I hate to say it, but it's not gonna be, you know, conferences like this, and it's not gonna be Greta Thunberg marching through the streets in Europe. You know, if shit's gonna get better, it's gonna come actually organically from below. And that's like exactly to your point. So yeah, I just got nothing to add with these great questions, you know? I mean, that's it.
I came in a little late, but what are the major issues that you were discussing for the last 2 hours? And can social media help turn the tide in this case? Like, you know, Facebook and the others, social media groups?
So the major issues are, sort of militarized neo-colonial conservation, the ways in which powerful actors, like big states or big corporations, are reacting to ecological collapse by basically organizing enormous violence and dispossessions against indigenous people in other parts of the world as an effort to sort of violently green their image. As far as social media, it's an interesting question. I mean, I don't particularly love Mark Zuckerberg and people like this. I do think you look at like the Arab Spring as an example. There's a situation where sort of horizontal means of distributing information meant that people were able to organize, people were able to document abuses, things like this, in a way that actually contributed to the situation positively. And, looking at the situation that Yannick spoke about in Loliondo as an example, there are a lot of ways in which the old model of the, some white journalist parachuting into a place and like showing the world what happened is increasingly pointless and anachronistic. And the reason for that is precisely because you increasingly have the means by which people all over the world can document directly what's happening to them. So what the hell do we need, a correspondent from the BBC come in and explain the situation to us for? So, if you have more of that and more like real robust networks of information where like communities like the Batwa, the Maasai, other communities suffering these sorts of abuses can document these things and distribute them in real time, that can, it could certainly make me relevant. And I think that would be a good thing, yeah. Do you want a mic?
Communities here on Turtle Island with the No DAPL movement and before the Dakota Access Pipeline was the Idle No More movement in Canada. And that really marks a time where social media really shifts the way the world is able to see that kind of activism coming from the ground in Indigenous communities.
I'll just add one comment. Jean-Marie said something in the chat, and he wanted to add that the violence that the Kahuzi-Biega are facing, it affects them and the Batwa, but not just them, also other defenders of human rights, and that they're constantly subjugated to intimidation and arbitrary arrest.
This is the last question.
Yeah. First of all, just let me say thanks to the organizers for creating this incredible space. It's so important for all of us, especially for students and scholars to interact with those who are doing the real work on the ground. I just wanted to speak to one of the earlier questions in terms of white spaces. So I am from the Caribbean. I do work in Jamaica, in Trinidad, Dominica, various islands. And, the situation, speaking with my African counterparts, it's very similar. The conservation landscape is dominated by expats, people who come there and see an opportunity in terms of, oh, I'm going to protect this animal and this is going to make me famous. And, that's what they do and build a career out of it. And, you said to yourself, like, how have you been here for 3 decades and you have not reached down and, risen one Jamaican to the point where they can manage what you do after 30 years? Like, how is that possible? But it's all about them. It's really all about them. So we're talking about spaces where power and privilege play a very, very important role. Where the journalists, to your point, come in and, they're invited to this colonial house that has existed back to the 1700s. And they're hanging out with the Haitians who are European and the Jamaicans who are European and who have a very messed up sense of, how the world works and how society should be structured. So they're learning disproportionately from these interactions, and honestly, they don't want to give up that rum punch either. As a journalist, and that cushy plantation life that they get to enjoy, and then they're misrepresenting the ideas and the ideologies of what life is like and how things should be. My question in terms of directed at our panelists here is, looking back in terms of being a journalist, here we are, we're at a very important university here in the center of the world, because that's what New York is in a way. How do you see the role of university in terms of how journalists are trained? We are sending out journalists, etc., training them. What would you have liked to see in terms of looking back? What are your hopes in terms of how journalists are trained and how others who are interacting in these spaces are trained in terms of making change?
I really appreciate, first of all, the comment initially. As far as the question, I dropped out of the university, and when I interact with colleagues who, did the journalism school thing, I often sort of jokingly, only half jokingly say, like what they taught them was, how to lie to people, how to sort of be plugged into the propaganda model a bit. I think that for me, the big thing is, it's probably too much to say in a pithy answer, but sort of like Dina was saying, and I was getting at earlier, I think that there are different views of journalism, and there is one that is absolutely a sinking ship, and that is this imagined, objective, external observer, very like anthropological. I come in and I'm objective because I'm neutral, because I'm an outsider. Academics moved past this decades ago. Journalists are very behind on that. And the notion that journalists, the notion that there even is a need for the sort of traditional foreign correspondent is a little bit funny. And I think the spaces that are more interesting now are sort of like citizen journalists, spaces where journalists are overtly political and are unembarrassed about it, which, by the way, like Ida B. Sawyer, I.F. Stone, like that's nothing new. But nevertheless, it was never in the mainstream. I think there's a little bit of a sea change there. I'd like to see more of that. People are unembarrassed about having ideas. Like, I don't want to be told that, I go into a context like Kahuzi-Biega, where you have, I would say, group destruction happening before our eyes, and I need to like not take a side because I have my journalistic objectivity. What the hell is that? Objectivity, is a byword for servility to power in most cases. Journalistic objectivity was, the New York Times lying the American public into the Iraq War, but everyone, you can't wear a peace pin when you're walking into the New York Times, but it's okay if the coverage is, lying about weapons of mass destruction. There's journalistic objectivity. I think that's really what needs to go. And a lot of people know that, and I think that's a sea change. That's my useless idea, yeah.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, we are going to have lunch now. Just I wanted to say briefly that there is a little bit of these topics that we have been discussing, especially we were talking about the role of the journalist in the book, Decolonize Conservation, which many of the speakers here today wrote. And there is a very good chapter by John Vidal, who is the former environmental editor of The Guardian, so a big piece of newspaper, where he explained how WWF paid his trip and how much control they have on what you report. And he now is retired, so he can talk about this. It's one of the chapters, so I invite you also to have a look at the book that is just right outside when you go out from here. And thank you very much, Robert, also for the translation, amazing last minute. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, this on? One further announcement. I mean, everyone here is dismissed, but this is actually for the live stream. So on the live stream during the lunch break, we're going to be able to show a short film called Nyama, which, yeah, I've probably messed up the name, but on these very issues in the Ugandan DRC area about conservation, its impacts on a Batwa family. So just after this, just stay on and you'll be able to watch this really powerful film. And thank you. And then we'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern time for the next panel. Yes, back here at 1. It's fine with me. I'd like to introduce our 1 o'clock panel on decolonizing conservation. First up, we have Mordecai Ogada. Can you hear me? Is this working? Okay, great. Mordecai is a carnivore ecologist and conservation scholar who's been involved in conservation policy and practice for the last 18 years in Kenya and other parts of Africa, primarily on human-wildlife conflict mitigation and carnivore conservation. Over the last 3 years, Mordecai has been engaged in examining the policy problems and prejudices that underlie the challenges experienced in wildlife conservation, particularly in the Global South. These issues form the central theme of The Big Conservation Lie, a book focused on Kenya, co-authored with John Mabaria. He's currently the Executive Director of Conservation Solutions Africa, which is a natural resource management consultancy based in Nanyuki. Dr. Ogada consults for Survival International on the impact of conservation practice on the lives and rights of Indigenous people, particularly in Africa. We are also joined by Ashley Dawson. Ashley is a professor of post-colonial studies in the English department at the Graduate Center in the City University of New York and the College of Staten Island. His recently published books focus on key topics in the environment and humanities and include People's Power, Reclaiming the Energy Commons from 2020, Extreme Cities, The Peril and Promise of Urban Life in the Age of Climate Change from 2017, and Extinction, A Radical History from 2016. Ashley is the author of a forthcoming book, Environmentalism from Below, from Haymarket Press. And he is, as I mentioned earlier, he's one of the co-editors of the essay collection, Decolonize Conservation from Common Oceans Press, which is the book that we have outside on the desk for purchase. So join me in welcoming Mordecai and Ashley. Mordecai, you're up first, and let me make sure that I'm doing this correctly. So share here.
Is that his presentation?
Yes.
Okay, yep. And should be sharing. You can drag that to the right, to like out of the way. This entire toolbar.
Man, how do I do that?
I got it. Oh, yeah, you got it.
Okay. All you, Mordecai. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to this session. Yeah, decolonizing conservation. The reason for that, decolonize conservation now, is because it's a really, really urgent thing. It's not something we can and should wait for any further. You just okay. Oh, I click on that arrow. Okay. Okay, conservation, as we know, it revolves a lot around protected areas, which are, in truth, a cruel, primitive conservation tool. So, because we need to ask ourselves the philosophical question, who are they protected from? And the truth is they're often protected from their owners. The IUCN definition, and this is the root of many of the problems we have, of protected areas: a clearly defined geographical space, recognized, dedicated, managed, etc., through legal and other effective means. See the red font. Therein lies so many human rights violations, ethical problems within those few words. But this is the definition we are using all over the world today. Where did this come from? Yeah, the American model. Brainchild of Roosevelt, John Muir, a couple of basically megalomaniacs who didn't know anything about ecology or the way natural cycles work. And this was their self-actualization thing. And strangely enough, 120 years later, you have people highly qualified with PhDs and other degrees pursuing and trying to justify the ideas of people who knew nothing about the field. You can see the disconnect between that and reality. So protected areas were initially protected from locals for enjoyment by foreigners and elites. And these are photos from Roosevelt's famous safari 1910-11, which happened actually in Kenya. And these are celebrated as romantic pictures of heroism, and they even celebrated the centenary of this at the Smithsonian Institution some time back. Amongst the photos, you also see oppression of locals. Again, indentured laborers carrying all this kit, equipment, material, ammunition, arms, ivory, etc., over hundreds of miles. There are photos of them crossing rivers on foot while Roosevelt and his crew are on horses. perfect pictures for the ideas Roosevelt had. But this has gone on. It has, since the beginning of this, the locals have always been at sort of the bottom of the pyramid. And philosophically, the key problem is this. Today, we are approaching this thing from a global collective perspective. And when we approach resource conservation with the global vision, you end up with things like the 30 by 30 UN declaration on this, that, the other, the IUCN definition, are so one size fits all. The world is so diverse. You couldn't fit one policy into the United States, all of it. It's crazy that we try and fit that to the world. So we are denying human diversity while claiming to protect biological diversity. And these disconnects start there. Because a lot of these ideas are created here in New York, UN headquarters, or in Nairobi, UNEP headquarters, and we try and apply them all over the world. And it requires violence to get something in to fit, which inherently can't fit. So some of the things at ground level in Kenya, you see photos like this, and this is referred to as a community encroaching on a conservation area. You see that guy there with his cattle and the zebras in the foreground, the background. So the community is encroaching. But when it's a couple of white people on horses, it's Mr. So-and-so and Mr. So-and-so going on a riding safari. That's individual. They're having an individual, wonderful experience. But the other part, it's a community encroaching. So it's an us and them thing. And these fences, many of them exist on the ground, but probably the most harmful fences are those that exist in our minds and in the learning around these. Putting my ecologist hat on, if we want sustainability, lies in the protection of species, systems, and livelihoods, not geographical areas. If climate change is happening, you won't have a cool area within a fence called a national park if you have global warming. If the droughts are getting longer, you won't have rain in a fenced national park because there are no people there. The drought will hit everywhere. So things that don't exist in isolation in nature, when we create artificial isolation, that just satisfies ego. It doesn't satisfy any biodiversity aims. Conservation colonialism that we're speaking against here today, it's inherently racist. And that's one thing that we must all accept at the beginning as a preamble to solving whatever problems we have. And this is why it's important to understand that conservation is not science, it's not biology. It's a whole that includes I think the humanities are probably even more important because conservation is a human issue. It's not an animal issue. Some of the problems you see occur in language, the violence. You see game meat and venison when it's eaten by white people, it's bushmeat when it's eaten by black people. You see hunting and poaching, Fiore mentioned earlier. You see exploring, riding safari, but encroaching when it's a guy with his cows. See ranchers. In Kenya, white people with cattle are called ranchers. Black people with cattle are called herders. This is in media, you see it all the time. Travelers and nomads, people, communities, those kind of things. That is a very important root of the problem because communication is so important today. So we need to engage with people in the humanities, languages, etc. Again, taking stock of Africa's livestock emissions, suddenly the cattle in Africa are a problem equivalent to the SUVs in the West or nuclear power stations. So if the cattle are a problem, so they say we should get rid of cattle, are we going to get rid of buffaloes and elephants as well? Lord knows they produce methane too. So this is the cognitive dissonance that we see and we have to get away from. So academia, because people publish these papers, academia also needs to be very careful. A recent study on tree cover around the world, this was in Nature, said the world has about 422 trees for every person. But the best, look at the chart showing the best countries. Can you see the settler colonies? Number 1, 2, 3, 4. The top African country mentioned here is Ethiopia, which has relatively high human population and a high proportion of desert. They wouldn't mention Democratic Republic of Congo because they might be number one, and you'd think black people are actually conserving. Why don't they mention Gabon? Brazil doesn't even feature here. You see what so academia is also enhancing and feeding into this narrative, and we must be careful about this. Even our more subtle communication, this is a poster in India that talks about, and people should not encroach on wildlife areas. If you look carefully, you'll see the difference in complexion between the forest guards and the indigenous criminals in quotes. So this is the reality we live in today. And this is why we need to get it into the mainstream. Again, in India, you have Kaziranga National Park, where some horrendous mortality figures over wildlife, perceived wildlife crime. But the royal family was really shocked by the number of animals that died in a flood. They never say anything about the people. That shows it's about elite and the animals. And as much as we look at some works like fiction, like the famous Legend of Tarzan, written by Edgar Rice Burroughs, it's crazy. There's this elite white man in Africa with animals, and there's no black people. We are trying to create that today, 100-something years later, and that's what we are imagining as the ideal. So when you have UN conferences like the IUCN World Conservation Congress, which happened in Maasai, and Survival also hosted a parallel decolonization congress, they have registration fees of 1,200 euros. So they decide who comes. I wouldn't spend that money to register for any conference anywhere on anything. But they decide who comes. So they get those who they choose, like the gentleman is Jose Mirabal from the Amazon. And they come there and they tell you to wear the colorful costume so it looks good. This is window dressing. Because at the same conference, the EU came up with this huge Nature Africa plan. You can check this out online. Basically to take over management of all those landscapes and seascapes for carbon trading and violent takeover of landscapes and seascapes. And somehow there was only Nature Africa plan. There was no Nature Asia, there was no Nature South America, no Nature America, no Nature Australia. It was only about Africa. So this is imposition of hegemony. And this is the colonialism we talk about. So we have some amorphous organizations in Africa like Peace Parks Foundation. And typically what they do is they run these transboundary conservation areas. It's a very clever ploy because when you have a conservation area that covers a bit of Namibia, Botswana, a bit of Angola, a bit of Zimbabwe and Zambia, none of these governments really knows how to deal with you. So you sort of float in the middle of the laws and the regulations of all these countries, but you look wonderful and you get a lot of money. Really good business idea, actually. So there's African parks as well that translocates rhinos all over Africa. Rhinos are a very powerful and useful land grabbing tool. If you want land in Africa, find yourself a rhino. You put it someplace, you'll get a license to fence some thousands of acres, you'll get firearms licenses to protect it, you'll get permission to kick out the locals. So that's what Prince Harry does with African parks. Again, transboundary, this between Kenya and Tanzania, covers the area Yannick was talking about earlier. 30 by 30 campaign for nature. These are the questions. Who will all countries commit to the scheme? I do not see any plans to expand Central Park here by 30%. It's all going to be Mount Kenya Park near where I live. No one's going to expand Regent's Park in London by 30%. And this is what we have, these are the questions we have to face. And then when you ask these questions, you get these shape-shifting scams, carbon credits, carbon trade offsets, etc. A very coarse look at it, and this is the root of the colonialism. A coarse look at it, if you look at the top polluting nations, you see them in the global north and in Asia. But look at where the carbon schemes are, in the global south. So the only place where the carbon schemes overlap with the pollution is actually Asia. And that's why there's no Chinese guy coming to Kenya wanting to launch a carbon trading project, or an Indian guy. It's all people from Europe and the United States. And this is what we need to understand. If you look at consumption of resources, we need 5 Earths if everyone consumed at the rate of the United States. Yet we need only 1 Earth, which is what we have, if everyone consumed at the rate of Niger, which is an African country. Yet you find someone from the United States coming to advise people in Niger how to run their environment. That's the definition of colonialism. These problems have been highlighted by Robert spoke earlier on Oakland Institute, Survival International as well. But what you hear, some of the things Robert talked about, what you hear is we are doing something about this, and at the same time, there's a theme that runs through all this, that this is the best we have. What's the alternative? We have to do this. We don't have a choice. I want to illustrate the alternative in photos. That's northern Laikipia in Kenya. That's Bazula in Burkina Faso. That's somewhere in Nugu in Nigeria. That's Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. That's in Talek near Maasai Mara, southern Kenya. That's near Laikipia, northern Kenya. This is in a village called Kazinga in Uganda. Those are not cattle, those are buffaloes. The lady washing her clothes, doing activities. It's on the shores of Lake Victoria. You can see some elephants and kids playing around and that kind of thing. This last year, this is not like in the romantic 1950s, this last year. So there is an alternative. And the lowest hanging fruit, it may be difficult for these organizations to change the way they do things, but the lowest hanging fruit is for them to just go away. Just shut down. Because they claim that they're essential, but in truth, they're not. So unless they can change the way they do things, we need to call them out. Those who contribute to them need to ask more questions, because their marketing game is tops. They're so warm and cuddly over here, when in Africa, it's boots on the ground, fences and guns and torture and all these kind of things and displacement. So it's important that we partner with journalism, the humanities, historians, linguistics is very important, geography and all that, so that we reach something that can approach sustainability. Sustainability as we're using it now is being bandied around by governments and the UN as a technical term, but it's very subjective. It's subjective, it's like lovability. Is Mordecai lovable? Or is he not? It's subjective. So sustainability that we're being told about now is just a buzzword, but it's not real in terms of society and what's being done. Thank you very much.
Stop share. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and then,
Where's my background slide? Okay.
well, isn't he gonna present now?
No, he doesn't have a presentation.
No presentation? Okay, then this is
I know, but it's not showing.
Oh, okay, that's good. And then just close this presentation. Now you should go back to that and then view full screen.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for coming out. I'd like to start off by thanking my colleagues here at the City University of New York, particularly everybody at the Center for Humanities, for all the work that they've put into making today's conference happen. And I'd also like to thank my colleagues at Survival International, who have brought so many brilliant and incredibly courageous activists together for this important conference. You've been hearing, if you've been here earlier today, about how strategic the present moment is. After COP15 in Montreal last autumn, where 30% of the Earth was set aside, or was decided to set aside by 2030, we're in a kind of pivotal moment. And so the pushback, which this conference is part of, is incredibly well-timed and incredibly important. And I'm really honored and humbled to be part of this movement, which we're building. So for my presentation, since the name of the panel is Decolonizing Conservation, I thought it might be useful to go into the colonial roots of dominant conservation policies in a bit more detail. So I'm going to take us to one of the places that Mordecai mentioned in his presentation, and that is to the eastern part of India, and talk about the colonial roots that we can see there. But first of all, I'll start in the present. Gombura Keeling went out one morning to catch some cows that had wandered past the edge of his village. He never returned. Keeling, a young man of the Karbi tribe indigenous to the province of Assam in eastern India, was shot dead by guards from the Kaziranga National Park, on the edge of which his village is located. The guards in Kaziranga maintain a shoot-on-sight policy for local people, whom they accuse of seeking to poach the park's wildlife. 106 people have been killed by park guards over the last 20 years. The park's anti-poaching policies have sparked repeated protests in Assam. For example, Pranab Dole and Sanoshwar Nara, activists with the Jipal Krishak Shramik Sangha, a group that works for the rights of indigenous people living in and around the Kaziranga National Park, were detained for weeks by the police after claiming publicly that shootings in the park amounted to a form of extrajudicial killing. The Jipak Krishnak Shramik Sangha had staged a protest shortly before Dole and Nara's arrest in response to the announcement of plans to recruit 90 men to the Assam Forest Protection Force, a specialized armed force controlled by the National Parks Management. In addition to decrying extrajudicial killings, Dole and Nara's group argued that park guards should be recruited from communities living close to the national park, and they also demanded compensation for community members killed by guards and by animals in the park. Now, few of the tourists who visit the Kaziranga National Park are aware of these local protests against park policies. For these predominantly Western visitors, and for the mainstream wildlife conservation organizations who fund combat training for park guards as part of their efforts to stamp out poaching, the park is a roaring success. Kaziranga is blessed with abundant numbers of elephants and water buffalo. It has some of the highest tiger concentrations of any park in India. Most famous, though, is the park's population of great Indian one-horned rhinos. On the brink of extinction a century ago, the rhino population in the park now stands at roughly 2,400. But efforts to conserve the park's population of rhinos are motivated not just by love of animals, but also by the tourist visits to Kaziranga, which bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Indian government annually, and also constitute a major source of revenue for local hotels, restaurants, guides, and tourist agencies. In other words, the park is big business, and threats to its wildlife are taken very seriously by local politicians, as underlined by the Assam government's recent announcement that it intends to deploy police commandos to the park to intercept poachers. Now, there's also a plan to expand the park, given its revenues. There was a planned 3,000 hectare expansion that was announced just recently, and that would come through the removal of so-called encroachments on park land, in other words, removing local people. Expansion of the park and increasing militarization of its guards to deal with supposed encroachments spell loss of land, disruptions of community, displacement, and in some cases, as we've heard, deadly violence for the local people living on the outskirts of the park. Now I'm going to take you back a little bit historically. This is not the first time that the park has expanded. Kaziranga was established as a reserve forest in 1905 after Mary Curzon, wife of the British Viceroy of India, Lord Curzon of Kettleston, failed to see any rhinos during a wildlife sightseeing visit to the area. Lord Curzon set aside 57,000 acres of land for the park, with additional land added in the following 3 years to bring the size to 152 square kilometers. And after India's independence, even more local land was added to the park. The violence in and around Kaziranga National Park is symptomatic of the contemporary crisis of conservation. After all, despite the best efforts of well-funded international conservation organizations, we're living through an age of epic deformation or animal slaughter. In its 2020 Living Planet report, the Worldwide Fund for Nature reports a shocking 68% average decline in the numbers of birds, amphibians, mammals, fish, and reptiles since 1970. This sixth extinction wave is characterized by what scientists term extirpation, or the extinction of both specific animal species and entire populations on a local or regional scale. The biodiversity crisis is affecting not just animals, but also other forms of life, including insects, plants, and fungi. The scale of annihilation of the planet's life forms is so immense that it has become a primary driver of global environmental change in its own right. Now, the kind of fortress conservation policies that we've seen playing out in Kaziranga and that are motivated by recognition of the sixth extinction have their roots in European powers' recognition of the destruction of ecosystems in colonial territories, such as the Caribbean and India. Conservation policies in these territories and in settler colonies like South Africa and the United States were often animated by a desire to protect valuable timber supplies, as well as quote-unquote game, the charismatic megafauna that wealthy white men like to hunt. I want to place the events I've described in and around Kaziranga National Park in historic context by taking us back to conservation policies established over India's vast forests by the British East India Company in the 18th and 19th centuries. Keen to increase agricultural productivity in India in order to generate more tax revenue, the East India Company oversaw policies of forest clearance in order to open more land for cultivation. The growth of British rule in the 18th century thus led to a rapid increase in the rate of forest destruction. Nonetheless, concern about the rapid depletion of India's forests grew quickly after the loss of the American colonies and the initiation of wars against the French Revolution and Napoleon. In this context of heightened inter-imperial competition, timber reserves became a source of primary strategic concern, particularly for the Royal Navy. In 1805, the East India Company therefore set up a forest committee to investigate the possibility of using mature teak trees from India's forests for masts for Royal Navy ships, among other things. The findings of this inquiry were devastating. The committee flatly contradicted previous assumptions about the unlimited nature of teak supplies in India's forests, documenting instead the virtually complete exhaustion of wood in easily accessible regions of the subcontinent and the logistical and economic difficulties of tapping distant, unmapped forests. The committee recommended that India's teak forests be protected and that timber be harvested based on the principles of continual replenishment of supplies that characterized scientific forestry in continental Europe. A general proclamation was issued prohibiting all unauthorized felling of teak trees, and unclaimed lands were declared property of the Crown. And we're talking hundreds of thousands of acres of land throughout India. The growth of British colonial power in India from the early to the mid-19th century nonetheless ensured continued overexploitation and depletion of the subcontinent's forests. For example, Britain's construction of a railway system throughout India required massive supplies of timber to serve as sleepers, supporting rail tracks. And of course, this was essential to move troops around in India. As a result, the concern of East India Company administrators about the depletion of India's forests continued to grow. These worries only increased as imperial scientific networks spread word of the sensitivity to environmental degradation of ecosystems in other parts of the empire, including Caribbean islands. This mounting concern led to the formation of the Indian Forestry Department in 1864 and the passage of the Indian Forestry Act the following year. The Forest Act of 1865 was the first India-wide forest legislation promulgated by the British, and equally, if not more importantly, the first broad-based environmental law of the 19th century. The act empowered the colonial government to declare any land covered with trees as government forests and to issue rules for conserving them. The removal of all forest produce was prohibited, and powers were given to local governments to arrest violators. So we see as early as the mid-19th century in the British Empire, the ways in which what we've been discussing playing out on the ground today was already taking place. The enclosure of India's forests gained speed in the period after the creation of the Forestry Department. In 1864, Dietrich Brandeis was made Inspector General of Forests in India. Like many other forest officials in British India, Brandeis was German. The German Forest Service was considered the most scientifically advanced in Europe at the time, but it had also made its reputation by successfully prohibiting customary woodland uses by the German peasantry and by suppressing an 1848 peasant uprising against forest enclosures in the Rhineland region. So we're seeing attacks on the commons, not just in colonial territories, but also within Europe. And there's a connection there. The young Karl Marx, who in the early 1840s was working as editor of the Rheinische Zeitung, wrote scathingly of the Prussian state's criminalization of the traditional practices of the forest-dwelling German peasantry. Quote, all the organs of the state become ears, eyes, arms, legs, and means by which the interests of the forest owner hears, sees, appraises, protects, grasps, and runs, close quote. It was these experiences of scientific management, quote unquote, and draconian policing that made the reputation of German silviculture experts like Dietrich Brandeis. During his time in India, Brandeis essentially blamed customary users of India's forests, including hunters and gatherers, subsistence cultivators, and villagers living nearby, for the problems that the East India Company had created through its excessive exploitation of India's forests. His goal as head of the Forestry Department was to render the forests economically productive for the empire. And he talked about how he wanted to destroy practices that prevented the improvement of the forests. And this word improvement is particularly important, for by the time Brandeis was writing, the idea of improvement had become central to ideological justifications for enclosure of commonly held land and dispossession of inhabitants in both England and its empire. So in order to fully understand the import of Brandeis's argument and its subsequent enduring impact, including today, we need to take a brief detour through the writings of John Locke. Locke is often remembered today as one of the early philosophers of liberalism and empiricism, yet he also contributed key arguments to theories justifying the enclosure and privatization of land. In his two treatises on government, Locke argued that all people are equal in their natural state and that humanity therefore originally held all land in common. Private property developed, he argued, when people began working the land to grow crops, in the process making land more productive. By coaxing the land to bear fruit through the application of his own labor, Locke argued, a person gained ownership of the land. Private property, in other words, derives from the labor of improvement carried out by hardworking individuals. In this way, wasteland was transformed into fruitful labor, according to Locke. But it is not just purportedly vacant land, and of course that was a colonial trope that could be thus appropriated. For Locke, land held in common by subsistence-based communities was also wasted in as much as it was not being used to its fullest potential. Locke reasoned that landowners intent on developing common land had a right to dispossess the inhabitants and enclose such land, since the increased productivity their possession of the land would generate is to benefit humanity in general in the long run. Locke thus wrote, quote, he who appropriates land to himself by his labor does not lessen but increase the common stock of mankind, close quote. Locke's arguments offered a potent justification, not just for the many acts of enclosure that dispossessed rural peasants of their land across Britain in the 18th and 19th centuries, but also for imperialism and colonialism. Indeed, as a number of post-colonial scholars have pointed out, Locke's labor theory of property was essential to the ideological legitimation of the conquest of the New World. He wrote of the quote-unquote wild woods and uncultivated waste of America left to nature without any improvement, tillage, or husbandry, close quote. The implication was clear. By stripping Native Americans of their land, settlers were fulfilling God's will that land should be transformed from its conditions of uncultivated waste and rendered fruitful through hard labor. In this way, property was established through a continent-scale act of theft. It should come as little surprise that Locke was an owner of plantations in both Ireland and the British colonies in North America. Although Locke clearly wrote in order to justify colonization of the Americas, his labor theory of property also played an important role in the British conquest of India. As geographer Vinay Gidwani has argued, East India Company officials used Locke's categories of waste and wasteland to suggest that India's rulers were illegitimate as a result of their failure to improve the country by rendering its farmland sufficiently productive. East India Company bureaucrats described the desolate condition of portions of India in order to legitimate a discourse of British cultural superiority over the subcontinent and over the rulers of the Mughal Empire. Observations of the denuded state of hills and countryside in Mughal-ruled regions of India supported the notion that European imperialism would confer environmental benefits on the country by ending depleting practices, ignoring the fact that in many cases Mughal rulers had been working for the East India Company to extract timber. This stance as an improving landlord came to characterize British rule in India more generally. The allegation of wastefulness also offered a perfect justification for stripping rights from the inhabitants of India's forests, the indigenous people or Adivasis. By describing the supposedly wasteful practice of India's forest-dependent peoples, imperial foresters like Dietrich Brandeis implicitly invoked Locke's rationale for colonial dispossession. Rather than seeing the practices of India's traditional forest-dependent communities for what they were, in other words, locally based systems of forest conservation and management that had been practiced sustainably for thousands of years, British accounts of the wasting of Indian forests laid the foundation for their co-optation and their rendering the property of the imperial state. Brandeis's damning account of the practices of foreign forest-dependent communities became the foundation for subsequent imperial forest law, which simultaneously dispossessed India's forest-dwelling people and criminalized their traditional customary practices. The forest laws promulgated in British India became the model for laws and policies that enclosed previously common lands and community steward natural resources across Asia, Africa, and the Americas. Exclusionary forest laws didn't simply ban people from gathering vegetable matter in the woods, they also prescribed the hunting of animals. In fact, the word poaching is derived from a Middle English word referring to the bag or pouch which peasants would hide animals they'd killed on land where hunting was reserved for the Anglo-Norman aristocracy. A poor person caught poaching in medieval England was punishable by death by hanging. In keeping with these English traditions, the new forest laws in India restricted not just the gathering of forest produce, but also small-scale hunting by forest dwellers. Yet at the very same time, these laws simultaneously facilitated more organized shikar, or big game hunting expeditions by British colonial officials. And I think this is important to see because the idea of fortress conservation suggests an absolute impermeable wall around natural areas. But in fact, as we've seen repeatedly in today's presentations, the boundaries are permeable, particularly to elites who want to extract animals in big game hunting or timber or other natural resources like oil and coal. So these laws supposedly protecting the forests in India resulted in an epic level of destruction of tigers, elephants, and other large animals, as British colonial bureaucrats sought to mimic the bloodthirsty behavior of European aristocrats by going out and hunting and showing that they were real men and aristocrats. After a half century of this unbridled carnage, British hunters began to worry that many species of animals were being pushed to the brink of extinction. In 1899, officials convened the first international conference dedicated to wildlife conservation measures, with officials from the major European colonial powers meeting in London. And the outcome was an agreement among officials to publish a list of species in danger of extinction, which were to be absolutely protected at all times in order to maintain their existence for big game hunters in the colonies. And this, of course, was the forerunner to the IUCN Red List of threatened species. The traditions of imperial conservation that I've described today have resulted in India, as in other parts of the global south, in the construction of massive reserves along the lines of Kaziranga National Park, in which local and indigenous inhabitants are banned from entrance, while wealthy tourists can enter freely. Since one of the main reasons for these parks' existence is to attract the patronage of the wealthy. Furthermore, while local communities are prevented from harvesting forest reserves, these parks are often highly permeable to extractivist corporations. Indeed, oil and timber companies are regularly granted concessions in parks, continuing the tradition of scientific management of the forests pioneered, as we've seen, by the East India Company going all the way back to the 19th century. In this way, imperial conservation develop paradigms of fortress conservation that constitutively exclude indigenous people and forest-dependent communities, while opening up these lands for elite tourists and for extractivist capitalist exploitation. It's these traditions of extractive conservation that we've gathered here today to debunk and defeat, and I hope that understanding their long lineage and the ways in which they mobilize ideologically is helpful in that project. Thank you very much.
Thank you both. I'd like to open the floor to questions.
First of all, thanks again to the organizers for an amazing day that we're having today. I just wanted to say to Mr. Olada, how am I pronouncing your name? Ogada. Yes, that your work has rippled through the around the world and has been heard in the Caribbean. Your book was revolutionary primarily because it was truthfully bold. That where others recognized, what you were saying, people would say, well, be careful of saying stuff like that because, no good work goes unpunished. It does not. So again, congratulations for you. Two questions for you. I would just like to ask you personally what the experience of this book has been like in terms of the lived experience of living with the positives and negatives of this work. But also, I would like to hear you as somebody who is a man of the soil in your own country. Colonialism often gets reproduced in terms of the local person becomes the colonizer or adopts the ways of the colonizer. So even in the Caribbean, the boots that people wear as conservation biologists, the clothes, the logos that they wear, ties them to these ways of being, these colonial ways that local people recognize. The khaki shorts, these high lace-up boots and stuff like that. How does your work push back against this idea of the local colonizer? And again, to your own identity, what has been your experience post the publication of your book?
Thank you. First of all, about publication of the book, first of all, my background is I'm a wildlife biologist. Complete ostracization, to put it in summary. It was first published, launched in 2017. Immediately thereafter, I got cut out from several projects I was working on. Even my friends in the conservation sector, which I had worked in for about 15 years by then, would not want to be seen with me, and it was a very difficult time. 2018, I had a few incidents where I sort of feared a bit for my personal security. sort of random people asking at my kid's school if my kid is in that school and that kind of thing. Fast forward to now, it's just sort of the things we wrote in that book have become very apparent, very visible. So it's widely accepted now, especially since my work has been heard in various forums outside the country. But by that process, it was a growth process because I sort of outgrew conservation biology. I'm grown up now. I know that's nonsense. And my experience looking at the conservation and its sort of incestuous relationship with safari tourism is very strong in Kenya. I mean, Kenya is where Roosevelt came. Kenya is where Born Free happened, and all these kind of things. So it's very strong in Kenya, and it's always about elimination of the intellectual participation of locals. The locals working in tourism sector are all dressed in khaki brown clothes, and I've asked them, "What you mean you can't guide tourists in your blue T-shirt or your red shirt or whatever?" But it's still very strong in Kenya, and so many people are reputations and careers have been created within this harmful system and harmful structure. So a lot of people really struggle. It's getting better. A lot of colleagues come up to me with something, I can't say this, so I'm sort of leaking out information to you. I'm encouraged by the younger generation, not just here, but in Kenya as well. Those 20, 27, 28 and below. Those in the conservation sector who are sort of 45 and above are irretrievably defiled. My age, I've lost hope in them, but the young are questioning things a lot more. People in the humanities, people in the arts are getting involved intellectually in conservation. They are not thinking it's something for the scientists, and it's very encouraging what's happening. So there's a lot more talk now. The space has opened up.
Hi. I just want to reiterate what Leo said about thanking all the organizers for this space. As a young wildlife biologist, this has been a really helpful and affirming space to know that like what I have seen in my own experiences in these conservation organizations is confirmed in all of these different patterns across the United States, across the world, really. And particularly, thank you, Dr. Dawson, for elucidating like the origins of some of these ideas of scientific management that personally has affected me. My family comes from India and has experienced some of the things that you have explained. And so I've taken a video, I'm going to share it with my family and share it with the people that I know want to hear it. But I have a question for some of the young conservationists of color, if you will, in some of these places that are trying to be what people might say culturally responsible. Many of these organizations are quite toxic places for young people to be in, and yet we also need to have the authority of having these experiences, right? Like I've worked at the Nature Conservancy, I've worked at some of these organizations, and it's really toxic space. And so I guess I have two questions, maybe for both of the panelists. One is, what advice would you give to young, let's say, people that are trying to do this work in a way that's held with integrity, not only to ideas of how the natural world works, but also in terms of personal and cultural integrity. But then also for people that may not know their cultural background or may not have ties directly to that. And I'm speaking to mainly white settlers in the room, like what is your experience in trying to make those connections for people that like this work is not just about protecting the environment, but it's also protecting ourselves, right? Like how do you make that connection to people when they fear these ideas?
Okay, maybe I'll speak to the one about young conservationists, and maybe you can talk about the other one about making connections. Young conservationists take that job. You got to learn, because knowledge is the only thing that protects you. We are going to the protest the Bronx Zoo tomorrow. I used to work for WCS, must have been, that was around 2011. I ran the cheetah conservation program in East Africa and spent a lot of time in Bronx Zoo. So, but what I draw strength from right now is what I learned during all those years I worked in these organizations. Neither me nor my co-author did any research for the big conservation lie. We lived that stuff. And that's why no one has come up and disputed a single thing we said in that book. So you get a job offer WWF, go in there and learn about them. That takes courage, because every day you get back home, you look at yourself in the mirror and keep your focus on that long-term goal, not the crap you did in the office today. But that's what takes courage, because it will help you define who you are. There are too many people now around my age, people in middle age, around their 50s, who don't know who they are. And that's why they can't come to a place like this. Oh my God, these guys are saying what I've been doing for the last 40 years is this toxic crap, which is true. But the problem is he or she doesn't know where to go now. But if you get in there and learn, you will know where to go and what to do.
Thank you very much for your comment. It's so important to hear voices like yours. You know, I'm in the environmental humanities and in post-colonial studies, so I really appreciate hearing inside perspectives like we've been hearing today from people who have experience with mainstream conservation organizations. In terms of sort of what to do, I think it might be useful to think about the political conjuncture, because as we've been hearing today, the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis are kind of coming together, and the fact that, you know, conservation organizations are being looked to help with carbon offsetting and to help solve the climate crisis suggests these things are coming together. And that's clearly a dangerous conjunction, as we've been hearing a lot today, but perhaps there's also some political possibility there, because obviously there's been tremendous mobilization around issues of environmental justice and climate justice. And so perhaps this current conjunction is a possibility for solidarity, for networking, and for bringing the important efforts that have been taken by folks in the climate justice space, and most of all by the indigenous movements that have been leading there through trying to block pipelines, for instance, you know, to make connections, to fight colonial conservation, and to understand that. And in terms of your question about settlers, I'm from South Africa, so I can speak with some authority as a white settler. And you know, from my own personal experience, after I published my book on extinction, I got a call from a group who were wanting to put up, as they put it, sort of fences in South Africa and, you know, create a privatized conservation space. And so you can really, from my own personal experience, I saw how those kind of discourses of settler colonialism are playing out in conservation today. So yeah, I think it's important to do the work to unpack those histories, and to, through our work in universities and the media and our political mobilization, you know, on the ground, like tomorrow in front of the Bronx Zoo, to make the movement develop and to help forge some of these connections and solidarities.
I have a question from online chat from Lee, who's asking the panelists their opinion on carbon payments. I know we have much more information coming up on this later, but they were asking if the panelists think these carbon payments to indigenous peoples is something that has potential for good, or is it inherently and irrecoverably tied to colonial capitalist structures?
Yeah, maybe, because I assume this is a lay person. First of all, sort of from the technical end of it, if you have this great big factory spewing toxic waste into the Chesapeake Bay, planting trees in Taita in Kenya has no impact on the Chesapeake Bay. So environment just doesn't work like that. Then the problem is the problem with the payments, etc., is in theory it looks good, but the fact is the movement of that much money without goods or services being purchased, by definition, that's laundering, and it's bound to create problems. If I pay $1 million, I should be buying artwork, a car or a yacht or something. But you just pay $1 million to someone sitting in Kenya. It creates problems down there. So I think in theory it looked good, but I'd say put in action, change what you're doing, reduce your emissions where you are. Yeah, it's simpler.
Hi, I just wanted to repeat what they said, Mr. Ogada. I've really admired your work for a long time. I think since both of you spoke about similar processes that are taking place in different contexts, I've been studying similar things in India, and I guess I've been wondering what it looks like to build solidarity in terms of pushing back against fortress conservation in different regions, because we see like the same kinds of structures and ideas, but they're also manifesting in very specific ways in these different contexts. Like in South India, where I work, there's a lot more take up of like colonial ideas that are now being perpetuated by local authorities and local elites. And there's still funding coming from these global NGOs, whereas in the context you're talking about, global NGOs are really the authoritative actor. But then the way that this is playing out is still similar. And so I guess I've been wondering if you have any thoughts on what it looks like to build global pushback against these ideas while also recognizing that they're playing out so differently. Yeah.
I'd say we have to sort of change the directionality of our thinking around this, because coming from Kenya in Africa, there's a lot of conservation programs, etc., that run out of Europe or the United States. There's almost zero exchange, apart from one project I advised on. There's zero exchange between Kenya and India. Kenya and India both have leopards, we have rhinos, we have elephants, we have monkeys, we have lions. We have so many species in common, but we are picking our ideas from people in Europe, as are people in India. So there should be that sort of some logical South-South exchange kind that we need to develop. And again, I recognize the problem is caused by a lot of the global approaches I talked about, where people want to sit in one meeting and decide everything. You find there's CITES. Things like CITES, to me, I think they're very harmful, because you find a Kenyan conservation biologist there at a meeting talking about polar bears. None of his business. And someone from Finland is sitting there talking about elephants. And this kind of, so that global approach really muddies the water. And I think we need to a bit more resolution, higher resolution, maybe either regional level at biomes or continental and that kind of thing. The global approach, I think, has reached its sell-by date. So, I mean, I wish I had the power to do that, but in theory, that's what might do it. Yeah.
If I can just add something very quickly. I think the national contexts do vary a lot. So, you know, the victories around indigenous sovereignty in Brazil and their history of incorporation in the Brazilian Constitution as part of a struggle against authoritarian rule there are very different from the Forest Rights Act in India and its history around Adivasi struggle. But there are lots of similarities, and I guess one similarity that I would point to in very different national contexts is subsurface rights, and the way that the territory under the surface is the nation states and can be ceded to transnational corporations that come in. So it seems to me, and the next panel I think is going to deal a lot with indigenous rights, so maybe there'll be more discussion of that, but thinking about that transnational history and what that kind of juridical structure is that allows corporations to come in so many places and sort of abnegate existing agreements around rights to land and sovereignty and drill or extract is really important, and solidarity movements could be built around that, I think.
I have another question from the chat saying that there are a lot of reports, as we've heard about here, on the gross human rights violations against indigenous communities by organizations But how do we move from documenting these human rights violations to holding those perpetrators actually accountable?
There's a legal process that needs to happen, whether it should be approached with international instruments like the ICJ and that kind of, or locally. But I think the cultural, that's further down the line. I think right now the cultural battle is the one we need to win now. That the cultural battle is the one that in people's minds takes anything done in the name of environment to be all right. We must get over that hump where if a policeman shoots a guy on the street, it's wrong. But if a ranger shoots someone in a forest, it's okay. So if we get over that hump, I think there is a judicial process to be had, and maybe I'm not as knowledgeable about law to talk about it, but it has to go through some judicial process, because I think restitution and compensations, the sort of things we are demanding, I doubt if these organizations can find it within themselves. They can't even take responsibility verbally, as we saw one in one video here, the WWF lady. So I think we are still some distance from these organizations taking responsibility. So yeah, we'll have to find a screw to tighten against them.
Thank you so much for both of you for sharing your knowledge. Really resonated with me what you said, especially the reinforced idea that these conservation organizations are the best solution that we have to tackle the climate change and so on and so forth, especially going with the idea that, the people who, the most dangerous factors for, extractivism and deforestation are local actors, and poaching done by local actors. Where do you think these narratives come from? And are they being peddled also from your experiences? Like, are they being peddled also at the local governments? Or where do these ideas that, the biggest factor to extractivism is coming from these small local actors? Thank you.
Bizarrely, it comes from fiction in my view and my experience. It comes from fiction. And again, a lot of conservation work is steeped in romanticism. I often say this as a joke, but recently in reading more and more literature, I realized so much of inspiration of conservation work in Africa comes from Tarzan, from the legend of Tarzan. And if you think about it, it was first published around just when Roosevelt had gotten back from Africa and that sort of thing. So that's why it has a bent towards elites. Even those who come from here to engage in conservation are usually from elite extraction, and it's an elite narrative. So, and the people who fund conservation, in my personal experience, 2001, when I was doing my master's on human-wildlife conflict with carnivores and livestock, one of the species I was working on was hyenas. And it was almost impossible to get funding for research on hyenas because of the Lion King movie. It had just come out then. This it sounds crazy, but it's fact. And so a children's movie, and you have grown-ups, I suppose grown-ups are the ones reviewing proposals, and this gets into that narrative. So even now, there's a lot of that romanticism. So a lot of it is based on fiction, and it's really powerful. I guess people who study literature can tell you just how powerful literature is, depending on how well written and when it comes out. Stories of hunting, Hemingway, and all those. Everyone loves Hemingway's view. He was a bloodthirsty killer of wildlife. Everyone values Roosevelt's view. He was a killer of wildlife. So that's where we're coming from, and the reality is what will serve us well. As the sooner we can get to it, the better, I think.
Mordecai, really, as someone who is supposed to be an English professor and was trained in cultural studies, I really appreciate your attention to cultural representation and its material effects. Yeah, the examples you showed and the ones you've just brought are hugely important. Yeah, and to add to what you were saying, in the historical work that I've done, I think that the kind of roots of these attacks on local people for poaching really have to do with sort of feudalist discourses of the aristocracy trying to control the common lands. And so I was in my presentation trying to talk about the connections between attacks on the commons and the commoners and commoning in Europe and in places like the forests of the Rhineland with what was playing out in the colonies, under the Forestry Service during the British Raj in India. So I think that's the kind of genealogy if you want to trace it all the way back. And of course, that's why, if you want to ask, why were people like Teddy Roosevelt going to Kenya and shooting wildlife? It's because they were trying to enact this European script of the aristocrat who proved his mettle and his hunting prowess as part of his aristocratic cultural background. So it's just the sort of settler colonial elites trying to behave like European aristocrats. And that script then gets recycled and kind of embedded in conservation discourse in some ways. So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Ryan. I do a lot of work with Sunrise Movement here in New York City. And Sunrise Movement is, for those of you who don't know, it's a climate organization focused on climate justice and environmental justice. However, it is a very largely white and middle class organization. And I'm actually doing a training tomorrow on climate justice and environmental justice. However, I came here to kind of learn about this, what we're talking about. So I guess my question here is what do you think that the movement of Sunrise Movement, especially given that it's such a predominantly white and middle class organization, what do you think the organization and the people need to know in regards to this issue? And what relation does it have with an energy transition or a just energy transition, stuff like that?
Okay, well, obviously, we need to shut down fossil fuels as soon as possible. But the way that is being organized in the United States is an energy-intensive transition where we just substitute our internal combustion engine cars with electric vehicles, with Teslas or something like that. And of course, that has massive implications for most of all the global South, but areas populated by indigenous and other land-dependent communities around the world, including in the United States. So in terms of the Sunrise Movement and energy transition, I would say the points that we're hearing about concerning the colonial caste, the colonial rhetoric and its impact in terms of conservation need to be connected to people thinking about the potential green colonial impact of a transition to clean energy. And hopefully also there'll be efforts to make connections, going back to what I was saying, to this kind of conjunction where we're seeing biodiversity and climate crisis thought of as two interconnected dynamics, with conservation being one of the main solutions to the climate crisis. We need to debunk that and really challenge some of the colonial strategies connected to that.
If I may add a few words, I think they also need to think about in depth and the human depth. When we are concerned about the environment, we are concerned about the environment because of human beings. A good environment is good for us, our health, etc. So let them look at more depth about the processes, not just symptoms of how many Teslas are you seeing in the parking lots? It's 80%, so that's great. They should look at, okay, batteries. Where do the batteries, are they being disposed when they are done? Where are the materials coming from? If they read deep enough, they might end up at a coltan mine in Congo with children working there. So that you have to think about that as you buy your Tesla. And you must think about, okay, do I know of any children working in oil rigs? Or do I know, and that kind of thing. So it's necessarily complicated. The worst mistake we all make is we try and simplify things. The world is not simple, neither human beings or our environment. So let just like, it's about humans. It's not about the green, whatever green they see. It's about humans.
We have time for one last very quick question, which was over here.
Okay. Hi. I was just back to the original, I mean, the previous, before this young man spoke. So thinking about the original narrative, does it not come from the manifest destiny, doctrine of discovery, palpable idea of, you know, if you're not with us, you're with the terrorists, which we heard repeated. I was just, yeah, because I know as an ILS student here in New Mexico, we talk about the idea of the pristine wilderness, you know, to you a justification of like, oh, there's nobody here, it's untouched land, so we can be here type thing. Anyway, I was just more of a comment, but just also thinking, I think you talked about that yesterday. Thank you.
Yeah, it's in many ways, it's a cult. It really is a cult. And it doesn't brook rational thought. It has prophets or demigods. You can name many of them. Many of them work in Africa, and it doesn't accept sort of to look at itself in a mirror. So it operates very much like a cult. Yeah, you're either with us or you're with them, whoever them is. And sadly, so often the them is the people sort of living in the savannah, in the forest, and in various other places. And again, the global doctrine of, I saw a Netflix documentary recently where former President Obama is talking about our national parks, and then to my shock, it included Tsavo. No Kenyan has a part of Yellowstone. I can't talk about Yellowstone as ours. You can't talk about Tsavo as yours. So it's about some sort of ownership and acquisition kind of thinking. So I think that is the problem. It's like a cult and hegemony, and we need to apply power, and victory looks like this. They have a very clear picture of what victory looks like, and it's not a very friendly picture.
Yeah, I would just add to that, I love the idea that it's a cult. Sometimes it's expressed in religious terms like manifest destiny, or sometimes, you know, using the language of John Locke about improvement, right? It has a kind of religious subtext, but it's relatively secular. But improvement is still with us, with the idea of development, you know, and with an idea of energy and mineral-intensive energy transition and Green New Deal, right? Without asking about coltan or about lithium extraction in Bolivia or, you know, in native lands in Minnesota or, you know, other parts of the world. So yeah, this kind of rhetoric of development, which is so foundational to racial capitalism and colonialism, is still with us. And that's what I think we need to challenge at its heart, and insist that, yes, we need an energy transition, but we also need to degrow some parts of our economy and really refocus how we live. And that involves cultural transition as well, and thinking about how to have a more sustainable relationship to the land.
Great, thank you, Ashley and Mordecai. Our next panel starts at 2:45. So I think we have 12 minutes. Oh, sorry, 2:30. Can you put this in your full screen for Dina? Second.
Did you share the screen already?
I believe so.
Okay. No, it's the wrong one. This is the presenter view. It says shared. Wait, let me just do it.
Stop sharing your time. That's the only one, yeah? And that's the one I shared. Well, once you start it as a, first start it as a,
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, we got it. Great. Okay. Thanks for your patience. So I'd like to introduce the panelists for the next panel on a new way forward, Indigenous land rights as environmental protection. We have one remote panelist at this point. But the person here in person is Dina Gilio-Whitaker. She's a lecturer of American Indian Studies at California State University, San Marcos, and is an independent educator in American Indian environmental policy and other issues. At CSUSM, she teaches courses on environmentalism and American Indians, traditional ecological knowledge, religion and philosophy, Native women's activism, American Indians in sports, and decolonization. She also works within the field of critical sports studies, examining the intersections of indigeneity and the sport of surfing. As a public intellectual, Dina brings her scholarship into focus and is an award-winning journalist as well, with her work appearing at Indian Country Today, the Los Angeles Times, High Country News, Time.com, Slate, History.com, Pioneers, Truth Out, Pacifica Network, Grist, and many more. Very impressive list. She's also the author of two books, most recent award-winning As Long as the Grass Grows, The Indigenous Fight for Environmental Justice, From Colonization to Standing Rock. She's currently under contract with Beacon Press for a new book under the working title, Illegitimate Nation, Privilege, Race, and Accountability in the U.S. Settler State. Our other panelist, who's in Europe right now, late in the evening, is John H. Knox. He's the Henry C. Lorman Professor of International Law at Wake Forest University in North Carolina. He received his law degree from Stanford Law with honors in 1987 and worked as an attorney at the U.S. Department of State and at a private law firm before joining academia in 1998. Between 1999 and 2005, he chaired a national advisory committee to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And from 2008 to 2012, he was special counsel to the Center for International Environmental Law. From 2012 to 2018, he served as the first UN independent expert and then the first special rapporteur on the human rights obligations relating to the enjoyment of a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. In 2018, in his final report to the UN Human Rights Council, he presented framework principles on human rights and the environment. He's on the board of Universal Rights Group and of SHIFT, and on the board of editors, the American Journal of International Law. With that, I'd like to pass it over to Dina. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Daniel. And also I'd like to say thank you for the invitation for being here. I first came into contact with Survival International at the last conference, which was the very first one in Marseille in 2021. Unfortunately, I couldn't go. I would love to have gone to France, but it was not going to work. So I was like, no, there's no way I'm not going to come to New York for this one. So I'm really very pleased to be here in person and share with you some of the work that I'm going to present to you today is really current. It's work that I'm doing as a consultant within communities. The work that I do is very community-based. It's very place-based. And so that's the kind of the perspective that I'm going to bring to you today. So this is really on-the-ground work, very up-to-the-minute kind of situation that's happening in California around ocean conservation. And we'll just change the slide. Okay, let's see here. There we go. Okay, so I come to you, this perspective that I'm bringing is something I've been working on for a long time, this idea of environmental justice that's indigenized. What does environmental justice look like from especially an American Indian perspective? So being really careful with my terms, Indigenous and American Indians don't always mean the same thing, but in this context, this is what I mean. In fact, sometimes I think I wish I had used in the title of the book a more specific term, American Indian environmental justice, because that's really what I'm talking about here. Because it centers, and as I'll get into it, it centers the American Indian tribal political relationship to the United States. And so that doesn't necessarily mean the same thing as Indigenous, kind of on a bigger scale. But anyway, so this conversation is comes as this book shows, which is a very long process of my coming to this book as in the beginning as an undergrad and then in grad school, and then after coming out of grad school and becoming, just like a writer. It's my journal, really my journey as a writer and a scholar, and beginning as a journalist. But the research began as trying to understand what does environmental justice mean for American Indian populations, because of what I was learning in school about how, what this foundation is, this framework of environmental justice being based on this concept of environmental racism. And what I knew was that this environmental racism is really not a broad enough concept to encapsulate or to encompass American Indian relationships to this political status, this relationship nation to nation with the United States. And it also didn't encompass American Indian relationship to the land, which is really, really different than all other populations. No other population in the United States has the kind of relationship that American Indian tribal nations have with the United States, and it's because of our, long-standing relationships to very particular ecosystems and territories. So all of that needed to be accounted for in this thing that we call environmental justice. And so this is what I set out to do when I wrote this book, is to disaggregate all that, distinguish it, and make these arguments. So in the book, the goal is to, bring this thing that we call environmental justice, which is theory, law and policy, and discourse, into focus in this very particular way. And so in this topic at hand about rights, indigenous rights, human rights, when we talk about in the American context, the US context, this thing that we call rights, it's very, and I can't wait to hear from John on this, but it's very complex. It's very deeply entangled with domestic law. So the conversation, when we talk about indigenous rights, if we're thinking about this as a global category or an international kind of framework, this is still an evolving conversation. We don't really have, I would argue that there is not really such a thing so far as a really well-defined indigenous rights kind of a legal framework or protections for indigenous peoples at the international scale. I mean, at best, what we have is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which, as we know, is not a covenant, it's not a treaty, it's just a declaration, and it has absolute no enforcement in law. So there's really no kind of realistic implementation for it. So in the United States, American Indian rights is a conversation that is, it's relegated to domestic law. And so there's this tension between indigenous rights and even civil rights in the United States. So the legal rights of Native people is muddled in all of that. And it's based on different kinds of conversations embedded within domestic US law. So, of course, where's my, how come it's not working? Oh, there we go. So the starting place for that conversation is all about settler colonialism. And of course, this very famous painting by John Gast is the visual representation of settler colonialism, AKA Manifest Destiny. And this, I always show in my presentations this image because it says everything. It talks about, visually talks about, the sweeping across of white European settler colonialism and worldview, and what Eurocentric white Europeanness is really the standard to which the continent is held to, and it's used to chase out the indigenous people with the logics of, racial superiority, culture superiority, intellectual superiority of all kinds. And all of that gets embedded into the legal system in the United States, beginning in 1823 with the first Supreme Court decisions that are argued. In this case, it's Johnson v. McIntosh, which articulates for the first time in law the doctrine of discovery. And of course, that sets the stage for what's called the Marshall Trilogy. There are two other Supreme Court decisions that get argued that structure this Marshall Trilogy, which creates the foundation for what we call federal Indian law today, by which Indian rights legislation and case law and everything is based on. And so part of some of the legal doctrines that structure it that come out of this Marshall Trilogy include the trust doctrine, and then later the plenary power doctrine, which gets articulated through, it was like 1901, 1903, something like that, that says that Congress has plenary authority to determine Indian rights and Indian lands and lives. And there's very conflicting interpretations about what that means, but it's still a very powerful legal doctrine that determines Indian rights cases. One of the things that, another thing too, is that there's this tension between what we call consultation and consent on the other hand. If we go back to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, even though it has no force of law, it creates a structure for us to think about, like it's aspirational, as the federal government refers to it. It's aspirational. It does enshrine certain really important rights. It articulates them very explicitly, even in its watered down state, that it exists, and at least it does, it's very clear about the concept of self-determination, Indigenous peoples having the right to self-determination. That's a big conversation. It's a very big conversation in the United States in federal Indian law. And then also this idea of free, prior, and informed consent. And of course, consent is really clear, very clearly distinguishable from consultation. Even though the United States in theory endorsed, the Obama administration, the US becomes the last country to endorse the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, never has it really been implemented in any meaningful way. In theory, the US agrees to free, prior, and informed consent, but yet when it comes to domestic federal Indian policy, that language still is really not there. And an example of that is something that was passed by, it was some legal, what was it? At the executive level, a policy that was passed around Indigenous issues and improving and strengthening Indigenous rights at the federal level, at the executive level. And it talks about co-management agreements, like, implementing co-management agreements between tribes and the federal government. But some of the language that it used, so it looks really good on paper, but when you dig into the language, you see this term, the delegated authority. They resort directly to domestic law, and we empower tribes. I can't remember what the whole sentence was, but it's something to the effect of, we empower tribes to engage in these co-management arrangements with the federal government to the extent of their delegated authority. And so what this means, this is a code for tribal sovereignty, okay? So this is about the authority that the federal government acknowledges or even delegates to tribal nations under a theory called quasi-sovereignty. So tribal sovereignty, to the extent to which tribes are sovereign entities, is only the extent to which the federal government allows it. okay, or delegates it. And so here they say it very explicitly, that this is really, this is the relationship. We have a political relationship with you to the extent that we say you do, or we say we do. This brings up a conversation about current threats. So when we're talking about sovereignty and self-determination, there's a ongoing, tribal nations are under explicit threat right now because of a Supreme Court decision that was argued last November. How many people here know about the Brackeen case? Okay, just a handful. So we all know about the Dobbs case, right? Okay, so for those of you who are, that's the case the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last year. So here we're in this moment in the United States, the Supreme Court's burning down the house of some of the most important rights that we have, as Americans, have lived with. So the very same Supreme Court argued a case that directly relates to tribal sovereignty. And that was last November, and they have not issued a decision yet. It should be issued in June, to my knowledge, and they will come out and say, whatever their decision is about that case. But what's at stake is the very sovereignty that the tribes base their relationship with the United States on. And so this has been part of a long-standing, ongoing political battle orchestrated by conservatives in order to undermine something called the Indian Child Welfare Act. So this is not about children, it's not about Indian kids, it's not about any of that. This is about how conservatives see Indigenous people, American Indian people, as obstacles to other things, notably, arguably, resources and their availability, and that threatens them because that tribal sovereignty, this doctrine of tribal sovereignty, is an obstacle to unfettered resource extractive development. And so that's the reality of what's happening right this very minute in the US. We often hear in the scholarship about the United States being kind of like this very unusual, in terms of its indigenous rights issues, American Indian rights issues, being kind of a very unusual site globally because of the treaty relationship that tribes have with the United States that structures this tribal sovereignty kind of framework. We often hear that it's very unusual, that there's really no place else with the potential exclusion or exception of Canada, which has a similar relationship with its Indigenous people. But it's like the implication is that American Indians have it really good in the US compared to most other Indigenous people in the rest of the world. And that may well be the case. But even if that's true, it's never safe. So this moment of clear and present danger to tribal society or tribal sovereignty is really heightened. Okay, so I just gotta, oh no, 5 minutes really? Okay. Okay, so moving on to the work. So I've been engaged in this work in California. I live in Southern California in a beach community. And so the work that I do as, again, place-based work is around ocean conservation. So California has this law called the Marine Life Protection Act. The MLPA, Marine Life Protection Act, was passed in 1999. The MLPA created these things called marine protected areas. It created 127 of these MPAs. Let me see if I can show you an image. There's a good image. So if you see the coast of California, all those red dots are these MPAs. So this raises some really interesting questions about fortress conservation. So this is I'm working in this space going on 3 years now, really starting to see as good, as nice as the law kind of is about protecting these MPAs, they are, they have problems. The MPA, the MLPA, the law, when they wrote it, they completely ignored tribal nations. There was absolutely no consideration for subsistence gathering, things like that. The MPAs create different levels of restrictions for communities, restricting different kinds of uses of these ocean environments. And for tribal people who still rely on the coast, especially for subsistence kind of gathering practices, the law essentially criminalizes them. So these tribal people are subject to arrest for gathering things for basket materials or for food or for these kinds of cultural practices, and so there in the meantime, so it's made this huge mess. I mean, you're thinking about how long ago this law was passed. It didn't even start being implemented until about 10 years later. So we're only, I know it was more than that. So the law has only been implemented for maybe 10, 12 years. These MPAs are run as nonprofit organizations, not surprisingly. They are funded by big foundations, of course. And so they do different things. It's really, really complicated, but they do different things. They do citizen science, where they go out and they monitor the ocean environment, the water for different kinds of levels and of, different kinds of contaminants and things like that. But so because the tribes were left out and they were left being criminalized, and not only that, but the science that these MPAs rely on are invariably Western science. They're conservation, heavy Western science perspectives. They have no interest in indigenous perspectives, indigenous native knowledge, land and ocean-based ecosystem practices at all. And so for the last 10 years, these tribal communities have been fighting to amend that law, which they were able to do. They were able to create some language and some regulations and statutes that work against, or at least ameliorate or mitigate against the law, the original MLPA. So, and in the meantime, what some of these communities have done have formed their own collaborative networks or MPAs, and these are all managed through these networks, very, very complicated system of networks of relationships between all these MPAs. So, so what's happening is that these, which is, I mean, it's nice that there are 4 of these MPAs that are now tribally run. That's great, but it's only in a certain part of the state, in the northern part of the state, where there are still tribes who have actually access to the ocean. In the central and southern part of the state, colonization was so intense and so complete that there is actually no oceanfront property. So the tribes got pushed inland, their reservations are far away from the ocean, and so for 250 years they have had no access to the ocean, but they still have that relationship. And so now they're scrambling to insert themselves into these MPAs in 2/3 of the state, if not 3/4 of the state. And so that's what's happening right now. That's these tribes trying to they're fighting. It's having to have these arguments with people that they would ordinarily and might ordinarily already be working with in partnership. But it's an ongoing problem, and this is really, I think, it's a fortress conservation problem. Nobody's using this language in these MPAs. Most people celebrate these MPAs. They think it's a great idea, but ultimately, it's a fencing off of these areas that keep people out. to one extent or another, and it threatens the sovereignty of tribes in places where they may not even be federally recognized tribes, so they're already compromised in their ability to fight for their rights. Huge tangle of legal complexity here for these people. So just a note on traditional ecological knowledge. Part of what colonialism did was it committed what we call epistemicide, the killing of knowledge systems. And it's these knowledge systems, though, that hold real promise for how we manage environments, whether they be land-based or coastal-based. And that's one of the arguments these tribes are making, that they have traditional ways of working with the land, of being on the land, that should be paid attention to, that Western science doesn't have all the answers, and sometimes it makes things worse. The point here is that traditional ecological knowledge, which is based on very different worldviews, very different ways of seeing the world, these knowledge systems are always applied knowledge. It's not just theoretical knowledge. So my point here is that these MPAs, they reflect conservation orgs. They're run, it's invariably white people that run these MPAs. They reflect conservation, the world of conservation more broadly, not surprising. And so it's this kind of new type of fortress conservation that's happening, playing itself out in liberal, woke California. And so the work that I do, just to kind of wrap it up, the work that I do is coming into working with these folks, because I have to say, working with white liberal people, conservationists, there's like a real span of how they show up into these spaces. Sometimes they're always usually well-intended. Some of them are more open-minded than others. Some of them are more able to hear critique than others. But they do tend to want to do things better. And so they hire people like me to come in there and help them. So this is part of my work as a consultant, coming in and just basically educating them, because you don't know what you don't know. And this is the case with these white ocean conservationists. They don't know what they don't know about the history of California, about tribal sovereignty, although they're learning. And so things like this. So this is where I come in. I just come in, educate them, give them some perspective on things that they didn't know, because sometimes in the space of doing the work, there's a lot of heat. A lot of, in these activist spaces, and communication easily breaks down. And so my work is to come in and help facilitate that outside those very, emotionally charged spaces. So I always like to finish this. This artist, Charles Hilliard, in 2021 came up with the opposite of the John Gass painting. I don't know why it took so long for somebody to make this painting, but but it's really the answer to settler colonialism, and it's about re-indigenizing the land, bringing indigenous knowledge back onto the land and into all these policy spaces. So from an indigenous perspective, we always say the future is indigenous.
There's many here if you want to go do it. Thank you. We're just now shifting over to John Knox, who's in Italy right now, and so we're zooming in. Look at this. That looked promising.
He needs to start talking. Let's see.
John, can you hear us? You can start speaking.
Okay, great.
Oh, hello. Hold on, we're working on the sound. Maybe on yours. Okay, well, we're.
Can you hear me?
Can't hear him.
Can you try again now, John? I think we got it.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
This work? Okay. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person. I'd like to thank the organizers, Survival, and everyone else for inviting me to speak with you today. As you have heard, my expertise is in international human rights law and in particular how it applies to environmental issues. So today I'm going to describe the human rights legal framework at the international level that applies to conservation, with particular attention, obviously, to the rights of Indigenous peoples. I want to emphasize at the outset that I'm not a member of an Indigenous people, and I'm certainly not here to try and speak on their behalf if that was even a possible thing. Fortunately, you've been able to hear from Dina and others today that can provide Indigenous perspectives that are infinitely better able than I am to do that. At the outset, I also want to just address, before I get into the international human rights standards, the point that Dina made just now, that human rights law, including the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, doesn't really have much, if any, effect, certainly not in the United States. That's a whole big conversation in itself. I'll just make a couple of quick points and then we could talk about it more in the discussion if people wanted. It's certainly true that UNDRIP, and for that matter, most of the rest of international human rights norms are not accepted in the United States, or for that matter, many other states. So one might reasonably ask, well, what's the point of them then? Why do we even care about them? And I guess I would have several responses to that. One is the United States is I wouldn't say unusual, but it's certainly not. I mean, to put it more positively, many states do take human rights seriously. They too take, in particular, international human rights norms seriously. So being able to make an international human rights argument, I think many people in different countries have found can help them with their domestic advocacy. It's certainly not a panacea. It certainly is not some kind of magic wand that solves all problems, but it can provide a set of agreed standards, agreed even by the states that so often violate them, that then you can try to work to hold states to. And in some countries, again, not so much the United States, but in some countries, you can even bring these kinds of claims to their domestic courts with occasionally quite positive results. And so in my experience, international human rights standards actually do play an important role, a practical role, not just a kind of the kind of role that academics like to pretend they could play, but an actual practical role in the pursuit of human rights for many people around the world, including in particular Indigenous peoples. And in fact, that's why I think Indigenous peoples around the world have been among the forefront of trying to use human rights norms and Indigenous rights in particular, again, for practical ends. All right, so what is the human rights framework with respect to international conservation in particular? Generally, under human rights law, states have obligations to respect human rights, that is to make sure that they don't violate human rights themselves, and also to protect human rights, protect from human rights abuses by others, or protect against human rights abuses by others. These obligations include obvious abuses like killing, torturing, and raping people. So governments have duties to prevent their own officials and employees, very much including park rangers, for example, from committing such acts. And they also have duties to protect against such abuses when they're committed by private actors. Whether or when such abuses occur anyway, I mean, assuming that the government has done all it can, but nevertheless abuses still occur, then the government has a duty to investigate and punish those responsible and to provide for effective remediation to the extent that that's possible. These are kind of easy cases, let's say, I mean, although they are prevalent around the world and quite horrific, that is murder, rape, torture, things like that. What about other types of abuses committed in the name of conservation, of which I know you've heard of many today? Indigenous peoples in particular have rights to self-determination, to culture, that is to enjoy their own culture and transmit it, to their historic and ancestral property, and to enjoy and use the environment on which they depend for both their material and cultural well-being. More specifically, to kind of drop down a level, they have rights of ownership in the lands, territories, and resources that they have traditionally owned, occupied, or used. They have the right to be consulted and to decide whether to grant their free, prior, and informed consent before actions are taken that may affect those lands, territories, or resources. Certainly, obviously, perhaps needless to say, before any actions are taken that would displace them from their traditional lands, territories, and resources. They have the right to have their traditional knowledge and practices respected and protected in relation to the conservation and sustainable use of their lands, territories, and resources. And they have the right to fairly and equitably share the benefits from activities relating to those lands, territories, and resources. So again, states have obligations not only to respect and protect these rights themselves, but also to make sure that others do. That means that states can't do things, or at least should not do things, consistent with international law that would involve, say, handing over big parts of their territory to private actors, including conservation organizations, to essentially run national parks or other areas kind of on behalf of the state without, if they can ever do that, then they have to make sure that those actors are acting in accordance with all of these obligations as well. Just to emphasize, again, what I think is quite obvious to the people in this audience, protecting the rights of Indigenous peoples not only results in better lives for them, but it also results in better conservation that benefits everyone. Their traditional ancestral lands have much of the world's remaining natural ecosystems, and any number of studies now show that protecting Indigenous rights in those lands actually is a better way to protect the environment than handing things over to the government and expecting the government to do so. So even from the narrow view of what would do the best job at conserving the natural resources of the world, putting aside the idea that Indigenous people have human rights, even from that narrow perspective, you would want to say, actually want to protect Indigenous rights because that's the best way to protect the environment. So it would violate their rights if states simply ignored them. That is, if states just stood aside and ignored the abuses committed by others, which of course states often do. Of the more than 200 environmental and land defenders killed every year around the world, an average of more than 4 a week, a far disproportionate number are from Indigenous peoples and local communities. And while some of these killings are done by government agencies or officials or with their complicity, most of them are done by private actors, corporations, and other powerful non-state actors. And the state's violation there is to not take steps, sufficient steps, effective steps to protect against those abuses and to punish those responsible. But of course, states do more than just ignore these rights. They actually violate them themselves directly, often in the name of conservation. We could talk about other ways that Indigenous rights are abused, of course, but let's focus on conservation since that's the focus of the conference. Indigenous peoples historically, as again, you've heard throughout this conference, and as you knew already, no doubt, have been violently dispossessed of their ancestral lands and territories for, centuries, and subjected to horrific abuses when they try to return. This clearly violates the obligations of states. There's no real even argument to make about that under international human rights law. What about international conservation organizations? Things get a little bit more complicated here only because the international human rights treaties and other instruments that kind of set out the international human rights legal framework are designed to establish obligations primarily on states, not on private actors. And by private actors, I just mean actors that aren't governments, actors that aren't part of the state itself necessarily. But in practice, we need to be able to address conservation organizations like WWF and WCS and many others that are often intimately engaged in conservation. They receive funding for conservation from governments in the global north, and they disseminate those funds to governments in the global south. Often they participate directly in the creation and governance of national parks and other protected areas where the fortress conservation has historically and currently occurs, and where all of the concomitant abuses that go along with fortress conservation occur. So again, at the state level, yes, they have an obligation to try to make sure that those abuses don't occur. But what about the conservation organizations themselves? Don't they have some kind of responsibility as well? This is a long-running issue in human rights law with respect to multinational corporations in particular. In 2011, the United Nations Human Rights Council, which is the main United Nations intergovernmental body, endorsed guiding principles on business and human rights, which set out an obligation, a duty, a responsibility on corporations to respect human rights. Are these directly binding? No, because the council can't simply create international human rights law that way. Nevertheless, the principles are, I think, reflective of, as it has been said, societal expectations. That is, we expect corporations at a minimum to meet these kinds of basic human rights norms. And in recent years, those norms have been applied to conservation organizations as well. That means specifically that conservation organizations have to make sure that they don't cause or contribute to human rights abuses through their own activities, and to address those impacts when they do occur, including by providing remedies, but also seek to prevent or mitigate human rights abuses when they're directly linked to the organizations. That is, when they're committed, let's say, by a partner, even though they may not be committed directly by the conservation organization itself. That's still at a pretty high level of generality. Let's drop down a level. More specifically, that means that conservation organizations should, among other things, establish and implement a due diligence process that does things like assess the potential and actual human rights impacts of their policies, projects, and activities, ensures that anything they do actually reflect these prior assessments, monitors the implementation of the initiatives, and provides for processes to enable the remediation of any adverse human rights impacts. With respect to Indigenous peoples, what that means in practice is the due diligence process has to make sure that they're complying with all of the rights of Indigenous peoples, including their right to free, prior, informed consent. To put it bluntly, that means they shouldn't be doing things like creating new national parks on Indigenous land, or for that matter, maintaining existing ones without the free, prior, informed consent of the Indigenous peoples concerned. Conservation organizations, since 2003 or so, in general, acknowledge that they should be doing these things. Many conservation organizations have commitments on paper that is what they say that they'll do. However, as I know you've heard earlier today, they often fail to do that. So there's increasing attention to the need to hold them accountable, to find other ways of ensuring that they actually live up to these commitments, these obligations, these responsibilities. One way to do this is by adopting safeguards and funding mechanisms. Put simply, the idea here is to condition funding for international conservation, which again is in the hundreds of millions to billions of dollars a year, to condition the funding on whether the recipients meet certain minimum requirements. And that includes governments and conservation organizations. Let me give you a specific example. Last July, the United States House of Representatives adopted a bill entitled the Advancing Human Rights-Centered International Conservation Act of 2022. A law known as the Leahy Amendment already prohibits U.S. funds going to foreign security forces, including park rangers, that commit gross violations of human rights, such as murder, rape, and torture. But this bill would go beyond Leahy. It would require specifically that conservation organizations or anyone else that receives conservation funding from the Fish and Wildlife Service would have to, among other things, have effective plans in place to protect Indigenous rights, including FPIC. It would have to have in place grievance mechanisms. It would have to have in place training and monitoring of park rangers' procedures. It would require recipients of funding to report all allegations of abuse. It would allow the government, it would mandate that the government could also receive allegations of abuse from other sources and investigate any allegations found to be credible or that would appear to be credible. It would require regular audits by the US government of conservation organizations and other recipients of funding. If It was found that the requirements weren't met, funding would be suspended and not renewed until and unless the government determined that the recipient of funding was taking appropriate steps, not only to bring the perpetrators of the abuses to justice, but also to prevent similar gross violations in the future. This bill resulted from 2 hearings last year, one in October of 21 and one in March of 22. Full disclosure, I testified at both of them, at which members of the House Committee on Natural Resources were particularly exercising concern over allegations of human rights abuses in parks supported by the World Wildlife Fund, and on WWF's essentially their refusal to take any responsibility for any role they had played in those abuses. The hearings and the bill were conducted on a bipartisan basis. Very unusually in the current moment in US politics, the bill was co-sponsored by Democrats and Republican leaders and was approved by the House by 379 to 43. Unfortunately, under US law, the bill also had to be approved by the Senate, which did not take place. The Senate never introduced the bill. There are various suppositions as to why that occurred. Nevertheless, I'm very hopeful that the bill will be reintroduced this session, and I hope that it will receive support in the Senate and be enacted. If it were enacted, I will not say that it would solve all problems in this area. Of course, it would not, but it would provide a very, very important first step and model that then could be used by other governments and internationally to tell conservation funders, these are the minimum requirements you should have in place before you continue to fund conservation that results predictably in human rights abuses and fortress conservation related dispossession of indigenous people. The bill, I can tell you the bill number and name. The bill name, again, was the Advancing Human Rights and International Conservation Act of 2022, and its bill number was HR 7025. Under, again, US law, unfortunately, everything has to start over every new session, so the bill will have to be introduced for it to kind of restart the process this session, but given its support last session, I'm hopeful that that will be the case. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and I'm happy to participate in the discussion.
I'd like to open the floor for questions. Do you want to? I don't know if it looks strange with John towering over you there, but hopefully. Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Hi, this is a question for Dina. Can you explain a little more about how this law before SCOTUS is, this case before SCOTUS relates to land grab, as you sort of suggested, and also, does it make a difference that the US now has a Native American Interior Secretary of the Interior?
Okay, thanks for that question. So the Brackeen case is a challenge to the Indian Child Welfare Act, which doesn't sound like it has anything to do with land or resources, but it argues that that tribes have special rights as a racial group, and that's a violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. And so it's kind of, they're saying like reverse racism. That's what they've been saying. They've been challenging this law for at least 10 years. The first time a case landed in the court was 10 years ago in 2013 with the same argument. So they're trying to strike down this law, which protects tribes' right to keep their children from being adopted outside their communities and families, based on this ideology or this belief or argument that they have special rights as a racial group. So, but ultimately, it's the backstory that really tells, that's the most revealing, because if you look at who funded the case, this Brackeen case, it was funded and argued by an organization called Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher. They are a big law firm that that supports fossil fuel. They support massive corporations. They are, you know, in bed with some of the worst human rights abusers globally. And tribal sovereignty is the obstacle to the extraction of resources that lie, you know, on tribal lands. And so it's connecting the dots between what's on the surface and then who are the players in this case. So you have a wealthy white family who's arguing to keep their 2 Navajo children being sponsored or being, how do they call it, pro bono? So this Gibson Dunn, this massive, giant, you know, wealthy law firm that argued this case for these people pro bono. So that's just on the surface of what's happening. But ultimately, the analysis, pretty generally by legal scholars, is saying that if, you know, the potential for, if they overturn, or to whatever extent they overturn or undermine this law, is going to lead to the dismantling of the doctrine of tribal sovereignty. So if they can overturn this law, this leads to, you know, based on this argument that tribes receive special treatment as a racial group, leads to the dismantling of the entire fabric of tribal sovereignty.
Thank you. I also have a question for you, Dina. That was also a great explanation of that court case that has a great podcast about it. A few different podcasts have made great info about that court case exactly. Like This Land, if you're interested in This Land, or 5 to 4 is a podcast about the Supreme Court that also gives anyway, great synopsis. Sorry to go on and on about that. So I'm an early career conservation scientist, like probably some of the people who you work with. And I know you mentioned like the spectrum of people's comfort level with like being corrected or learning from you. I guess at this like early stage of my career, I would like to know if you have like, want to expound on that or have some advice for someone in my position who's a white person and is going to hopefully do beneficial science about marine and terrestrial environments. So any advice would be great. And also just to ask kind of hypothetically about, in your view, is there a way of creating like federally protected or state protected land that does have enough consultation and consent that would be beneficial, like to exclude certain types of like extractive practices, but not to extract those who are subsisting on that, those resources? Thank you.
Okay, so 2 questions there. I don't know if I'm going to remember all that, but okay, what was the first question? So as a white scientist, what I've noticed is that in all of these spaces that I go into, it's by the ones that are the easiest to work with are women. So, you know, like not surprising. I'm sorry, it's just a fact. So women are the ones that tend to be more open, scientists, conservationists, and so forth. So there's something, I think there's maybe, I don't know, an open-mindedness more, maybe an ability to be more relational or something. I don't know. I don't want to essentialize, you know, feminism or feminist, whatever. But ultimately, what has to happen is that for people like you and most people who are conditioned, socialized in a settler society, a colonial framework, is that you have been conditioned, you know, subliminally or explicitly in whatever way to believe that Western science, that you have all the knowledge and that your knowledge counts more than anybody else's. And so there has to be a deconditioning of that. Like there has to be an acceptance of the fact that Indigenous people have been on land in their ecosystems, managing their territories, their lands, their environments since time immemorial in ways that have been sustainable, that have worked. And so there has to be an openness to learning what that is, learning what those are. And that goes back to Indigenous knowledge, and that goes back to epistemology and to systems of knowledge and how they differ. So a decentering of Eurocentric, you know, epistemologies that can make space for, you know, acknowledging that there are different ways of seeing the world that are probably even more intelligent. So the second part of your question was, sorry.
Sorry to double question you. Yeah, I was just asking about if you just could talk more about if there is like a protected area approach or like an alternative paradigm that you could imagine, like it would be valuable to exclude certain uses, but to do that in a way that doesn't, reduce the sustainable and subsistence use of Indigenous people. If you think that MPA system exists at all, or if we just need to completely move away from these kinds of like land exclusion approaches.
Well, any kind of approach, however, whatever it is, however it's imagined, it's not going to be successful for Indigenous people without Indigenous people at the table, period. So they have to be there, designing it, working, equitably with whatever partners, stakeholder partners that they are working with, governments, non-state actors, NGOs, whatever. And so there has to be, they just have to be given space and empowered to be equal partners. I don't know, that's all I'll really say.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I think I came late. My name is Martin Simoto from Kenya, from the Ogie community. First, I think I'll just make a comment, then finish with a question. From the indigenous perspective, if you look at land ownership, land was owned communally. That means the issue of whether a young person can access land, whether an old person, whether a woman will access land would not arise, because each of those categories would access land without any restriction. But the moment the Western approach to land ownership came in, of what we call individual land, and bringing in a document, so it became now another problem. And that is why now you find that even in Africa, you find people talking about women not accessing land because, you see, culturally, they were owning land jointly. As a woman, you can get firewood without any problem. You can have your goats, you can have all those things without anybody saying no. So, but when you look at the issue related to the indigenous people and natural resources, we are talking about livelihood. And when you talk about livelihood, you are talking about food. And when you look at most of these communities that are indigenous, their level of production is still in primary. That means you get right food right from the source and use it. It's not like other cultures whereby it might be processing and all that. You milk the cow, you take the milk directly. So you see, the moment you cannot access land, then that right to food is already endangered. And it's a very fundamental right. So when you are talking about indigenous people's rights, it's about access to land, access to natural resources. And you will find that there are many other down there. But the biggest question we have to ask ourselves, what is it that we are going to do so that we change the paradigm shift? Because the issues that are affecting Africa in general are issues which are foreign. Go to DRC. You will find that even the land policy being used, go to Kenya, go to Tanzania, all those policies that manage natural resources, all of it are foreign. All of it, 100% are foreign. And you see, the question we have to ask ourselves, who now is the perpetrator of the human rights? Those are the fundamental questions. Lastly, I want to ask our presenter, John. We have this thing called investigation. Who should do that? Who? Who should investigate states? Who should investigate multinational conservation agencies? You see, And the biggest question that we must drive to all of us as human across the globe is when you are committing your taxes, are your taxes translating into violation of rights elsewhere? Very simple question. And this is CI. Where is Conservation International getting their cash? Where is WWF getting their money? So are they, you see, you could be contributing to human rights violation indirectly because you don't follow your taxes how they go, right? So I think, John, the biggest question that we have is that these violations that are being done by states, I think many of you saw what happened, I don't know, might be, I'm very sorry to make that generalization, what happened in Tanzania. You found thousands of Maasai being removed for purposes of conservation. Their animals are shot, you see, literally by the state. But some of those agencies of the state are actually funded by organizations. Some are even within this country. So, you know, it becomes another big problem. And you see, sometimes we ask ourselves, so where are we as humanity in terms of protection of human rights? So John, issues of investigation, who should do it? And especially for the state and these other agencies. Thank you. Sorry for taking very long.
Hi, would you like me to respond now? Is this a good time? I never know what I look like in these things. I mean, I'm like, to myself, I'm a little bitty postage stamp, but I guess from Dina's looking up, I mean, I probably look like, I don't know, the Wizard of Oz or something. So, so that's a really good, that's an excellent, that's a really excellent question. I mean, this is the great challenge that really runs throughout all of human rights law is how do you actually change the behavior of states and other powerful actors? You can't really go higher in the system in a way to, you know, there's no galactic space force or something that will come down and enforce these standards. So what do we have instead? We do have quite a few international human rights bodies that have overlapping jurisdictions and varying degrees of legal bindingness. So in the African context in particular, as I imagine you know, the African Court of Human Rights has actually issued decisions, including with respect to the Ogiek people and their denial of their rights in Kenya. There are bodies that you know, similar regional tribunals exist in Europe and in Latin America. The Latin America and Caribbean Court, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, is particularly important in issuing decisions on indigenous rights. It has a long line of very powerful decisions that, if they were followed, would go a long way towards protecting the rights of indigenous peoples. There are also special rapporteurs. There are very, very active special rapporteurs on indigenous rights, and of course, many other special rapporteurs. There are also rights of, or rather, I should also say there are treaty bodies that address compliance with international agreements. But I want to be clear about this. Again, none of these are magic wands. None of these bodies are necessarily have their decisions complied with by states. And so you raised the issue of funding, and I completely agree that that's a crucial possible point of leverage. As you say, funding for many abuses in the global south comes from institutions in the global north. And I think it's quite important for people who are residents of countries in the global north to be made aware of this connection, that it's not simply a matter of abuses happening, so, I don't know, around the other side of the world that have no relationship to anything that happens here. On the contrary, often the decisions about what is done in other countries are very much made here and supported here in all kinds of different ways. So while this is hardly a complete answer in itself either, I do think building in more transparency in the funding process so that it's easier to understand and try and use those points of leverage, and building in more formal standards that again can be enforced at different points in that process, are at least steps in the right direction. But this is a very difficult, I don't want to underestimate how difficult it is, but I think at the same time, it is worth trying to do more to strengthen the rights of Indigenous peoples at all steps in the conservation process, from the funding that begins with governments in the global north all the way throughout. Thank you.
Question.
Thank you very much, Dina. And thank you for sharing your experiences and wisdom. What you shared with us in terms of Indigenous people, traditional people being separated from the ocean, I was very interested in hearing, because it sounded like these groups, communities, tribes, have been separated for many generations. These cultures are very visual, very oral in the way how they exchange and communicate and transmit knowledge and experiences. You know, in the conservation world, there is usually when you're writing up a conservation document, the last part, and it usually says implications for conservation. It's something that many people, if you've written a scientific document for a journal, you'd be familiar with. Could you say a little bit more in terms of, as you describe the effort to reclaim that history of connection to the ocean, to the coast, to resources, these traditional ways, and thinking about this idea of the implications for conservation? It's a very nebulous question I'm asking, but what I'm asking is that, do you feel that there is a push to justify the existence and experiences of people just because it now serves conservation? Or it could potentially have a positive implication for, yes, this is great, this knowledge, this way of being and knowing and understanding these practices can now benefit this larger interest in coastal conservation. Is there a discussion within these communities that this is the way how knowledge potentially can be justified, and then it serves the experiences and the expectations of the colonizer, in essence?
Right. That's the million-dollar question. You know, in the United States, we talk about cultural appropriation a lot. And of course, so much of the way American Indian people are perceived in the United States shows up in these ways that are culturally appropriated. You know, the sports team mascots, the Halloween costumes. I mean, there's an endless list of the ways that Native people are caricaturized and then used for entertainment, really. But when we're talking about Indigenous knowledge, like that, this is and how it can be deployed in conservation, that's, in my mind, the number one consideration. Like, how can we engage Indigenous knowledge? How can we implement Indigenous knowledge? How can it be incorporated into land management practices at whatever level in ways that are not exploitive? And that's the million-dollar question. And I think that it's possible. I think it's absolutely possible. It has to be, without it being disrespectful. And I think that the only way that can happen is by acknowledging the ways that Native people have been exploited, the ways that their cultures have been co-opted in ways that are harmful to Indigenous communities. So knowing that, like, this is not secret, it's not unknown. So we can, you know, with that at the front of our minds, you know, be able to have that guide the way that Indigenous knowledge is used. And that doesn't mean it's going to guarantee that that's not going to happen. But I think that we have to try, and and then be willing to have Indigenous voices, again, at the table, at the forefront, to say, hey, this is being done in a way that's, that we disagree with, that's causing harm to our communities. So it's always making sure that Native people have power in the ways that things are being implemented.
Thank you for that. Unfortunately, we're out of time for this panel. The next panel is starting immediately. I'd like to thank Dina and thank you, John, for calling in. Hopefully we'll talk soon. And then I'd like to introduce the next panelists, Simon and Tom, if you could come up to the stage, please. We have the tech people working. You're going first. Okay. Yeah, are you fine going first? Yeah. Yes, okay, great. Simon's going to go first, if you can put him on. Okay, great. So this panel is From Colonialism to Green Capitalism, False Solutions to the Climate and Biodiversity Crises. Our first speaker is Simon Council. He's an independent researcher and writer on conservation, human rights, and nature-based climate solutions. And he's currently an advisor to International Indigenous Rights Advocacy Group, Survival International. He was for 23 years the executive director of the Rainforest Foundation UK, which is in London, which supported and continues to support Indigenous and traditional peoples of the world's rainforests in their efforts to protect their environment and to fulfill their rights. He has been on the front line of campaigns to protect the world's forests for more than 3 decades, previously leading the International Forest Campaign for Friends of the Earth. He has a BSc in environmental science and an MSc in forestry and land use from Oxford University. I don't think we say BSc here, so I'm not sure what that is, but maybe you can explain. And also we have Tom Goldtooth. He's the executive director of the Indigenous Environmental Network. Tom has been awarded with recognition of his achievements throughout the past 40 years as an activist for social change and environmental and climate justice. From the strength of his community organizing and leadership, he has brought the local issues of environmental, economic, energy, climate justice, and the rights of Indigenous peoples to the national and to the international levels. Tom initiated the first International Indigenous Conference on the Rights of Mother Earth in 2012 at the Haskell Indian Nations University, and serves as a member of the steering committee of the Global Alliance of the Rights of Nature. Tom is a recipient of numerous awards, including the 2015 Gandhi Award, and in 2016 was presented Sierra Club's highest recognition, the John Muir Award. Tom is a Sundance leader and active in his ceremonial responsibilities, and is a father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. With that, Simon, would you like to take the stage? Welcome.
Slides progressed. Just do that. Okay, well, thanks very much and good afternoon, everyone. If you follow the debates about climate, biodiversity, or Indigenous rights, you will likely have heard of the term nature-based solutions, and if you haven't done, you probably soon will do. And I just want to spend a few minutes explaining this, because it's a concept that's being used to drive forward, I think, a new era of conservation policy. In fact, I'd say it's pretty much central to the plans of the global conservation industry to both expand and intensify its grip on a growing proportion of the planet. What I'm going to do is just explain what nature-based solutions are and why there are, in principle, fundamental problems with the concept, and then give you briefly an example of this that I've been investigating with Survival International over the last year or so from indigenous lands in northern Kenya. Right. Tell me how it works. Like that, like that. Nope. That's not working.
Is that working?
No.
Shane, can you take this, please? We're not getting slide advancement.
Yeah. So just tap on the.
I guess it has to be that. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So this is how this concept of nature-based solutions has been defined by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Extremely broad definition, and you'll see that actually it involves pretty much anything that is good for humans that involves nature. I mean, of course, this is nothing new in a sense, because most of any non-industrial society pretty much depends on nature, and that's been most of humanity for most of history, actually. But of course, this thing has to be defined and captured and appropriated in a sense, and so now we have this concept of nature-based solutions. In practice, it's actually mostly been used to refer to the use of nature to counteract climate change. Yeah. And it's often kind of interchangeably used with this term natural climate solutions. And this is based on the kind of simple and superficially benign idea of harnessing nature and natural ecosystems to suck atmosphere warming carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and store it where, in theory, it might do no harm. We know that trees store a lot of carbon in their trunks and branches, as do ecosystems such as peat bogs and some other soils. This concept, perhaps unsurprisingly, has been seized on by polluting industries such as oil companies, airlines, and some governments, because it appears to offer an alternative to the rapid reduction of fossil fuel use. Many oil companies, in fact, including Shell that we see here, Eni, another one, Equinor, the Norwegian state government, state oil company, are claiming to become or moving towards being net carbon neutral by offsetting their carbon emissions by planting trees or by buying carbon credits from people protecting forests. But the idea, which I think we'll see, is fraught with dangers, didn't actually derive from the polluting companies, but in fact from conservation organizations. And this was the first report you see the cover of here, which the idea was floated about 12, 13 years ago by a broad coalition of international conservation organizations, again, IUCN, Nature Conservancy, Wildlife Conservation Society, and so on. And it really followed from the realization by these organizations that the carbon stored in the protected areas that they're responsible for managing or establishing is worth many, many tens of billions of dollars if packaged up and sold as carbon credits to supposedly offset or compensate the carbon emissions from polluting companies. And this, the conservationists believe, would be a kind of win-win situation. They'd get more money to pay for their vision of wildlife protection, whilst polluting companies could avoid the kind of difficult and costly reductions in their own carbon emissions, whilst also appearing to be green. One influential study done in 2017, this was led by the Nature Conservancy. The list of co-authors on this actually reads like a who's who of the conservation industry, claimed to show that as much as 37% of global carbon emissions until 2030 could be mitigated through these so-called natural climate solutions. And this claim was repeated many times over by extremely influential people, the Convention on Biodiversity, it's a UN body, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, IUCN, of course, and of course by the global conservation business itself and climate and business leaders. So this was basically saying potentially more than a third of the climate problem can be dealt with through these nice sort of soft green issues, solutions, if it were true. And the problem is that it isn't true, and I'll explain why. This graph here shows exactly how this potentially huge, it's claimed, mitigation of climate change through these natural solutions will actually play out. First, but by far the most effective way of sucking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere is indeed by planting trees. In fact, it's the only way we know how to do this at any scale at all. And this planting of trees is the large dark green block on the right there. It's nearly a half, actually, of all the claimed carbon mitigation potential for nature-based solutions. But it turns out that in order to mitigate or take so much carbon, sequester so much carbon out of the atmosphere, you'd need to plant an area of trees roughly the size of Australia. We won't go back, but something like 700 or 800 million hectares of land. Of course, we can't cover the whole of Australia in trees. Indeed, there's nowhere on Earth where such a large unused area could be planted. It could only be found by planting on what's currently farmland. And it's actually been estimated by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that this kind of attempt at sequestering so much carbon in trees could result in something like 300 million people becoming malnourished, with the price of food globally increasing by about 80%. So a major, major negative impact with very serious consequences. In order to capture carbon quickly, and remember this 2030 target of climate mitigation, there's only about 6 or 7 years of that left now. These forests would, these newly planted trees at least, would not need to be the usual kind of slow growing native species, but actually vast monocultures of very fast growing species like we see in this picture here, eucalyptus or acacia probably, which are a disaster for wildlife, often a social disaster as well. They often have been located in the past on indigenous lands and can replace really important ecosystems such as savannas. Most of the rest of what we saw on that pie chart earlier on, the kind of the progressively lighter shades of green that were in that, these are mostly about actually stopping deforestation globally and transforming the global timber industry onto a more kind of sustainable basis. So actually almost all of this is about forests, in fact. And these last things, stopping deforestation, becoming more sustainable in terms of timber production, they're obviously pretty good things to do, actually. But the problem is that there is no way that these are going to happen within, the next 5 or 6 years. I've been working on rainforest protection for more than 30 years. And, whatever the efforts there have been and whatever the worthy policies and attempts and the huge funding programs, deforestation globally is pretty much the same as it was 30 years ago. And that's not about to change anytime soon. Another problem with what's being proposed under this nature-based solutions umbrella idea is that precisely because of climate change, ecosystems like forests are actually becoming much less good at storing carbon. In fact, we've seen in the last few years catastrophic fires sending a lot more CO2 into the atmosphere, including from places where fires have never really occurred before, like in the tundra regions, northern Russia, for example. So these ecosystems that we are being led to believe by the conservation industry are supposed to be offsetting continued fossil fuel emissions are themselves increasing emissions, not reducing them. So, it seems that this is a self-evidently false and doomed approach to tackling climate change and could indeed backfire badly in terms of its impact on biodiversity. So why is the conservation industry so keen on it? Well, as we heard before, conservationists now have a target of colonizing 30% of the Earth's land and seas, up from the current roughly 17%. And this is going to require hundreds of billions of additional dollars to flow to conservation and protected areas around the world. I think despite the kind of slick marketing of organizations like WWF and WCS and the increase that there has been in public funding, I think they've kind of hit a limit to how much can be obtained from these sources. And also we see public institutions, including the big funders like USAID, the European Union, starting to become a little bit more cautious about this, and not the least because of the kind of self-evident human rights impacts that some of these areas. So new sources of funding are desperately needed. And these nature-based solutions, I think, is one of them. When this 30% global target was being negotiated over the last 3 years leading up to the agreement being signed in Montreal last December, it was very often said that it's not just 30% protected areas by 2030, it's actually those plus 30% of climate mitigation happening through these so-called nature-based solutions, which actually, as I've just demonstrated, albeit extremely briefly, is pretty much impossible. And also that 30% of what's currently international funding being dedicated to tackling climate change, being redirected into the conservation industry. And one of the principal ways that it's seen that this is going to happen is through the creation of carbon offsets. Again, we see the idea here, very simple. Polluting companies pay someone to either plant new trees or protect existing ones, storing the carbon in the ecosystem, or in some cases in the soil. And so just to finish, I want to give you an example of one of these that I've been investigating, as I say. Let's go back. For some reason, this won't let me go back. And here we are. The project is called the North Kenya Grasslands Carbon Project. There it is in northern Kenya. It covers about 5 million acres. That's actually about 5% of the entire land area of Kenya. It looks a bit like this area. That I presume is after the rains. It's fairly green. Actually, this is an area that's suffered terribly from drought, and increasingly from drought in recent years, and probably not the least because of climate change. It's an area that is entirely inhabited by indigenous peoples, about 100,000 indigenous pastoralists, various peoples, including the Samburu, the Barana, the Maasai, and the Rendille, all pastoralists who have occupied and sustainably managed this area for many hundreds of years, countless generations. The basic premise of this project is explained in this diagram here, which is taken from the project's own project description. It's the official kind of basis of the project. And you see, this is what's happening at the moment. All these terrible indigenous people, pastoralists, are just all over the place. All this negative word, they're creating unpalatable plants by this continuous grazing. There's no grass banks left for droughts. There's no recovery of the vegetation. There's no rest. Terrible. And what the project is claiming to do, or set out to do, and it started in 2013, is this. So nice organized grazing where the cattle are taken from the individual families or the individual pastoralists. They're kind of centralized under the control of the project itself. All these nice positive things happen with recovery of the grassland. And all of that on the right there, they claim will lead to increased capture of carbon in the soil. So the carbon is being sort of sucked down out of the vegetation into the soil. And they claim that over the entire of this project area, something like 1.5 million tons of carbon, additional carbon, is going to be taken out of the atmosphere and stored in the soil. And that is the basis of the carbon credits. With a few adjustments, that works out to a bit over 1 million new tons of carbon credits being sold every year. And to explain this, so this project is being run by an organization called the Northern Rangelands Trust. I'll come on to, and an organization that was set up by the gentleman on the right. This is the third picture of a British royal we've had in this session today. I think I win the prize for the cheesiest there. The gentleman on the right there, Ian Craig, his family was a colonial ranch owners in Kenya. And he came up with this idea of kind of keeping the colonial land, if you like, by changing the designation to a kind of nature conservancy. Actually, it's been run more or less a kind of very top-end eco-tourist outfit. And progressively over the years, this organization, the Northern Rangelands Trust, has established something like 40 or so of these conservancies, which altogether, the carbon project is half of this, but altogether covers something like 4 million hectares, which is more than 10% of the entire land area of Kenya. And here we see him being given an award in December last year from his friend Prince William for services to conservation in Africa. The Nature Conservancy was very much behind this project as well. In fact, the whole thing was dreamed up as far as I can see, and all the technical work was done on it by an academic and consultant at Syracuse University. Well, we've investigated this, and the findings of our investigation were published in this report, Blood Carbon. And what we find is, in fact, there isn't any evidence, as Northern Rangelands Trust claims, that this area was even being overgrazed in the first place. There's no empirical evidence being produced so far that this supposed change in the grazing patterns there is actually storing any more carbon than was the case beforehand. Very worryingly, it does presuppose that Northern Rangelands Trust takes control of the grazing patterns there and their movements. It's very important that there is migration of the cattle throughout the year due to droughts and so on, in search of constant grazing. And very important threats to the culture of all of the people living in that area, which is very, very intricately bound up with grazing. The organization behind this project didn't even inform local communities properly about this project and about what was about to happen there, let alone obtain their consent beforehand. It's an extremely unfair distribution of the benefits and funds from this project. I've calculated that probably so far the sale of carbon credits from this has generated somewhere around $20 to $30 million for Northern Rangelands Trust, and over the full lifetime of the project could generate something in the order of $300 to $500 million from carbon credits. The very legal basis of the project is questionable. Northern Rangelands Trust, although not specifically under this carbon project, but nevertheless has been implicated in extremely serious human rights abuses, extrajudicial killings, violence, and many indigenous peoples in the area say that their very presence there and the presence of armed guards is actually fueling conflict between some of the communities rather than alleviating it. I can't go through all of this one particularly in any detail, I simply don't have the time, but there are certain basic requirements of any carbon offset project. It's supposed to be additional, it's generating real new savings in carbon or prevention of emissions that wouldn't happen without the project. There's supposed to be a kind of credible vision of what would have happened without the project, and some demonstration that the project has actually improved that. There's supposed to be some means of preventing leakage of the carbon. That is, you might store a bit more carbon in one place, but does that just mean you're losing more carbon elsewhere? And is the carbon stored permanently? Because if it's not, we know that fossil fuel carbon, when that gets into the atmosphere, that's there pretty much forever. So any kind of project that claims to be offsetting those by storing carbon elsewhere, it basically has to be permanent. In our analysis, this project fails on every single one of these criteria. I don't really have time to explain why that is, but take it from me. The credits from this project have been sold so far. They sold about 4.5 million of them, something like that, including to Netflix, Meta, Facebook, Kering, that's a luxury goods holding company that owns brands like Gucci. And I should just say that this is a particularly kind of egregious example of these nature-based carbon offsetting projects, and I've been investigating these schemes for a number of years, but it's not at all unique actually. I mean, from Peru to Kenya, Congo to Cambodia, indigenous and other local communities are now threatened by the takeover of their land, on top of all the other threats. for these carbon projects. And this we really are entering a new phase where the pure colonial conservation is giving way to an even more powerful and I think unholy alliance of conservation with capitalism. Unfortunately, this trend isn't going unnoticed. The fact that many of these programs are not only a threat to indigenous lands, but they're also not benefiting the climate isn't going unnoticed. We've seen some very good media coverage about this in the last few months or so. But I think we're really at a critical juncture where these kinds of schemes are about to actually move to a kind of formal part of the global climate policy process. And again, it's a bit too technical to go into, but ever since the Paris Climate Agreement was signed, there's been the intention to kind of implement carbon trading mechanisms in addition to or alongside these kind of voluntary attempts to reduce our carbon emissions. My view is that if these kinds of schemes get into the global carbon trading system, which there's every chance they will do, then I think we're basically going to lose the battle against climate change. There's no way back from this, essentially, because they are completely false solutions. They're not offering any real reductions in carbon emissions. So I think I'll leave it at that. And thanks for listening. And I'll be happy to take questions.
One second, sir. It should be the next button. One second. Let me just fix this for you first. Okay, that's good. Cool. So you can just press this or either of these, okay?
Get down one.
This one goes to the next slide.
Okay. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's good to be here. I kind of have jet lag. I apologize. I was in the Bay Area. We had a meeting there, and I flew all night and landed here. But thank you for inviting me, Survival International and CUNY, other people that were involved, and thank you, Simon. This is a pretty important topic on this session here, on bringing in market systems, geoengineering technologies or techno-fixes, tying them in with climate change and mitigation and adaptation. Very important. It's a difficult subject, and by what you said, you know what I mean when I say you're under attack as an NGO. Our Indigenous Environmental Network has been under attack by just speaking out about this. So yat the Bethlejini na ishle wo Dakota Bashishichi. I'm both Navajo and Dakota. And I was just thinking, you know, what we missed a lot in these meetings to talk about what is sacred to us. with our constituency of Indigenous peoples, not only in the North, but in the South, is the lack of awareness of the United Nations negotiators, governments, about the importance of spirituality. A friend of mine that comes with us in our delegations, Chief Ninawa Hunakwai from the Amazon of Brazil, a spiritual leader. And he says that in his presentations to the governmental leaders about the lack of recognition. We kind of have basically two cosmologies, from looking back at the vision from the shore in North America when the immigrants came from Europe. We couldn't understand each other. It wasn't just the language. Somehow the history of the immigrants from Europe had lost their understanding of their relationship to the sacredness of Mother Earth. Whatever that mechanism was, or mechanisms throughout hundreds and hundreds of years of the removal of the people, of the land, and that special relationship. We had two cosmologies. And I believe we're dealing with that now. We're still confronted with that. So I'm going to sing a really quick song. And this song was taught by my grandpa, Pitaha Yuhamane Pikacha Sr., a Lakota holy man. And it brings our emergence of where we come from. And it brings who we are as Indigenous peoples in that far place into the present. In our calling out, a calling out of our spirit, our voice, our heart, our mind, that we want to be heard and recognized. Thank you. I wanted to recognize, because the work we do within our Indigenous Environmental Network takes a lot of work to do this. And we have some really awesome research fellows from the new school, Alyssa and Joshua. Yeah, and raise your hand. And they've been doing some exciting work with our climate justice program. And if you go to our website, ienearth.org, you'll see a couple reports that the interns helped us prepare. One is on nature-based solutions, and everything that Simon said was right on. It's something that still humanity, and especially our own Indigenous peoples, don't know enough about. Nature-based solutions. And then another one on climate finance and the inequities and issues with climate finance that's being debated in the United Nations climate meetings as well. How does it benefit or not benefit vulnerable communities, local communities in the global South, Indigenous peoples? The difference between finance mechanisms and funding mechanisms, loss and damage. A lot of things that are complex in themselves. So I work a lot within the Indigenous Caucus, within the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and our network does. Another one on agriculture is very important. Food sovereignty, food security is very critical on what is the mitigation plan of the governments of the world, the UN, the World Bank, major NGOs, And there's a lot of concern around these climate fault solutions and whether they're a solution to the recognition of our foods, the need for stable and food systems throughout the world. Okay. So to talk about this, I want to quickly go through, I pulled an essay that I did with the publication called Hoodwinked in the Hothouse. You can Google search it, Hoodwinked in the Hothouse. It's on our IEN website, but also we do have a blog of our collective. And so I pulled some things just to give some background. We don't have time I don't have time to go into the facts and figures. Some of our researchers have done that in the reports that you can find on our website. But I look back at the number of years that world leaders have come together in the United Nations conferences on climate. And it's been about 31 years, 31 years. I got involved with the direction of some of the tribal governments, our grassroots constituency as Native people. IEN is a grassroots organization, and spiritual authorities. That was in 1998 in Albuquerque, New Mexico, on a climate change workshop. We brought in our organization spiritual leaders. We brought grassroots leaders and traditional knowledge holders. We did not want that meeting just to be tribal governmental leaders, or even in 1998, the emerging environmental protection staffers, which I was part of in the early 90s as well. So looking back at that and looking back at the history of how the UNFCCC was formed coming out of the 1992 Earth Summit, and looking at one of the concerns at that time and still today is emissions, toxic emissions, greenhouse gases, and there was no debate about those emissions coming from oil, gas, and coal. And as we look at reports like from Survival International, Oil Change International, and many other NGOs that we network with, is that emissions continue to rise. Look at our report that we just released, and a collective with Rainforest Action Network and other organizations that you can find on our website around the climate banking on climate chaos. It's the 2023 report. It shows that the tremendous into the trillions of dollars of investment in fossil fuel that continues to this day. $5 trillion has been put into fossil fuel since the Paris Agreement. We had a delegation in Paris in 2015, and we brought 57 Indigenous peoples from Canada, Alaska, the lower 48 in US, and the global South. And part of our analysis coming out of that was that the Paris Agreement was a trade agreement. I think you mentioned that, Simon. It's nothing more. It was a trade agreement. It promises to privatize, commodify, and sell forested lands as carbon offsets, proving financial laundering mechanism for rich developed countries to launder their carbon pollution on the backs of the global South, and in the North on the backs of our Indigenous peoples, but also Black and people of color, and low-income communities as well. So we started to lift up the word, linking up colonialism with CO2. We start to mobilize Indigenous peoples with a strong voice, like in the 2014 New York People's Climate Summit. We lifted up that message. Chief Seattle, those who do research, in 1854, he was a visionary. He said, how can you buy or sell the sky? So our indigenous organization, IEN, we see a need, and this is part why I agreed to come. We see a need to demystify carbon markets, carbon pricing, geoengineering technologies, and extreme energy developments. So we see a dangerous slide towards lawless capitalism. Lawless capitalism. Who holds the economic systems of the world? Who holds capitalism accountable? How is it now involved with climate mitigation and adaptation? How is it as a free market ideology? We know we have a liberal government, and we have challenges even with Biden's administration, who is pushing these false solutions, such as carbon capture and storage. So our concern is, how do we educate civil society, humanity? And it involves that need to understand one's relationship to the sacredness of Mother Earth. Very important. So addressing privatization that's involving every aspect of our lives with virtually no public oversight, our accountability for the profiteering, as what Simon was saying. So we've seen an alarming tendency towards politics of desperation. Tom Gotu, what you're saying is right, but you got to be cautious, because people want to feel there's hope and to do something that's a solution, even though it's a false solution. So we've been offered money by foundations to just work on adaptation. Don't speak out about these mitigation debates that are happening globally and at the state level. So this is politics of desperation, is in the different categories of climate, environmental, but also the conservation organizations, where opportunistic disaster capitalism, a term that Naomi Klein is used, and couple that with the short-sightedness around carbon and techno-fundamentalism, it's driving this pandemic of corporate false promises. And that's the sadness in this. So we're being fooled by the funding from the philanthropy capitalists such as Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk. They have put a lot of money just here in the US with the Jeff Bezos Earth Fund. They right away funded, threw down 100,000? Yes, to 4 conservation and environmental organizations right off the bat. Those organizations we have been debating with, confronting on their human rights agenda violations, and now they got more money. You could imagine the war room discussions they have, and the planning, the investigation to be on top of the environmental justice movement in the United States. Who are the leaders? How can they create situations of divide and conquer? Given money for this group or this group and say, this is for just transition in your program, when the money's coming from the polluters to be able to offset the pollution and continue to pollute. So we're confronted with this and the funding, again, of the big conservation to greenwash their practices. So when I talk about polluter greenwashing and climate capitalism, it's like entering a Pandora's box, exposing climate investment schemes designed to profiteer from the global ecological crisis. Most of these can be characterized as techno fixes, market mechanisms, corporate snake oil products, or extreme energy projects such as nuclear power. mega hydroelectric dams, and a hydrogen economy. There's a lot of debate right now with the environmental organizations in this country around hydrogen, and especially green hydrogen. So all claim to address the climate crisis while avoiding the very underlining drivers that got us into this mess in the first place. The economies of greed, the endless growth, erosion of biodiversity, and the exploitation of life, and no political will from our governments to end subsidizing the expansion of the fossil fuel industry and agriculture. The exploitation is very important to Indigenous peoples I have talked to that practice our traditional ways, our spiritual ways. As I explain what this is all about, in order to bring this carbon trading mechanism and utilize it, you got to bring it into a market system. And to treat carbon as a commodity, you got to determine whose property right it is. So it's a property right issue. It's a privatization issue. So along with this discussion is that there's a larger movement around financialization of biodiversity, financialization of life itself, and the mechanisms around that. And so this carbon colonialism is the pillar of the green economy. It's that serious. So my indigenous view has, looking at this next chapter in colonialism, it's led to the financialization of biodiversity, of nature, and the sacredness of the female creative principles of Mother Earth. When I say that, in the same way we have patriarchy, we have a male-dominated system in the world that objectifies their woman. They objectify that sacredness of Mother Earth in the same way over ownership. That's part of the resistance we get when we talk about this as Indigenous peoples, or women that speak out. It seems like it creates a reaction, a knee-jerk reaction from the negotiators of the nation states, from the politicians. They want to turn off. This is too much. So how do we work together and recognize that carbon pricing and these false solutions that we're seeing on how they're joined at the hip with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, where they pride themselves coming out of Montreal that they're saving 30% of the oceans. And but if you look at 30 by 30 globally, it's an offset program. That money for funding for preservation and conservation of these lands, ocean and land, is not coming from the country's public monies. It's coming from the investments of polluters going carbon neutral and appearing to look like they're climate protectors. But also sustainable development goals is woven into that. The World Bank and other financial and regional institutions that are providing the financial mechanism. I was invited by, not the prince, but he's king now, of England, to be part of an initiative he wanted Indigenous peoples. This was in Glasgow at the COP26, to be there as he was proposing this big conservation offset initiative that's going to bring money to Indigenous peoples in Africa, in the Philippines, in Southeast Asia. So these are things that we're dealing with, that we have to continue to talk about on these mechanisms of carbon pricing that are now being rebranded as nature-based solutions. Sounds good. There's waterfalls, there's trees at these UN meetings, and it looks beautiful. What's the problem with that? And also how they're being used in terminologies like regenerative agriculture, What does that really mean when we look at it and break it down here domestically? It means soil carbons, using the soil as an offset. Who owns that soil? Where does the money come from? Who owns the ownership? The money being invested, whether it's Chevron or Shell in the Amazon, they are the one you could say are renting the carbon in the trees. And it comes right to it. The investment, the money, the trading mechanism is that's their trees. Indigenous peoples are made to believe that they're going to gain indigenous rights, titling to the land, when that's not really the goals of the country and the polluting industry. So these are certain things that we have found. And just to summarize a couple things is that when we have a system that treats nature, Mother Earth, such as the soils, the plants, the trees, the mangroves, the coastal, and the oceans as a commodity in a market trading system where property rights over nature is treated as a commodity, like I said, in a trading market regime. And nature-based solution is part of capitalism that is systematically institutionalizing economic globalization and its financialization of the sacredness of Mother Earth, of nature, and the biodiversity of the world. Is that a direction that you want to see taking place here in New York City, the market system capital of the world? So in this worldview, the dominant society uses machines to make meaning of life, where Mother Earth is objectified, like I said, like the objectification of women, and treated like a machine made of parts that can be replaced, redesigned, and engineered, where DNA is coded to be edited and deleted, where our bodies are engines and fuel, where the world is not seen as a complex of interdependent, beautiful, and sacred relations, but instead as a collection of objects to be monetized and manipulated. So in this worldview, the practices of corporations and nation states, the greed, the theft and private ownership constantly trumps human values of care, consent, compassion, and collective responsibility. So that's what I wanted to talk about, to give you, some language. You may have heard this before. We talk about this in the publication called Hoodwinked in the Hot House. We talk about nature-based solutions, carbon capture and storage. And as our network, our elders and spiritual leaders, we feel that Mother Earth needs to be protected. And Father Sky, part of the creative principles that we have. And we used the term one time in this carbon trading that in their mechanism, it's the WTO of the sky, we used that one time. So let's work together to protect her. Okay, that's where I put WTO of the sky. I hope this provides you some further things to think about, and I'm going to end it right there. We have workshops on this over multiple days, talking about this with community, and so thank you.
Thank you, Tom and Simon. I'd like to open the floor for questions.
Thanks, both of you, for that amazing information. I want to ask either or both of you about Nature Conservancy. And I'm asking because I've worked with Nature Conservancy on a very basic level. And I know that in the US, they're actually engaging in land back. So they're giving land back to tribes in this country. And so what's going on with Nature Conservancy? Like, are they evil? Are they good? I mean, are they both? Like, what's happening?
The devil's in the details. When we started to get into understanding reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation red, and it was really hard to get those contracts. They're one of the most difficult items to get. What is the agreement that they negotiated with a so-called local community? We found that there were intermediaries that they negotiate, and the local communities in the Amazon or tropics weren't even involved on a contractual agreement. What is the potential liability if there's a forest fire? Who's liable? Certain questions like that came up is the contracts. So with this continued push and entrenchment of the United States, of industrialized countries, European countries, I'll mention Germany or Norway, okay, who are engaged, UK, is that they're continuing to use what Simon and what I talked about as a mechanism. Is it a mechanism to save the planet from a climate crisis? I think they want to make us believe that that's the reason, okay? It makes good PR. But the money that was cited, I hear also there's potential for trillions of dollars in this carbon market system. So at the end of the day, who is going to benefit of all the money that's being exchanged? Is it going to be a local community in the Congo, when the government is already playing politics and they're already violating their own citizens of the Congo on human rights violation? So there's serious questions on implications of violations on human rights and the rights and the collective rights of Indigenous peoples. False promises. I know Indigenous peoples from Ecuador and Peru and Colombia, they're still waiting for promises from large NGOs that were mentioned here as well. Environmental Defense Fund is another one. I can go on and on. Who made big promises in order to get an agreement that wasn't done with grassroots of the Amazon, it was done with intermediaries who pocket a lot of money. World Bank produced, like, I think one of our indigenous organizations in the Amazon got, but I think it was about $4 million on a pro-red development in Indonesia, in Africa, in Southeast Asia. Big money. What is this behind the big money? It divides our indigenous peoples. And I'm really concerned about that. Someone could die locally. If you're speaking out against the promises of big money, they could say, you stop this. And there already have been some violence already in some of these communities around this issue. So the incentive, I believe, okay, it's big money. Means big money to these NGOs. And this, I've told them in debates. Of course, they'll say, they'll consult with their attorney, and they will deny that. But after studying it, why are they engaged in that? When they know that the reports and studies is it doesn't cut emissions at source, at the levels that we need to fulfill the target for 1.5. There's reports that have studied this, that it's a scam.
Yes, thanks. I mean, just to add very briefly to that, I mean, in terms of the the commodification of nature that Tom was talking about very accurately and eloquently just now. I mean, many of the big international conservation organizations are implicated in this, but the Nature Conservancy really does have a special place in this. It was, if I'm not mistaken, was involved in setting up one of the very first of these offset projects back, I think already in the 1990s. The whole concept of RED, reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation, it was the kind of precursor to a lot of these nature-based solutions. That, according to very reliable sources that I've had from inside the World Bank, was essentially cooked up with a Nature Conservancy, principally as a funding mechanism. And, you know, it's represented in that report that I showed you that the Nature Conservancy was involved in. You know, and interestingly, some of the very first kind of exposés of how false these were, how the carbon credits that are being sold from some of these projects, they're forestry projects in the US actually, completely non-existent real emissions reductions, was the Nature Conservancy's own projects selling these basic, what they were described in Bloomberg as worthless carbon credits. The same is happening with this Kenya project. So yeah, so I think, I mean, they've very much led the way on this. You can go to their website now, perhaps not after this session. By the time we get out of this room, it may have disappeared. But I mean, you can see there's still videos of back from 2014 or 15 or thereabouts of the Conservancy promoting this idea of nature-based solutions and explicitly saying, you know, and they show pictures of these big logging companies and polluting companies, oil companies, chemical companies, like, we need to sell these people carbon credits. You know, they're making it very clear that they're creating a product that they can sell to the big polluting industries, absolutely shamelessly. And equally shamelessly, they say in this, but we need to create the scientific evidence to bring this funding in, to convince the private sector to fund us. 2 years later, they'd created the scientific evidence. Completely false piece of science. And that was what's been replicated again and again and again in this claim, led by Nature Conservancy's chief scientist, Bronson Griscom, at the time of this claim of 37% of climate mitigation can be solved through climate solutions. An absolute gift to the biggest polluters on the planet. And so that's a very, very special place. And that, I think, is still, you know, it's still there, and it's kind of, they've pushed and pushed and pushed, and it's kind of crept in. I mean, Tom has a lot more patience with these big international processes than I do, and he's sat through endless meetings of the Convention on Biodiversity. They've managed to squeeze this concept of nature-based solutions even into the Convention on Biodiversity. So they're moving ahead with this, and yeah. So that, yeah.
To Native peoples here in this country, is that just like a diversion? Like it's to make themselves look good while they're doing all this plunder everywhere else?
We're trying to rush some educational materials out to the tribes. Land back, again, what's the fine language in these agreements on land back? The land back is going to be probably a majority of the land, the dealings are going to be offset initiatives. So who is it that's investing in that land back? There's polluters. They need the polluters who will be going carbon neutral. They will be looking good on paper as they get challenged because they're investing in these initiatives, the conservation offsets. It's not coming from public monies in the United States, even though there's billions of dollars that's come out of the Infrastructure Reduction Act. And there's billions of dollars already that's out there around supporting carbon capture and storage. We're concerned about that. So back to your question, land back is being manipulated, that term, okay? We need to help the tribes and other communities to get real information. Where is this money do research on the trail of the money that's purchasing land, putting it aside, and especially federal land now. Federal land is sacred sites, historical land, and that's going to become part of the offset system as well. That's federal land.
I just wanted to add a little context, as I was inside the Nature Conservancy for a little while, and in my experience, they are trying to do things to look good, to sell things to the funders, because now the conversation has gotten to the point where you can no longer ignore the colonialism in conservation. And so kind of like, once there's resistance, colonialism shifts. And so in the same way, once there's resistance, these organizations shift. And so like they start to do land back, but within their own organizations' restrictions. And so I imagine that as these things move forward, there are going to be restrictions on what can be done or cannot be done on those lands. And also, like, I've had conversations with people like the executive directors in some of these places that, like, literally someone has told me, like, oh yeah, I got $5 million from Johnson & Johnson, but this person explicitly told me it should not be going towards environmental justice or things like that, because that's not the direction that this organization needs to go. And so one of the things that I would recommend is to look at how these organizations treat the youngest people in these organizations. Like, there have been pushbacks to support young seasonal workers that don't have any, healthcare, that don't have any benefits, but are on the ground collecting these data for the science reports. They're trying to prove these ideals or these solutions that these organizations are trying to purport, and yet they don't have any support. They don't have, and when they try to, they're like, no, these are just seasonal workers. We're not supposed to care for them. This is how the system works. And so there's always going to be some trade-off, and there's always going to be some discard as these systems, I think, continue to kind of exist.
Hi, my name is Tara Thornton. Tom, it's been a long time since I've seen you, actually. And I just want to thank the folks that organized the conference. Really heartbreaking, a lot of information to absorb here. Simon, I learned a lot from what you had to say. I have a lot to still learn on that front. Tom, I wanted to ask you about President Biden's initiative on America the Beautiful and the Justice 40. There's a coalition that's forming, the America the Beautiful for All coalition, you're probably familiar with. And I was just wondering how you feel about 30 by 30 and Justice 40 here in the United States, and what we can do to make sure it's not like some of these horrible stories we've heard today.
Well, first of all, continue to do some reading on this. Don't believe me, don't believe Simon. Say we're just lying to you, okay? But research it. And I think that hold the Biden administration accountable to what he said on his road to get elected and what he said in the first year. He used the word for strengthening environmental justice. He used equity a lot. And our organization and our members, we've met with his administration a couple times, including the administrator of Justice 40. We were distrustful of it. Really, the question was, where is the money coming from for Justice 40? They're really cautious on the language that describes the source of funding for a lot of the Justice 40 initiatives and the 30 by 30. But it's the same thing that we have seen from these conservation NGOs. You go to their website, it sounds so beautiful, nature-based solution. It does not use any of the terminologies that we are using. That happened in our campaign over 7 years to call out REDD+ in the UN, to a point to where the NGOs weren't using REDD. The Paris Agreement, they use a different language. natural resource assessments, management, these different terminologies. So I think that we still are about, we still have, we have an assessment of the Justice 40, and along with other people of color and Black leadership, and it's not what we were, it's not what we thought it could be. It's failed as far as community. And the 30 by 30, again, they're really cautious on what that is, but we're looking at where's the funding come from. You know, it looks good, but that again, it goes back to the need for more research, and we're really thankful to have our research fellows from New School, and there needs to be a lot of research on a lot of the areas. Yeah.
I'll just answer that quickly. I mean, I can't really say that much about America the Beautiful, this kind of 30 by 30 US plan. But apart from one thing I thought was interesting about it was that it explicitly does not seek to expand the area of strictly protected areas in the US. I mean, that's at least what the document says, and what the intentions are, I don't know. But and in that sense, it was really unfortunate that the US actually isn't a party to the Convention on Biodiversity, because at exactly the same time that was being delivered by the Biden administration, the US was nevertheless involved in these negotiations that led to the 30 by 30 target being established globally, which will almost certainly mostly consist of strictly protected areas, fortress conservation areas. So the kind of non-protected area approach to this could have been something perhaps that the US, the Biden administration, could have led into these kind of more global discussions. One thing I would just say though, on another potential piece of legislation, if what I and Tom have said about these global carbon markets is of concern to you, there's a piece of legislation to really watch out for, and I think this was launched with quite some fanfare recently, or at least the intention to do this. It's called the Amazon 21 Act, Bill 5019, S5019. It's been proposed through the Senate, and this intends to dedicate up to $9 billion of US funding to the development of carbon markets, forest carbon markets. We actually met with the person who drafted this piece of legislation a couple of days ago in DC, and we kind of went through it. And even now, and this is principally about forest carbon offsets in Brazil and the Congo and Indonesia and so on. Even now, after everything that's been said, after the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the bill does not require that Indigenous people should give consent before any of these carbon offset projects are developed. Even that is absent from this draft legislation, setting aside all the other problems that there are with these carbon offsetting and all the commodification and the dangers that represents that Tom has rightly been pointing out. So that's one really to watch out for, because one of the issues about I don't know, but I suspect that this is probably many times more than has ever been spent by the US government on strengthening the rights of Indigenous peoples, supporting Indigenous territories to become established in whichever countries they may be, all the things that would actually work to prevent deforestation and prevent carbon emissions, is now being directed into this, what's been shown over the last 14, 15 years to be a completely failed, false solution. So yeah, watch out for that. And this is another one of these things, it sounds great, Amazon 21, we all want to save the Amazon. Yeah, actually what they're doing, $9 billion into carbon markets.
Thank you both. We're at the hour, so unfortunately, we don't have time for any more questions. I apologize to all the questions that were in queue, especially from online. I'd just like to thank our participants, Simon and Tom. I'd like to thank all of you for being here today, and everyone who's watching online, and everyone when this is recorded and online who's watching in the future as well. It's been a great day. You can learn more. On the website, there'll be lots of links where you can find out more information about these projects, issues, campaigns going on, fighting the negative impacts of forest conservation around the world. And I'd also like to remind everyone about the protest tomorrow at noon at the Bronx Zoo, at the Asia Gate. There's flyers out front. Please come to that. And also immediately right now, there is a reception and a book launch where the new Decolonize Conservation book that's out front. We'll have copies also up there. It's a great collection of talks and speeches that really puts a lot of these issues together that you've heard about today in a single package. It's really great. It'll be up there. And that's in 5414, the building. Priscilla is here in the back in the white top. She can help escort people up. Please come. There's food, beverages, and lots of good conversation. So with that, thank you again so much to everyone for coming, participating. It's been a wonderful day. I hope it's been edifying for everyone, and I'm very thankful for everyone involved. I should probably thank more people too here at CUNY who put everything on. It just took a lot of people to really get everything together, and I'm extremely grateful, and thank you, and good night.